Gomez, meteorologist Karen Rogers, and Matt O'Donnell.
Good morning. It's 4 o'clock on this Monday, February 23rd, and we are on the air at an earlier time to give you the latest in our powerful winter storm.
And much of our viewing area is still seeing some winter weather, and we have team coverage this morning. Sky 6 has taken a live look at the Jersey Shore, which was hit the hardest by this storm. As you can see there, the flakes moving around. It looks like the camera's frozen a bit. We're getting a report from Atlantic City coming up.
I mean, it is frigid out there. People in Philadelphia are also battling these winter conditions as the snow has been falling and blowing sometimes sideways all night.
And Mobile 6 is out and about, driving across the region to give you a first-hand look at the roads this morning.
So we're all here, we're all safe, and we are not planning on going anywhere anytime soon.
No.
Correct.
Some of us did the hotel last night, but you actually drove in.
Drove in.
How was it for you, Matt?
So the closer you get to the city,
Yeah.
more snow on the roads, and it's going sideways. And I had to slow down almost to like 20 miles an hour on a highway because you could not see.
Visibility has been hovering around a mile or less since 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
So it's an extended period of time where it's just kind of hard to see out there. Let's take a look right now and show you. Yeah, we see the snow cover out there through the region, and you're going to have to watch out. These totals are going to increase vastly. This is of late last night. We actually have to wait for spotters from the National Weather Service to kind of wake up and check the conditions. But in Berwyn, we had 6.5 inches. Hockessin 7. Mount Laurel has been at least 7. I think that bumped up to 10. Collingswood 7, Lumberton 7.5, Skip Township 7.8, and we do have some reports of 10 or more along the coastline. The last report I saw in Margate was 13, so I'm going to be updating these throughout the morning as we continue to watch this snowstorm evolve and then dissipate. So right now, the worst spot to be in is Philadelphia, with visibility now down to 1/4 mile. So that's new in from within the last hour. 3/4 mile in Trenton, 1 mile in Atlantic City, 2 in Wilmington. Those winds, when I came in a couple hours ago, were gusting over 60 miles an hour in Atlantic City. We're now at 45, but we're still going to see these strong gusts through the area. And that's part of the issue. It is still blowing around, making it so hard to see. Storm tracker showing those darker shades of purple. That's where it's more intense. So you're already wrapping up in Allentown and Reading, not in the city just yet, as we see some of those heavy bands in West Goshen in the city, and certainly more so through South Jersey. So here's what you can expect at 8 o'clock. We've got some snow and wind, but by then we're already above freezing, well above freezing at lunchtime. Some snow or rain showers tapering off, and then cloudy skies after that. Matt, I'm anxious to see what the roads look like through the region, guys.
Yeah, Karen, we're going to keep an eye on that all morning long.
This heavy snow has been falling overnight, making for treacherous conditions across the viewing area.
Action News has you covered from the shore to the city, of course, the suburbs as well. We have a team of reporters in Mobile 6 covering all angles of the storm this morning.
Let's begin at the shore with reporter Catherine Scott, who is live for us in Atlantic City. How's it looking down there, Catherine?
Oh, hello, everybody from the shore. Yes, we are in Atlantic City this morning. I can confirm there is wind in Atlantic City. I mean, that's the big thing. The first thing I noticed when I walked outside this morning, the wind was just blowing really strongly. You can see the snow just swirling around in the air and really just pelting at you when you go outside. But if you take a look around, you can certainly see that it has snowed. It's really hard to tell, depending on where you are, how much it snowed because of the wind. It's just blowing the snow around everywhere. Zach, I don't know if you could come down and show this right here. See this wedge? This to me was the best indication of what we've seen, is you can actually see this slice in the snow of how much is here, but this could also partly be a snowdrift as well, because as I mentioned, the wind is very strong. If you take a look over here, you can see, the casinos, you can see the snow, and you can see the visibility is low. The snow started, the switch over that I saw at around 2:15 yesterday afternoon. It was raining, it kind of turned to snow, and then it got dicey really, really quickly. The crews have been working. If you're driving around Atlantic City this morning, you can see a lot of the roads have been plowed. They're covered, but they've been plowed. It's still treacherous, though, and again, the visibility is still low. So you definitely want to stay inside, continue to let the crews do their work. We'll keep an eye on conditions here and let you know. But again, very strong winds right now here in Atlantic City. We're live in Atlantic City. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
Wow, Catherine, you look great. You sound wonderful. I'm sure it feels a lot different, but thank you so much for braving these conditions. It's looking a little rough out there. Go in and get warm. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Well, Philadelphia is also under a blizzard warning until 6 this evening.
Action News reporter Corey Davis is live near the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia. A little less wind over there, Corey.
Yeah, Matt and Aliana, good morning. Less wind, but visibility is still low, especially on I-95 where we drove to get to where we are right now in Oregon Ave. I'm going to walk you through. So a good sign that we're seeing right now, the plow truck drivers over there, they have been going around the clock. We've already seen multiple rounds of plows make their way out from the salt yard where we are at the moment. And look at the road right here. A plow truck actually went through maybe 10 minutes ago, and you could see the blacktop 10 minutes ago, but now the snow has covered the road once again. So that's what one plow truck driver told me, is that when they make their way around here, around the city, on the interstates, on the side roads, they are just trying their best to keep up at the moment because the snow is still coming down at such a fast rate. They would plow the road, and then 5-10 minutes later it would be covered again. Further down in the distance where we are gives you a good idea of just how much snow has accumulated so far. So those trucks over there are covered. They've been parked all night throughout the duration of the storm. A good bit of snow on those trucks. That's how cars probably look on a lot of these side roads as well. And even going up to the street light, you can see how the big fat fluffy snowflakes right now are blowing around in the wind. So the wind isn't as intense as what Catherine was seeing, but when it comes to trying to drive out there on the interstate, the snowflakes are causing an issue when it comes with visibility. So really taking it slow. The only people we expect to see on the road at this hour are the plow truck drivers who are making their rounds. So we'll be in touch with PennDOT to see what their progress is like. But once again, the plow truck driver who I did speak with briefly is saying that they are just having, as expected, a hard time trying to keep up at this hour. And I'm sure they'll be happy when the snow finally stops so they can make some significant progress on clearing out those roads. But now reporting live in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
They are out there working hard. Thank you, Corey. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker declared a disaster emergency. The city is also under a snow emergency. The mayor says the declarations allow the city to better fight the storm. It also means you must move your vehicle off the snow emergency routes so they can be cleared. Trash and recycling is on a 2-day delay. The school district of Philadelphia and archdiocesan schools in the city are shifting to virtual learning today. We have a full list of closures at the bottom of your screen.
Local 6 is live right now on Westchester Pike, giving us a look at the roads and the conditions out there right now. As we pull up to this red light here, again on Westchester Pike, we're seeing that the ground is kind of covered with some snow. It's looking a little slushy, but nothing, not too much accumulation on the roads there. But let's check in with Matt Pellman now to see how all of the roads are looking this morning, Matt.
Crews have been working hard overnight, that's for sure, Aliana, but a lot of the roads are still covered this morning. Let's make the rounds. Here we go. I-95 by Cottman Avenue and the overhead lights. You can see the snow still falling out there early this morning. Here comes one brave driver, brave or stupid, I don't know, you could go either way. Southbound, they probably have to get to work. They're coming southbound here by Cottman, doing okay. We're just moving really slowly. It's actually a couple of them there. We get a little farther south, heading down toward the airport. This is 95 at the Girard Point double-decker bridge. You can see the snow blowing in the overhead light, and we see that one lane has been plowed recently. The other lane's still pretty much all snow covered there on the Girard Point double-decker bridge. Live look at the Vine Expressway close to the Schuylkill Expressway. We still see a decent amount of snow coverage here on 676 in both directions. Here we are close to Flourtown. This is 309 by Paper Mill Road. A lot of snow out here, and no one's out and about, which is the way it should be. Stay home if you can at this point. 422, we have speed restrictions up on all of these highways, including 422. 45 miles per hour, all you can do, and there's a lot of snow out here as well on this Monday morning. Matt?
Good to see people are at home. Thank you, Matt. Time now is 4:09. The Jersey Shore dealing with snow. Also worrying about coastal flooding. The Action Cam took a look at the coastline overnight. A South Jersey community is under a boil water advisory because of a water main break during the storm. Taking a live look at the conditions at Philadelphia International Airport. Visibility low. Travel disruptions continue with a wave of delays and cancellations from yesterday lingering into today. More than 600 flights have been canceled so far, with 83% of departures and 71% of arrivals impacted. Atlantic City International Airport announced it will remain closed until 7 a.m., while Wilmington Newcastle Airport is closed until 4 p.m.
New Jersey was hit hard by the storm and a state of emergency remains in effect there. Let's check in with Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington. She's live in Turnersville, New Jersey with the latest this morning. Elizabeth, I'm hearing that there's already some power outages out there, and we can see the way that the wind is blowing. It's looking pretty heavy out there.
Yeah, good morning, Aliana. That is not surprising to me to hear that there's power outages right now, because I can tell you it only takes a few minutes of standing out here before your face, your hair is just completely wet. The snow's blowing sideways, really just right into your face. And when we get a big gust of wind, oh my gosh, forget about it. Do not go outside if you don't have to today. But let's take a look at the roads. This is Route 42, Black Horse Pike. Very few cars out on the roads. Of course, that is the way that the state of New Jersey wants it to remain. Of course, it's still early. We did see a couple of plow trucks go by, but you can see the road is still completely snow covered. So they're going to have a really hard time keeping up with it at the rate the snow is falling today. Take a look at the entrance. We're in this Dunkin' Donuts parking lot right now, and we had no idea which way to go in because the entrance is completely covered. Not only just the sign, but also the actual entrance itself. So several inches have fallen here in this part of South Jersey. I forgot my yardstick. I'm really mad about that, so I'm just gonna have to go off of sight and guessing, but I can tell you it's definitely coming down and coming down fast. This thing is not over yet, and if you're waking up soon, you're going to be greeted by a mound of snow on top of your car. That's the latest here in Turnersville. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
Just imagine, Elizabeth, it was almost all melted until this came. Back at it again.
We were so close.
So close. Thank you so much. Let's take a live look at the haves and the have-nots. This would be the haves. That's live at Spring Mountain in Montgomery County. More snow to play in. No one out there right now, though, Karen Rogers.
Yes. You know, it's what not a lot of people wanted, but sure, some people were excited about more snow to play in. Let's start with Delaware and New Jersey. I'm kind of constantly updating this, and I'll be continuing to do so through the morning. So right now I've got Delaware and New Jersey updated. Mount Holly is the most up to date because the National Weather Service, those hardworking friends there, have just reported 16.2 inches in Mount Holly. So that's as of 2 minutes ago. Dover Air Force Base, just south of Dover, 10 inches, and Hocassin 9, and Margate, New Jersey, 13 inches. That's the highest report so far we have down the shore points. In Gibbsboro, Camden County, as of several hours ago, more last night, it was 10 inches. In Trenton, 7.9. Philadelphia's official number at this point is 6.5, but that was taken at midnight. Storm tracker is showing that we still have some heavy bands. We're not done with this. We are still in the height of the storm in New Jersey. In the city itself, you see some of those heavy bands there, but this will continue to wrap around as this storm slowly pulls away and we're left with some remaining snow showers around. I think that we've been saying the most intense storm starts to wrap up about 6 a.m. and that does look to be on track. So 6 o'clock this morning, still some heavy bands along the coast, maybe not quite as intense shortly thereafter. And you see by 9:30, we're already above freezing. You have some lingering snow showers, especially east at 1 o'clock, maybe a snow shower or two hugging the coastline. That's about it, other than some flurries flying. But temperatures do rise above freezing, and also with the higher sun angle as we're almost at March. I think they'll be able to help conditions along the roadways once they plow them, and then through the day you're going to see a great improvement there. But the trouble is really the wind that keeps blowing things around and keeps visibility down pretty low. So temperatures right around the freezing mark early this morning, but shortly thereafter by sunrise it's already 33, even though you've got some light snow showers coming down through the morning hours. Kind of wrapping up at 11, it's 35. At 3 o'clock it's just cloudy and it's 38 degrees. But even when the snow is done, you may see it blowing around and you're trying to get out there to shovel. This is what they refer to as heart attack snow because it's so heavy and wet. That's because of the temperature that just never really got far below freezing. Extremely strenuous work. Take your time, maybe hire someone if you can. I personally think not a lot of kids are enough out there to want to make some work. I wish they would. So if you've got a teenager, send them outside. Yeah, come on. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7. You know I'm going to wake up my son, but I'm not home. Monday, some light snow. He's glad I'm not home. 38 degrees with the wind. Tomorrow, partly sunny and breezy. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, the temperature's about 25. You're going to have slick spots everywhere. You got to take it easy. Wednesday, we've got some morning snow showers, which would be a great time. And then some sunshine. Some late day rain and snow on Thursday. On Friday, it looks nice, just breezy. Saturday, finally up to the 50s. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Maybe some precipitation coming Sunday night, because every Sunday we have a little something to talk about. What's wrong? I thought that was God's day. What's happening?
I know.
Quick question. What's the going rate for shoveling walks these days?
I don't know one person who's offered to shovel walks for a going rate. Yeah.
What would you pay?
I think you have to hire like lawn service.
It's sort of like babysitting money, like $25, $30 an hour.
Hard work. I mean, you might need to offer a little.
We're putting out the shout out right now.
I hope people do it for free who are able to. I mean, I really think you should, honestly. Like
especially with your especially with your more vulnerable neighbors.
Yes,
you know,
honestly.
Go check on that.
Throwing that out there for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen.
A boil water advisory is now in effect for parts of Camden following a water main break at the intersection of 9th and Jefferson Streets. City officials and American Water say the advisory is a precaution while water quality testing is underway. Impacted areas include properties south of Ferry Avenue through Collings Road, Fairview, Morgan Village, Centerville, and a small portion of waterfront south.
All right, let's back at it with Sky 6. Yeah, Citizens Bank Park. You thinking baseball right now? I'm thinking about going home and shoveling my driveway. That's a live look. Baseball is coming. Don't worry. And maybe we'll get this stuff melted pretty soon. But today, we're still dealing with the bands of snow. The snow event's not over yet. We'll have the latest for you across the region coming up after this.
All right, we're back and we are live. Mobile 6 is out on Westchester Pike in Broomall right now. Again, we're seeing those roads covered with snow. Again, we're in Delco, so not as much accumulation as we're seeing in some parts of South Jersey right now on the roads, but you can see that there's several inches of snow. The cars have been going through, so kind of making a little bit of a pathway there. But looks to be somewhat easy going for now. And hey, look, as we're seeing in Broomall, as they're driving through, not as much heavy flakes coming down either. So we're going to keep an eye on this as Mobile 6 makes its way meandering around the region for us this morning. And it's not just heavy snow and strong wind gusts hitting shore towns. Coastal flooding is also a problem. Video out of Atlantic City shows floodwaters creeping in overnight with cars navigating through several inches of standing water. And to add to the mix is plenty of snow too. A mix of yesterday's rain, fresh snowfall, strong winds can force water on shore.
The action cam is in the Lehigh Valley where several inches of snow fell. We found plows out and about in Bethlehem overnight where the ground was coated, but the plow operators looking like they're managing the task there. Police were also out towing vehicles that were left on snow emergency routes. Jackie Schwanbeck of Willow Grove, Montgomery County sent us this image overnight showing her dog doing a lonely walk in the backyard in the snow. She reported about 8 inches of snow just after midnight.
J.R. Pierce snapped this shot of snow continuing to fall overnight in Newcastle, Delaware. Look how pretty the snow looks, covering all the tree branches. All right, it's time to check the roads with Matt Pellman as we're keeping an eye on how slippery those conditions are.
A lot of snow on the roads this morning, Aliana, so it is going to be slippery. Thankfully, we don't see a lot of people out and about just yet. Here's the Schuylkill Expressway in Fairmount Park. There goes one car heading eastbound in towards Center City, but you still see a lot of snow and slush on all the lanes of 76, the Schuylkill. Here's 202 in King of Prussia. We're doing okay. Again, not really anybody out, maybe a plow crew up there. You may recall they were supposed to close the southbound side of 202 today for long-term sinkhole work. They've pushed that back until at least Wednesday because of the storm. Get a little farther south on 202 by Malvern, Great Valley. Looks like a vehicle was stuck. They're trying to pull them out of the snow right now. Police out here, and PennDOT is too, taking out that right lane. And this is the 30 bypass. This one actually, I think, looks the best of all the roads I've seen this morning. 30 bypass here in Downingtown. You can actually see blacktop in both directions. Snapshot by Odessa, Delaware, Route 1 at 299. Still see a little bit of blacktop, but a lot of snow on these roads, especially there on 299 itself. And over in South Jersey, we have a bunch of downed trees and downed poles because of the winds. Portions of Route 50 and Route 47 Delsey Drive are closed. If you're going to try and take a train today, well, here's the warning for you. SEPTA Regional Rails are going to try and run, but on Saturday's schedules, Trolleys diverted to 40th and Market. Buses are suspended completely on both SEPTA and NJT at this point. NJT's River Line also suspended, and Patco's going to try and run, but on a snow schedule. Matt and Alana?
We'll see if they can do it. Thank you, Matt. 425 on this Monday. Our winter storm coverage continues. Sky 6 taking a live look at the skyline. Yeah, see the visibility. Very low out there. Stay home if you can. Watch Action News. We'll be right back.
Breaking now at 4:30, complete coverage of our latest winter storm, Sky 6, live from our attheshore.com camera, showing those snow and wind conditions have been pounding the coast for hours now. And then, of course, came high tide and flooding overnight.
And Mobile 6 is out there keeping distance from the plows and showing you that no one else is driving on the roadways right now. You are urged to stay home if you can and let the crews get to work.
Our Action News reporters are braving the elements this morning. We have live team coverage from Philadelphia to Atlantic City and, of course, the suburbs in between.
The storm is not done yet. As you can see from Storm Tracker 6 Live, AccuWeather is gathering snow totals and tracking when the final flakes will fall.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is Monday, February 23rd. Matt Pellman covering all the transit and traffic restrictions. But, of course, we begin with meteorologist Karen Rogers. Good morning, guys.
Those poor reporters, the snow was like pelting them in the face.
It's terrible, and I'm anxious to see your scan of the cameras and what it looks like there on the roads. I think things will improve pretty quickly during the day as far as road coverage because of the high sun angle. But the problem is that it's still blowing around because of the wind. So that's going to be a big issue for us is visibility. So I will constantly be updating these. I just finished this graphic about 10 seconds ago, but Mount Holly was the highest, 16.2 inches. That is the most up to date because of our friends at the National Weather Service, the offices in Mount Holly, and they have told me that there's a band that within the last hour has been producing 2.2 inches of snow in Mount Holly. So those snow totals really verified as far as the snow rates per hour. Atlantic City, 12.6. Chester, 5.8. Maniac, 6.5. Huff's Church, 7.7. In Berks County. Dover Air Force Base, 10 inches of snow. Some of these numbers at last report were of several hours ago, so we'll be updating them as these numbers keep coming in. So if you're looking in your community and it doesn't seem like what you have outside, I'll be getting that as soon as they report it to the National Weather Service. Visibility has increased over the past half an hour to half mile. I mean, that's not great, but it's better than the quarter of a mile we have. But it has dropped in Atlantic City to a half a mile here. It was a little higher earlier. We're seeing 45-mile-an-hour gusts in Atlantic City. Poor Catherine Scott, I've been hearing her say, yeah, the wind is fierce. When I came in, it was 61 miles an hour in Atlantic City. So it was really fierce even earlier. Storm Tracker showing still some heavy snow in Philadelphia and especially east. You're pretty much done with it in Allentown and Reading. Maybe you get a few flurries, but that's about it. It's Philadelphia and east that's really getting the heavy bands right now. But that does wrap up, and by 8 o'clock, the snow and wind is a lot less. The wind is still pretty strong, but the snow is a lot less. It's lighter snow showers, 33. Temperatures above freezing by that point, and even some raindrops could mix in through the morning and lunchtime. At lunchtime, still a few rain, wet snow showers around. That temperature's about 36, but nothing intense at that point. I think the issue will really be the visibility with the clouds, 38 degrees. So you're going to get some melting as quick as today at 8 o'clock, cloudy and 36. Guys, the warnings last till 6 o'clock. And in part, that's because of the visibility concerns with the wind blowing around. But that snow will be shut off well before then.
Good. Well, we can't wait for it to shut off, Karen. Thank you. And we begin our storm coverage this morning in New Jersey, where there is a state of emergency in effect. Winds, rain, snow have all been battering the coast.
Officials in Atlantic City say they have not seen a storm like this along the coast since 2016. Action News reporter Catherine Scott is live in AC, not exactly looking for the beach chair and the pina colada. It's pretty miserable out there, Catherine.
One can dream.
Oh, I'm looking for the pina colada, guys. But yeah, no, it's pretty tough this morning. The wind is what we're really noticing. when you walk out this morning. I know Karen said it's even been reduced overnight, but it's still very strong here, and that is affecting visibility. It's also hard to tell exactly how much it snowed because when you walk outside in some areas, it really doesn't look so bad. But if you take a look where we are right now, you can get a better idea just how deep it is. So really a lot of snow did fall overnight, but because of the wind, it's blowing the snow around all over the place. Let's go to video because there's another concern I want to tell you about, and that's coastal flooding. That's something we're keeping an eye out for around Atlantic City, around the shore communities with this storm, and we have seen it. So there's certain flooding in spots on roads around Atlantic City and around the shore. So you do want to keep that in mind when you head out. But the crews have been out trying to clear the sidewalks and the streets. We were driving around Atlantic City today. You can see the roads are plowed. They're covered, but they are plowed. So the crews have been at work. They continue to work at this hour. Definitely stay off the roads while they make the rounds. But back here live where we are, you can see the wind is blowing. The conditions are still tough. The snow coming down has been coming down all night long. You definitely want to stay inside if you can while this storm continues to pound this area. We're live in Atlantic City this morning. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
Try to remember this day when we're looking for a spot on the beach in the summertime, right? All clear. Thanks, Catherine. Sky 6 taking a live look at Center City. A little snow on the camera there. Just when snow piles from January were nearly melted away. Here we go again. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker has declared a disaster emergency for the city.
The mayor is promising to use every tool the city has to make the roads passable in a swift and efficient manner.
All vehicles should have already been removed from the designated snow emergency routes. Residents must clear a 36-inch wide path on your sidewalks within 6 hours after the snowfall ends.
There is no trash or recycling pickup today or tomorrow. Philadelphia Public and Archdiocesan schools are operating on a virtual schedule. Action News reporter Corey Davis live at the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia. Corey, where of course those crews have been hard at work.
Yeah, the crews have been hard at work. The plows are now back on the road at the moment, and at some point they will make their rounds again. But right now where we are here at Oregon Ave, you can see off in the distance just how much the road is covered. And the plows are really making several passes, but the road continues to be covered very shortly after they get done with more and more snow. We've seen some drivers making their way out, just like this car that's coming down, or this SUV that's coming down the road right now here at Oregon Ave. People are taking it really slow right now. On the interstate, the visibility is incredibly low, so it is not recommended by officials out there that you be on the road. I want to swing you around to give you just another look further down Oregon Ave right now. So the road is very snow covered. We've seen some plows, smaller plow trucks try to clear out some of the gas stations and the smaller parking lots out that way. So they still have a lot of work to do. As far as the wind goes, though, it's maybe we can pan up a little bit to see where the light is under the overpass where we are. You can kind of see how the wind is blowing around the snow at the moment. So it isn't really intense, but it adds up when you're out there. If you're out there on the interstate trying to really see in front of you, there's not a lot of visibility when it comes to all of that. So we will definitely stay on top of the effort. The salt yard is empty of plow trucks at the moment because they are making their rounds, but they will be back to refill if they need to, and also take a break, because one plow truck driver told me that they have been working nonstop since yesterday trying to just stay ahead of this, and now they're just trying to keep up and then be in place for when the snow finally stops later today. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Thanks, Corey. And Matt Pellman, that's another reason to stay off the roads. The crews are out there. They're trying to keep up with all this snow.
Give them some time to do their thing. Give them space, certainly. If you encounter them, 6 car lengths is usually what we say, the distance you should keep between you and that plow. Luckily, we're not seeing a lot of people out and about right now. There goes one eastbound car here on 422 by Oaks. We can see some of the blacktop here, but the westbound side looks like it hasn't been plowed real recently, heading out toward Collegeville. Live look at 202 here by Malvern, Great Valley. The road actually doesn't look too bad, but we had a vehicle that was stuck, so they're trying to tow them away right now. Police and PennDOT there on the scene on the southbound side of 202. Let's go to the Schuylkill Expressway. We see some more slush here, but not a lot of traffic by the Conshohocken curve. Once we get more traffic on the road later on, which we're not recommending at this point, but later on, that'll melt some of the snow and slush, and the plow trains will come through again as well, I'm sure. Here's a live look in Delco. It's the Blue Route 476 by Baltimore Pike. This is kind of an indication of what you're going to find on your windshield. You have to have the windshield wipers going, have the window washer fluid full as you head out this morning, because you are going to have to keep clearing off your windshield. And the lanes aren't very clear here either on 476, the Blue Route. Live look at 95 in Chester, Delaware County by the Commodore Barry. There just went a southbound driver. Overall, not a lot of traffic, but it is mostly snow covered. And we're actually seeing some blacktop here on 95 by the Christiana Mall. Not seeing a lot of traffic, thankfully. That's the name of the game. If you can stay in at this point, I think I definitely would. Aliana?
All right, Matt, thank you. Power problems are a concern with the heavy wet snow and high wind. You could see lights flashing and wires sparking outside a home in Berlin, New Jersey. PSE&G says it has 3,000 field crews on hand to support storm-related outages, and I just checked the outage map for PSE&G, and there were about 4,700 people without power.
Actually, we have some numbers on all of that, Aliana. A number of power outages cropped up from the winter storm. AC Electric has more than 1,300 outages, mostly in Atlantic and Cape May counties. Delmarva has 995 outages, mostly in Sussex County along the beach. PECO is reporting just 169 outages, and PSE&G has about 183 outages right now.
Viewers have been giving us a glimpse of the conditions from their backyards. Take a look here. You can see the winds rustling the shrubs here in Mount E from Camden County overnight. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live in Turnersville, Gloucester County, trying to brace herself from the sideways snow.
Good morning, Matt and Aliana. Yeah, it is nasty out here. There is no other way to describe it. I am sure I look pretty ridiculous. I don't know why I bother doing my hair and makeup. And the second you get out here, within about a minute, you are just soaked. Your face, your hair, it is brutal out here. So I want to show you the road. This is Route 42. You can tell that it has been plowed because it's snow covered, but it's not, as deep as it is in the parking lots. But they're having a hard time keeping up with it because this snow is falling at such a rapid rate. This is Route 42 in Turnersville. I also want to show you, this is the driveway, the entrance to the Dunkin' Donuts here. You would have no idea. It is nowhere to be found. It is just a blanket of snow covering this area. I also want to show you the texture of the snow because we've been talking about how hard it's going to be to shovel. So I'm just going to pick this up and walk towards the camera to show you. It is pretty packed. It's definitely not that light fluffy snow that we want it to be. It is pretty tough. Probably good snowball making weather. So the kids definitely have off from school today. They can come out and make a snowball fight. And it's probably good sledding. Not going to be good for shoveling. And if you were waking up this morning in South Jersey, you definitely have several inches of snow on top of your car that you're going to have to shovel. If you can stay home, I would do so. And if you are, definitely stay off the roads if you can. The state of New Jersey is making that abundantly clear, and we have not seen many cars out here this morning. We did actually just see a fire truck go by, so we know that the emergency crews have to be out here. So again, stay off the roads if you can so that they can do their jobs. We're live in Turnersville this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News.
Snowball fight, we're in. Right?
I'm not in.
I think Karen and I have a grudge match going. So
my kids are already asking, when are we going to go sledding again? No.
We'll let you know, Elizabeth, the time and the place. The winter storm is impacting air travel across the region. At Lehigh Valley International Airport, there are some delays and cancellations, but the airport remains open.
The first departure is scheduled for around 6 a.m., but travelers are urged to check with their airline for the latest updates. Meanwhile, Atlantic City International Airport is closed until 7 a.m., and Wilmington Airport is closed until 4 p.m.
4:41 is the time right now. We'll have a live report from the normally verdant, tree-lined, and peaceful Rittenhouse Square up next. I'll bet it's all white. Mobile 6 is driving through South Jersey. It's a live look right now at Route 30 in Absecon. Pretty much cleared, but still the snow's coming down. It covers up what the crews have been able to clear off, so be mindful of that. Our winter storm coverage continues after this.
You're watching Action News live on 6ABC, Hulu, Hulu Plus Live TV, and your favorite streaming platforms.
All right, let's check and make sure all of you are at home watching this on television. Good job. No one out there except for one lone vehicle. Mobile 6 is taking a trip along Westchester Pike in West Goshen Township, Chester County. The plows have been through, they pushed it off to the side, but still there's some snow still coming down, and so the roadways are not completely clear. So it's going to be slick, it's going to be slushy, and it's going to be a situation where you just want to let the crews out there do their job, get this cleared off, and then think about doing some stuff maybe this afternoon.
Well, you might be just waking up for the first look at all the snowfall outside your window.
Our crews have been out all night to give you a better idea of the storm's far-reaching impact. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne is live at Rittenhouse Square. How's it looking over there, Cheyenne?
Hi, Matt. Well, you can see that the snow is continuing to fall here in Rittenhouse Square. It's absolutely beautiful, but also kind of unrecognizable. It looks like a winter wonderland right now. Me and my photographer, we traveled from King of Prussia here to the city, and as we got closer, we definitely noticed that the conditions worsened. But I want to show you the ground here. We've been seeing very few vehicles in this area, but that's good news because we have been telling people to stay at home. You can see that there definitely is a coating of snow here on the roadways, and we came across a good amount of slippery spots. But I want to bring your attention over here because we ran into these two guys who were out here shoveling 4 o'clock in the morning. Seth and Antoine, what are you guys doing out here?
We're getting the shovel done. You know, it's been a long night. We've been out here since maybe like 8 o'clock last night, and every time we shovel, we come back, it looks exactly the same. So.
And what is the snow like shoveling? They said it was going to be a heavy snow.
It's really heavy. It's like all slush. So you gotta take it easy. You know, we're strong, but I'm telling you, if you're old, strong, weak back, don't do it. You know.
That's what we've been telling people can really be dangerous. And I see you guys pulled up in this pickup truck, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what was driving down here like?
I'm going to tell you, whatever happened last time is not like that this time. The plow's been out all night, so no cars, no buses. It's just been plows the whole night, and I'm going to say the city's doing a much better job of just keeping this stuff clear. The police have even been harassing us to move our truck until they realize that we're out here cleaning up and helping out as well.
Wow, I know that is music to a lot of people's ears. You just heard him say that he thinks the conditions out here are a lot better. Before you came to me, a gentleman was driving in a truck, and he actually said that a few roads down, a tree fell and almost actually hit his car. So after this live shot, me and my photographer were going to check that out. But again, here in Rittenhouse, that snow is just continuing to come out. But you see that's not stopping people from shoveling. But they say that the road conditions this time around look a lot better. We're live in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6, Action News, Matt and Aliana.
Yeah, I mean, they said it. That snow is really heavy out there, so better for people to wait until the snow stops falling to start shoveling their sidewalks. Exactly. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the update in Rittenhouse. All right, it's 4:48, and I mean, take a look at this. We're looking at the Jersey Shore from our attheshore.com camera where, I mean, just look how powerful those winds are. You see those thick flakes of snow, and then, of course, you see the current as well. Karen, I mean, it's still getting pounded.
And they get a moderate to major coastal flooding in addition to everything else they're dealing with at the shore. And I love that you showed that shot because visibility down about a half a mile down the shore right now, even near the city. It's been about that. Let's look at some of the latest snowfall totals. I broke it down for New Jersey and Delaware and Pennsylvania. The latest 16.2 inches in Mount Holly, Dover Air Force Base 10, Hocus, Delaware 9, Margate, New Jersey recorded 13, Gibbsboro, Camden County 7, and in Trenton 7.9. In Pennsylvania and Levittown, we had 8.8, Malvern so far 8.6. A lot of these numbers were as of around midnight, so we have increased still then, but I haven't received them from the National Weather Service yet, so we're waiting on that. Skippack Township 7.8 at last report, Bushkill Township 4.3, Philadelphia International 6.5 inches as of midnight last night. So we're going to continue to increase those as soon as the National Weather Service puts more out. They've been working so hard all through the night. Storm tracker showing what's happening right now. We still are in the height of the storm near Philadelphia and east. Not so much north and west. You're pretty much done in Reading and Allentown. You have a couple of flurries and that's it. It wasn't as intense there. You're wrapping up in Chester County, but you have that heavy band right through the city and even more so through Burlington County, through the shore. And some of these bands had been producing 2.2 inches of snow an hour. So significant amount of snow still falling in those areas. As this low intensifies and pulls out of here slowly, it'll take the bands with it. So it looks like by 6 o'clock, we're probably above freezing by a degree in the city. And we're starting to see the intensity wane. You have a few snow showers left that are still rather strong along the shore. Not so much by 8, 9 o'clock. You see it kind of wrapping around. We're well above freezing in the city at that point, maybe even some raindrops mixing in. And then at the shore, those last snow showers may continue even through 2 o'clock. So we'll see how quickly they wrap up. Shouldn't really be accumulating by that point because temperature's well above freezing, but it'll still be snow showers around. So at 5 o'clock, you're at the freezing mark. By 7, you're already above it. At 11 o'clock, it's 35. So already at 11 o'clock, you're a few degrees above freezing. You have a couple of light flurries, maybe some raindrops mixing in with that. And at this point, by the afternoon, you really only have a few flurries or raindrops near the coast. At 5 o'clock, it's 38. So getting well above freezing today. Still some intense snow bands. Here's what to expect today. Tapers by about dawn. Still blowing snow concerns. The actual blizzard warning and winter storm warnings don't expire until 6 o'clock, long after any accumulating snow is done, but they're concerned about things blowing around in the wind. We'll see about that. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day. Light snow, but windy. Now that happens during the daylight hours. It's still pretty heavy right now, 38. Tomorrow, partly sunny, breezy, 33. A few more snow showers. Watch for that morning commute on Wednesday, 44. Some late day rain and snow showers possible on Thursday. Friday and Saturday are quiet. Saturday's mild. Sunday mostly cloudy and 52 degrees. There's a lot to talk about with this storm. It was complex. It is hard to believe we were at 52 the other day, 40 yesterday, and here we are talking a foot of snow in spots.
I saw grass.
I know. We all finally saw our lawns.
We were so close. This time, though, and I have a graphic, I'm going to kind of explain this in a minute, but this time it's so much different because we stayed above freezing even on the days it was snowing.
Sure.
So it's going to melt a lot faster.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about, so that's good.
Yeah.
Now, get this out of here soon.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
Counties surrounding Philadelphia also saw a significant amount of snowfall through the late night and early morning. Visibility continued to decline in King of Prussia, sending most people indoors except for that one guy.
Well, those who are still out making last-minute runs to stock up before hunkering down for the storm, while others were already thinking ahead to cleanup.
We have a snowblower, so my husband is ready for that. Yeah, and I'll be sitting inside making soup.
We'll see what it does, and maybe Tuesday we'll think about digging out.
Soup sounds good. The action cam also spotted road crews out treating the streets as conditions worsened.
Sky 6 is taking a live look right now at City Avenue. The snow plows have been out. You can see a little bit of blacktop here in Philadelphia. Our team coverage continues after the break. We're back now with a look at the snowy conditions in Kent County, Delaware. Governor Matt Meyer declared a state of emergency and has activated the Emergency Management Agency.
DelDOT officials tell us their plow operators are working nonstop to keep the roads as clear as possible. That's the story down in Delaware. Now a look around the region with Matt Pellman.
Crews are working hard all over the place this morning, guys. And here's my I can't stay home checklist. If you can't stay home, here are the things you want to do. Have your phone fully charged. Take that along, obviously. Fill up that gas tank. Fill up your windshield washer fluid. You're going to need the windshield wipers a lot as you head out. Have a shovel in the trunk of your car in case you get stuck. Same with some sand and kitty litter in case you need to gain traction. You throw that stuff under your tires. Have an extra blanket, maybe an extra coat, just in case you get stuck, and some snacks too, because snacks make everything more pleasant, right? We're out here along 95 in Chester, Delaware County by the Commodore Barry Bridge. Hearing that up ahead southbound as you head toward the state line, there's a downed tree around Chichester to watch out for. Live look at Painter's Crossing. It's 202 at Route 1 Baltimore Pike. I just saw a plow come through here. We need another one. There's still a decent amount of snow on the road, but those crews are working hard. And a live look at the Schuylkill in University City. You still see a lot of slush on the road in both directions. See one westbound car there. 45 miles per hour is the max if you head on these highways this morning. Matt and Aliana?
No faster than that. Thanks, Matt. 4:56, we have live team coverage of the winter storm.
And let's take a live look from Mobile 6 right now, live along Route 9 in Pleasantville, New Jersey. You can see here that some of the roads have been plowed, but that snow accumulation is kind of no match right now for the plows, but they're getting the work done. We're going to have a live report from Atlantic City next.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program with Matt Pellman, Aliana Gomez, meteorologist Karen Rogers, and Matt O'Donnell.
Good morning. It's 5 a.m. on this Monday, February 23rd, and we are tracking a powerful winter storm.
Much of our viewing area is still seeing some winter weather, and we've got team coverage. Sky 6 taking a live look at the Jersey Shore right now, which was hit the hardest by the storm. You can see the shore is still being battered with that heavy snow. We have a live report from Atlantic City coming up.
Hardly a pleasant scene down there. People in Philadelphia are also battling these wintry conditions as the snow has been falling and blowing all night.
And Mobile 6 is out and about this morning, driving across the region to give you a first-hand look at the roads. A much calmer scene here.
So let's bottom line you, it's not over yet. It's not. Please stay at home.
If you can, yeah. I mean, the roads are not in good shape, a lot of them.
And you know, the real issue, too, the visibility, because it's blowing all over. You saw that from that shot. So in addition to coming down, we've got reports of over 2 inches an hour coming down within the last hour in Mount Holly. Let's take a look right now at the very latest. If you know me, you know, I'm constantly making new graphics, trying to explain things. So let's look at some of the storm highlights so far. It is officially a bomb cyclone, equal to a Category 1 hurricane, because that pressure dropped so much overnight. We did have thunder snow in South Jersey, which is rare but happens. We had a peak wind gust of 61 miles an hour overnight in Atlantic City, and visibility near 1 mile since 3 p.m. yesterday. So 1 mile or less since 3 p.m. yesterday. As of yet, nobody has hit the blizzard criteria, but you can't see out there in a lot of spots, and that's why we're saying stay off the roads. These numbers are going to increase as we get more information coming in from the National Weather Service. But here's the latest so far. Mount Holly, 16.2 inches. Atlantic City, 12.6. Chester, 5.8. Manayunk, 6.5. Huff's Church, 7.7. Dover Air Force Base, 10 inches of snow. Significant snow. It is heavy. It is wet. Still visibility now, just a half mile in Philadelphia, in Atlantic City, in Millville. Still can't see out there. Still winds of 40 miles an hour at the shore. 32 in the city, and storm tracker showing we still have some heavy bands. You're pretty much done in Allentown and Reading, but heavy bands in Philadelphia, heavy bands east. Matt and Aliana be back in a few minutes. We'll take you through future tracker. We'll talk about when it exits coming up in a few.
Yeah, that would be a relief.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. This heavy snow has been falling overnight, making it treacherous conditions across the viewing area.
Yeah, Action News has you covered from the shore to the city and in the suburbs. We have a team of reporters covering all angles of the storm this morning.
Let's pick one to start. I go with reporter Catherine Scott. Yes, live in Atlantic City, which seems to be one of the worst spots to be, right, Catherine?
Well, I got to tell you, the wind is not making it easy to be here. You can see the snow is just coming sideways because the wind gusts are quite strong. And Karen even said they reduced overnight, and even now they feel strong this morning. And the snow continues to fall. It's really hard to give you a direct indication of how much snow has fallen. These are tire tracks right here, and you can see how the tire has just cut through. So it's not, you know, I can't say that that's exactly from ground up to here. That's not exactly how much, but more than a foot has fallen in Atlantic City. But because of the wind, the snow is just blowing everywhere. And that visibility is something that we've been seeing an issue with here. You can look up ahead, those signs for the casinos, for resorts and Hard Rock, and, you know, you can barely see them. Normally you can see that just cutting through the night sky, but obviously the visibility is quite low this morning. The snow started yesterday afternoon. It went from rain to snow. It got dicey very, very quickly here, and it's really just continued throughout the night and into the early morning hours. So it is accumulating. As we've been taking a look around the roads, we have seen coastal flooding around Atlantic City. The plows have been out. The plows are actually making the roads look pretty good compared to this. However, there's still snow covered. Give them time and space to do their work. So hopefully later on they'll be a lot better. But the crews have been out all night long trying to plow the roads and clear sidewalks and try to make everything more passable. But clearly conditions are still pretty rough here this morning, guys.
Yeah, Catherine, we're definitely seeing the worst of it where you are right now. Thank you so much for the update. Stay warm and be careful out there. You know, Philadelphia also under a blizzard warning until 6 this evening.
Action News reporter Corey Davis is live at the Good Stuff, a PennDOT salt yard in South Philadelphia. Going to need lots of stuff there, Corey.
Hey, good morning. So the plows are back, and this is a good sign. Definitely what people want to see. They are rolling out down Oregon Ave at the moment here. 1, 2, 3, filled with salt and sand. This one pushing some of the snow under the overpass, the I-95 overpass where we are at Oregon Ave. Look at this minivan coming up behind them with all of the snow on top of the roof right there. Not to call this person out, but you have to make sure that you try to clear as much snow off of the top of your cars before you head out. That is a lot of snow that might fly off into someone else's field of vision. So let's swing it back around just to give you an idea. Speaking of vision, the visibility on the interstates are fairly rough. That's what we saw on I-95 south heading from Center City into South Philadelphia where we are. And you can see out here in the distance this person with the umbrella. I saw her walk down. Now she's making her way back over here too. She's tilted at an angle there because that's how the snow is coming in at the moment. And even going further up to the light above her, you can really see how it's whipping around up there at the higher elevation just above the road. So keep that in mind, especially those who might have to go to work or people who absolutely need to be out at the moment. So you can see the blacktop right here where the plow just came through, but it really only takes about 10 minutes or so for this to be covered again. That's what we've been seeing because the snow's been coming down pretty well at the moment. So this woman right here, she's taking her time, walking very carefully here. The roads sometimes in certain areas are a little easier to walk on after the plows come through because the sidewalks haven't been treated just yet. So we've been seeing a whole lot, especially with the plows. One plow truck driver told me that they haven't really rested a whole lot over the course of the morning, even from yesterday into today. They've been working really hard. They expect to really pick up their activity once the snow slows down enough to where they can actually make some progress too. So we've been seeing a handful of cars making their way around, but plow trucks are what we're seeing the most of. And just like what Catherine was saying, that is what city officials really want. They want those plow truck drivers to have enough room and space out there to make their way around. So a lot of activity. We will definitely stay on top of the progress and keep you up to date over the course of the morning. But I'm reporting live here in South Philadelphia. Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, the plows working tirelessly for the rest of us. Good to see. Thank you, Corey. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker declared a disaster emergency. The city is also under a snow emergency. The mayor says the declarations allow the city to better fight the storm. It also means you must move your vehicle off the snow emergency routes so they can be cleared. Trash and recycling is on a 2-day delay. The School District of Philadelphia and Archdiocesan schools in the city are shifting to virtual learning today. We have a full list of closures at the bottom of your screen. And now, well, let's take a walk in the park with Action News reporter Cheyenne Karen live in Philadelphia's Rittenhouse Square. Good morning, Cheyenne.
Good morning, Matt. Even though it certainly does not feel like a walk in the park here at Rittenhouse Square, let me actually turn my camera around because we see a plow truck coming through here live. You can see that this snow is really starting to pile up, but we definitely have seen crews out here working. This snow is really heavy. If you look at some of these trees, you can see the snow is just falling to the ground because of how heavy that snow is. But me and my photographer, we traveled all the way here to Rittenhouse from King of Prussia, and those road conditions as we got closer to the city, they definitely worsened. You can see in this video that as we were traveling towards 76, the roads got worse. Luckily, once we got on the highway, it was a lot better. And then as we started getting closer to the city, you can see that a lot of those roads were covered in snow, and we definitely came across some slippery conditions. But if you didn't catch my last live shot, we spoke to a man who was out here shoveling, and he said that the conditions this storm are a lot better than last storm. So I know that that's good news for a lot of people. But during my last live shot, someone who was on the road, there haven't been many people out, brought to my attention that there's a small tree down the street that's on the ground. He says that this tree fell and almost hit his car, and I can only imagine that this is the case all around our city. So if you do not have to go outside, just stay at home. That's what officials are asking people. And when you do listen to them, that's when they're able to treat the roads and do the work that we have been seeing all morning here. But this is the conditions here in Rittenhouse. You can see that snow is just continuing to fall. I'm sure you see it in my hair and on my jacket. We'll make sure that we keep you updated. We're live here in Rittenhouse Square. Cheyenne Karen, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
Cheyenne, you pointed out that tree that was down. I know on my way in yesterday, I saw a bunch of tree branches all kind of closer to the street because that snow is so heavy. So we're going to probably see a lot more branches falling down. Hopefully not as many trees. All right, Cheyenne. Thank you so much for your report this morning. We're going to check in soon. We're going to look at Mobile 6 right now, live in Westchester on Market Street, where we see it looks like those plows have been doing their work out there to get things cleared up as much as they can throughout the morning while the snow continues to fall. Let's check in with Matt Pellman now.
We're behind one there. That's the best place to be, but just keep it about 6 car lengths behind that plow. Give them space to do their thing. Good morning, Aliana. Just watched a big clump of snow slide down our camera here, so we can see again. If you have to head out this morning, you're going to need your windshield wipers. There's going to be a lot of snow on the windshield. Here come a couple eastbound cars on the Schuylkill passing the boulevard. We can actually see some of the blacktop here. Evidence that those crews have been working hard to try and clear the roads. Live look in South Philadelphia, 95 in the work zone north of the Walt Whitman. Here comes some northbound vehicles. It's still pretty slushy out here on this stretch of 95 this morning. And a snapshot in Delaware, Route 1 by the Roth Bridge. Still a lot of snow on the road here too, but luckily not a lot of people are out and about. Live look at 42 in South Jersey. We need some plows here. Still seeing a lot of snow by 295. And we have down poles in Evesham, portions of 70, Tuckerton Road, Taunton Lake Road, all closed. Down in Cumberland and Cape May counties, portions of Route 50 and 47 are blocked. So a lot of blockages if you have to head out this morning. Matt?
Thanks, Matt. We have it downtown. Well, we're starting to see one at least. This is a live look on Sky 6. That's Center City, Philadelphia on this Monday. Visibility is still low. I mean, maybe it's changed, Karen, but it's still not the kind that you want to go out there.
No, it's about a half a mile at Philadelphia, Matt. So you got to be careful. It's just hard to see out there with that snow still coming down and the blowing snow because of those strong winds. They've been about 35 or so in the city over the last hour, but more than 40 at the shore, depending on where you are. So here's the latest look at the snow. You're pretty much done in Lancaster and Reading and Allentown, a couple flurries, and that's it. You've got a heavier band right now near the city and heavier bands through the Jersey Shore and over as well. I think it'll all start to decrease in intensity within the next hour. We're still sitting at the freezing mark in the city, a little below it in some other spots, but we are going to rise above freezing over the next couple of hours. Look at the wind chill though, 19. I was walking to work from the hotel and I wanted to take a video of the swirlings, but I didn't feel like standing still because I was too cold. So, so you look at the video from the poor reporter standing in that feeling like 18 degrees right now, even though that temperature's in the 30s, and that's because the wind and it's just making it feel so cold. By 8:30 in the morning, you have a few lighter snow showers. By that point, we're above freezing in the city, a few light snow showers near the coast, and before it all wraps up through the afternoon along the coastline. That's where you hold on to some of those light snow showers a little longer. We'll talk totals. We'll show you what happens through the day, get you through this in that 7-day, guys, in just a few minutes.
All right, Karen, thank you. It's 5:13 right now. New this morning, a boil water advisory has been issued for parts of Camden after a water main break.
Sky 6 taking a live look at Philadelphia International Airport, equally invisible. We have an update on the winter storm's impact on PHL and other local airports next. Taking a live look at the conditions at Philadelphia International Airport, quite poor. Visibility is low. Travel disruptions continue with a wave of delays and cancellations from yesterday lingering into today. More than 600 flights have been canceled so far, with 83% of departures and 70% of arrivals impacted. Atlantic City International Airport announced it will remain closed until 7 a.m., while Wilmington Newcastle Airport is closed until 4 p.m.
New Jersey was hit hard by the storm, and a state of emergency remains in effect this morning. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington live in Turnersville, New Jersey with the latest. Elizabeth, we're still seeing that snow coming down, but it looks like your face and hair is getting a little bit of a break from those heavy flakes.
Yes, Aliana, thank you for noticing. It definitely feels like the snow isn't as wet as it was maybe an hour ago. I got to tell you, when I woke up this morning and looked out the window, I thought, wow, it's actually really beautiful. It's like a winter wonderland out there. The second I stepped outside, I was singing a much different tune. I want to show you how deep the snow is because I forgot the yardsticks. We're going to have to use my leg as a measurement. So I stepped in here. You can see how deep it is. It took a while for me to actually find the ground. It's up to like the middle of my calf. So we have to have at least a foot here in Turnersville, but you can see just how deep the snow is. When you first just put your foot in here, you're not even touching the ground. There's still snow underneath that you have to really dig out. So I'm imagining people shoveling today are going to have a really, really, really difficult time because this is some heavy, densely packed snow. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see the road. From where I'm standing to the other side of the road is just a blanket of white. We have seen some plows go through here, but the snow is coming down so quickly that the second that they leave, it's just covered in a matter of a few minutes later. So they're asking people to stay off the roads here in New Jersey. We got some people driving by. They're going at a pretty steady pace, so people are making their way to work if they have to. But again, the officials in New Jersey are asking you to stay off the roads if you can. Of course, that's not possible for everybody, but the roads are snow covered and it is not very fun to be out here this morning. So if you can stay inside, please do. But I think the kids are going to have fun because they're all off from school, and this is definitely some good snowball making snow, some good sledding snow, but like I said, really going to be difficult to shovel. We're live in Turnersville this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Matt.
I say we make them shovel, then they play. Yeah. First things
exactly.
first. Yes. We're strict around here, Karen Rogers. You know that? We are.
Yes, we are. It's because we raised a few children successfully. Good morning, everybody. Let's talk about some of the latest snowfall totals. These will constantly be updated throughout the morning. So this is that last report right now from the National Weather Service. Mount Holly takes the cake at 16.2 inches. They had 2.2 inches an hour a couple hours ago because of that heavy band moving through. Dover Air Force Base 10, Jersey and Delaware 9, Margate 13. I want to sit on the beach. Gibbsboro 10 inches in Camden County, Trenton 7.9. That's in New Jersey and Delaware and Pennsylvania. So far in Levittown 8.8, Malvern 8.6, Morton, Delaware County 7, Skippack Township 7.8, Bushkill 4.3, Philadelphia International 6.5. A lot of these numbers came into the National Weather Service at midnight, so we have to wait for them to update them before I give you the totals coming in. Still have a heavy band right now through Philadelphia and through New Jersey and Delaware. We're looking at those darker shades. You see it right now with our exclusive radar site in Lancaster. We can tell it's wrapped up there. Your northwest suburbs. We had told you wouldn't get as much. It's already dry in Reading and Allentown, a couple of flakes coming through, but it's still coming down pretty good through Montgo and through Bucks right now, just not quite the same intensity you're getting in New Jersey. A wider look at the storm that did bomb out. I mean, this was a powerful storm and still is as it slowly pushes up the coastline and pulls away from here. We'll watch these bands start to wrap up. 6, 7 o'clock, it looks a lot different, and that temperature already about 33 in the city, but some of those heavier bands linger near the coast. So we'll be watching that at 9:30 in the morning. But with the sun angle as it is at this point, this late in the season, I don't think you really accumulate much through the morning hours there, but you are going to get a few wraparound snow showers, maybe as late as through the afternoon along the shore. Issues will be the wind still whipping things around, so it might be still hard to see. So we're going to be around the freezing mark at 6 with that snow coming down. At 10, 11, 12, it's a couple of light snow showers around. At 4 o'clock, you're dry, but maybe you're still seeing a hard time with that snow blowing around. At 6 o'clock, it's 37 degrees. So looking at the snow, still some intense snow and wind happening right now, but it does wrap up by about dawn. It's looking like less intense, but some snow showers, especially east of the city. Still some snowing, blowing snow concerns. The warnings last through 6 o'clock this evening, long after the snow shuts down. So the AccuWeather alert for today, 38 degrees for your high through the afternoon. And then tonight you get the refreeze. And that's going to be a big deal because even though if they've cleared the roads, you have some winds still blowing stuff back on the road. So tomorrow morning, like, really be careful for the commute. 33 for the high. So melting going on, but it's still cold Tuesday. Wednesday, a few morning snow showers around as well, and 44 degrees. And then Thursday, late day rain or snow. Friday, breezy. Saturday looks good. Sunday looks cloudier. Matt, I'm dying to see the roads. So you were telling me some of them look like they're just wet, but in others, I guess it's hard to see.
I can help, Karen. Let's show you.
Please.
We're out here on the Pennsylvania Turnpike by Fort Washington now. We just saw a plow train come through here. 4 plows kind of staggered, clearing out these lanes. So it doesn't look bad here on the westbound side of the Turnpike by Fort Washington because the plow train just came through. Over here on 202 by Malvern, we're seeing more slush. At least that police activity we had southbound here in Chester County is cleared out of the way. Schuylkill Expressway in University City, we still see some slush. I've been seeing people going really slowly, which is great. 45 miles per hour is the speed limit on most of these highways this morning, but I'm seeing people go far under that. 95 in Delco by the Commodore Barry Bridge. We see some snow and slush still out here on the lanes. And a snapshot of 95 by 273 in Christiana. Same deal. The road is still partially covered. Aliana?
All right, Matt, thank you. There's a boil water advisory now in effect for parts of Camden following a water main break at the intersection of 9th and Jefferson Streets. City officials and American Water say the advisory is a precaution while water quality testing is underway. Impacted areas include properties south of Ferry Avenue through Collings Road, Fairview, Morgan Village, Centerville, and a small portion of Waterfront South.
Taking a trip along the Jersey Shore on Mobile 6. Boy, oh boy, they got a lot of snow down there too. Look at that on the roads. That's Route 9 in Summers Point in Atlantic County, and the snow is still falling as we speak. We'll have the latest totals, plus a look around the region next. The action cam was out in the Lehigh Valley where several inches of snow fell. We found plows out and about in Bethlehem overnight where the ground was coated but appeared to be manageable. Police were also out towing vehicles that were left on snow emergency routes.
Let's take a live look outside at City Avenue this morning. The roads, you see the plows coming through because you can see some blacktop there, but at least conditions and visibility seems better here. We're going to have much more live team coverage up next. Breaking now at 5:30, complete coverage of our latest winter storm, Sky 6, live from our attheshore.com camera. This is happening right now. This is how visibility is. This is how strong the wind is. Snow and wind pounding the coast for hours. And then high tide came and flooding started overnight.
Mobile 6 is out there keeping distance from the plows, checking on road conditions, and showing you that this is not exactly the best time to go out and head to grandmother's house. In fact, we have some of the plows out there right now, so everything's going really slow. You are urged to stay home if you can and let the crews get to work.
Our Action News reporters are out there braving the elements as well this morning. We have live team coverage from Philadelphia to Atlantic City and the suburbs in between.
The storm is not done just yet. Storm Tracker 6 shows it for you right there over South Jersey and Delaware, parts of PA. We are tracking when those final flakes will fall.
Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, February 23rd. Just as you started to see the grass, it's covered again. Matt Pellman covering all the transit and traffic restrictions. And of course, meteorologist Karen Rogers, very busy with all her data totals and numbers and forecasts. And
I tried to walk over from the hotel this morning with my umbrella. You can imagine how well that went. It was blowing inside out. I thought it was going to be like Mary Poppins.
Swirl, right?
Yeah.
And this was as powerful with the pressure as a hurricane. So that gives you a sense of how strong this storm was and how it impacted us. I just updated some of these numbers. We just got some new ones coming in. So Mount Holly still at 16.2, Atlantic City 12.6, in Levittown 15 inches of snow, in East Nantmeal 9, in Morton, Delaware County just a little over a foot, in Point Breeze near the city 11 inches of snow. Sizable amount of snow through the area. It's still coming down, guys. Let's take a look at the visibility. We're still at a half mile in Philadelphia, half mile in Atlantic City. So it's hard to see because you have the snow coming down. You've got the wind that's gusting 40 miles an hour right now in Atlantic City. When I came in around 1:30 this morning, it was 61 miles an hour. So I guess it's improved a little, but 40 miles an hour. You've got that snow whipping around 32 miles an hour in the city. And look at those snow bands. So we're not seeing quite as much north and west. You're pretty much done in Reading and Allentown. You have some flurries, some heavier bands just to our west, cutting through Montgomery and Bucks and the city, but more so in New Jersey where you still have that intense storm going on right now. But we're going to see it gradually lessen and just some lighter snow showers and wind at 8 and 33, above freezing by then. We're right around the freezing mark now. 36 at lunchtime with snow that is light and likely melting. You got some flurries mostly east of the city. It's dry at 4 o'clock, guys, but the trouble is you've got some snow still blowing around. So we'll get the latest with this. Talk more totals in just a minute as they keep coming in.
All right, Karen, thank you. And we begin our storm coverage in New Jersey, where there is a state of emergency in effect still. Winds, rain, snow have been battering the coast.
Officials in Atlantic City say they have not seen a storm like this along the coast since 2016. Action News reporter Catherine Scott is live on the boardwalk in AC. Not many people selling popcorn or Surrey rides out there right now, right, Catherine?
No, I wish they were. It would make it a lot more fun out here, that's for sure. We're along the boardwalk right now. Before when we spoke to you, we were in an unplowed area, and in that spot, you could see exactly how deep the snow was. It's really deceiving depending on where you are and how much has been plowed or cleared. It may not look like there is that much. You can see they've plowed the boardwalk, for example. It's covered, but it is plowed. However, I will tell you, on my way up to the boardwalk a couple minutes ago just to check it out, I happened to run across a snowdrift. I didn't realize it as I was walking near the stairs, and I literally went from walking, I think somehow I sunk down about knee deep and then just face planted into snow. Zach was like, I saw you standing and then I saw you not standing. I was just dying laughing. I don't really know what happened, but that I think is a sign of today. And if you take a look at the boardwalk, I mean, look at that visibility. Look at the wind just blowing all of the snow around. The snow started yesterday afternoon. It's been coming down ever since. The wind gusts have been very strong. There's coastal flooding when you're driving around the street. That's something you definitely want to watch out for because there is flooding in spots around Atlantic City. That said, the plows have been out. They've been making the rounds. They've been clearing. You see people out on the sidewalk shoveling. They have the snow blowers out. They're trying to make the sidewalks passable. They're trying to make the roads passable. So the plows are working. The roads are still covered. It is still treacherous. You want to stay inside if you can. And conditions are actually just pretty unpleasant walking around anyway. We're live in Atlantic City this morning. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
Watch where you step, Catherine. Please be careful, as you always are. It happens, right? Sky 6 taking a live look at Center City, Philadelphia. Snow coming down here, sometimes sideways, is blowing around. You know, just when the snow piles from January were nearly melted away, here we go again. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker has declared a disaster emergency for the city.
The mayor is promising to use every tool the city has to make the roads passable in a swift and efficient manner.
All vehicles should have already been removed from designated snow emergency routes. Residents must clear a 36-inch wide path on your sidewalks within 6 hours after the snowfall ends.
There is no trash or recycling pickup today or tomorrow. Philadelphia Public and Archdiocesan schools are operating on a virtual schedule. Action News reporter Corey Davis live at the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia with more on what things are looking like out there.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the plows are making their ways around. I want to show you over here that flag in the distance to give you an idea of what the wind is like at the moment in South Philadelphia. The flag is moving around pretty well. And even further up next to this billboard, you can see where the lights are, just how the snow is being whipped around on the level where I-95 is. We're right under I-95 here along Oregon Avenue right now. And when you're up there, especially on the interstate, the wind is blowing the snow around in the windshield, and it makes it pretty difficult to see. That's what we experienced driving from Center City down south along 95 and into South Philadelphia at the moment. Plow trucks, once again, are making their way around. So a plow just cleared some snow here, and you can see the blacktop once again, really for the first time all morning. So we'll see how quickly it takes for this to get covered again. Earlier, it took about 10 minutes or so for the snow to pretty much erase all of the work that the plow trucks were doing over the course of the morning. There's a plow coming through right now. As they were, these PennDOT workers, they've been working hard. A plow truck driver told me they haven't really taken a lot of breaks because they have a lot of work to do, and they're really looking forward to the moment the snow starts to taper off a lot so they can make some significant progress out there on the roads. But they're appreciative that drivers are listening at the moment and staying home and not really driving around. That's really what they need. So we will definitely stay on top of how things are looking. The snow overall, like at the ground level, isn't coming down as heavy at this hour for now, but we'll see what happens potentially in the next few minutes because it has been changing. For now, reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
And we're definitely appreciative of the work they do out there for us. Thank you, Corey. Matt Pellman, is going to take a while to clear all this stuff out.
Yeah, crews are working hard, but there is a lot of snow and a lot of slush to clear. And here on the Schuylkill, someone slipped, slid, and ended up sideways right by South Street. Just while Corey was speaking, the tow truck and police officers arrived here on the scene. But watch out for it. Schuylkill eastbound by South Street. Here's 202 in King of Prussia. We're doing okay this morning. You might recall they were supposed to close the southbound side today for most of the rest of the year for sinkhole work. That has been pushed back. until at least Wednesday. So you have a couple more days, 202 southbound being open. Here we are in Chester County along the 30 bypass. Eastbound, there was a crash. Approaching this point at 340, sounds like traffic is now getting by. Snapshot in Delaware in Bear. This is Route 1 by 40. You can get by, but there's still a lot of slush on the road. And in South Jersey, still have a number of down poles in Evesham. Portions of Route 70, Tuckerton Road, Taunton Lake Road eastbound, all closed. We're hearing that safety inspections are going on right now on the regional rails, so they are temporarily suspended. They hope to get them running on Saturday schedules eventually, but for now they are not running. Trolleys are diverted to 40th and Market. No SEPTA buses are running. They are all suspended this morning. The Patco high-speed line's on a snow schedule, and NJT's River Line not running. It's suspended early on this Monday morning. Aliana?
All right, Matt, thank you. Power problems are a concern as well with the heavy wet snow and high winds. You could see lights flashing and wires sparking outside a home in Berlin, New Jersey. PSE&G says it has 3,000 field crews on hand to support storm-related outages.
A number of power outages cropped up from the winter storm. AC Electric has nearly 38,000. Mostly in Atlantic and Cape May counties. Delmarva has almost 37,000 outages, mostly in Sussex County along the beach. PECO is reporting just over 6,000 outages, with the bulk of those in Delaware County, and PSE&G has a little more than 3,700 outages. So it's much worse along the coastlines, whether you're in New Jersey and Delaware. Live look in Mobile 6. Ooh. Look at that. Wow. The cars are covered. The road is covered. The sidewalks are covered. It's all covered. It's going to take a while, and it's still coming down. We're in Ocean City, New Jersey right now. Karen Rogers, the coastline, that's where to watch.
It's still coming down. It's still heavy in spots, and it's still accumulating right now. I do think all of that decreases within the next couple of hours, but we're still in it right now, guys. Let's take a look at Storm Tracker. Lancaster, Reading, Allentown, not much happening right now. In the city, you see, can you kind of see that heavier band of purple right here as these bands just wrap around this area of low pressure, particularly heavy still along the coastline where you've got really battered. You're getting more snow there right now. Temperature-wise, sitting right at the freezing mark. Look at these wind chills here. It feels like 19 degrees stepping out. I mean, if you are heading out, if you're going to start to shovel in shifts because you have so much, you need to protect everything because of these strong winds that it feels so cold. As we look at it over the next few hours, Future Tracker showing by 8 o'clock a lot less intense. It's pushing to the east by that point. We're already drying out. You're having snow showers that aren't really accumulating as much. Still some accumulation right along the coastline where those temperatures are below freezing. And then finally, it may take till 3 o'clock or so to get the last flakes off of the coastline, but we'll be long done that in the city. One of the issues, though, is the whipping wind. Visibility is going to be an issue if you're trying to get out even later. We'll talk more about that. That 7-day forecast, I've got some new numbers just coming in hot off the presses, guys. Woo. So that's coming up next. I got to type, hurry up.
Yeah, it's like warm socks out of the dryer.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Karen. Time now, 5:42. Our coverage of the winter storm continues.
All right, let's get you outside again for another look here at City Hall in Philadelphia. Everything is snow covered and the wind looks like it's still coming down. We're going to be back with more reports from South Jersey and Philadelphia coming up.
Some traffic. This is the first really this morning we've seen any sort of traffic out there, but a lot of it is related to some of the crews out there trying to clear off the roads, but there are other people just sort of out and about, which if you can delay that and forego that for now, that would be great. But Mobile 6 is traveling in Chester County. That's Route 202 in Tredyffrin Township. It looks like things are a real slow go. The roads are looking pretty decent, but there's still some work to do along the on and off ramps and some of the side streets. So do be careful, but again, they're asking everyone to try and not get on the roads, at least this morning, so it gives more room for those plow operators to clear off the snow and get things ready for heavier traffic later on today.
And viewers have been giving us a glimpse of the conditions from their backyards. You can see the winds rustling the shrubs here in Mount Ephraim, Camden County overnight.
Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live in Washington Township, Gloucester County, and the snow still kind of going sideways there, Elizabeth.
Yeah, good morning, Matt and Aliana. So the snow is definitely still coming down. It feels like it's maybe lightened up in the last 30 minutes. Perhaps that's just wishful thinking. I'm just manifesting that. But my face is dry, and I couldn't say that an hour ago. So the standards are pretty low when it comes to comfort levels. It's certainly still unpleasant out here, but maybe things are starting to die down a little bit. I want to show you the road. This is Route 42 in Washington Township. All is quiet. We have seen very few cars out on the roads here today. We have seen several plow trucks make passes, but from where we're standing to the other side of the road, it's just a blanket of white. It is a really difficult job for these plow drivers to keep up with how fast the snow is falling. We did take a 5-minute drive down Route 42 about 20 minutes ago, and it was manageable. I know we are telling people to stay off the roads. Officials in South Jersey are telling people to stay off the roads. It's obviously not realistic for everybody. So if you do have to travel on Route 42 this morning, it is passable. Again, it's still snow covered, but we were okay as long as we just took it slow. So definitely stay inside if you can. It's not pleasant to be out here, but you're going to have to shovel out. You're going to have to get all the snow off of your car, and it's going to be a pretty difficult task. This is some densely packed, heavy snow. It is not the light, fluffy, fun stuff, but it is good for snowballs and sledding. All the kids are going to be off from school today, I'm sure, so they will have fun, but shoveling not going to be an easy task. We are live in Washington Township this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News.
Gotta be some heavy stuff, right?
Yeah, and a reminder, Elizabeth, you guys were traveling in a vehicle that has 4-wheel drive, correct? So if you have if you have a small car without 4-wheel drive, don't do it.
Yeah, Karen brought her convertible in today.
Yes, I did. One, I do not have a convertible. Two, I walk to work. But thank you for that, Matt O'Donnell. Hair blowing in the wind. That's what I would do today. Good morning, everybody. Let's show you some new numbers just coming in right now. Mount Holly, yep, you're seeing it right. 18.5 inches of snow in Mount Holly, just in right now. They had a band a couple hours ago that was going over 2 inches an hour. They're now down to about 1.5 inches an hour, but it's vastly increasing with these numbers. Lindenwold, Camden County, 16.5. New number in Woodbury, New Jersey, 12. Lawrenceville, Mercer County, 14. Woodstown, 12. Summers Point, 12 inches of snow. You've got a foot or more in New Jersey and Delaware. Let's look at some of the latest Pennsylvania numbers. Blandon, 3.5. East Nantmeal Township in Chester County, 9. Boothwyn, 10 inches. Willow Grove, 11. Langhorne, 14. And in Levittown, Bucks County, 15 inches of snow, and it's still coming down. Let's look at Storm Tracker 6. Okay, Lancaster, Reading, Allentown, couple of flurries. It's pretty much done far north and west, but we can still see that snow cutting through Montgomery and Bucks. It's not quite as intense as it is in New Jersey, but we do have that one band. You see the darker shades there of purple? As these bands just wrap around this low, that's what we'll continue to see as it slowly starts to pull away. You can see in Burlington and Ocean probably getting some of the heaviest snow right there. Here's a look at this low pulling away right now, but it's going to take a couple of hours to decrease the intensity. That's what we're going to see slowly but surely. And then through the late morning or afternoon hours, it's just some light snow showers, maybe even mixed with some raindrops as temperatures increase. In fact, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're likely above freezing in the city at that point. But we still have snow coming down pretty good in Toms River, in Atlantic City, where you're below freezing. And then even thereafter, 9:30, you've got some snow showers coming down, but with the high sun angle, probably not accumulating much in New Jersey, probably not in the city. You'll be about 34 degrees by 9:30 in the morning. And then those flakes kind of linger towards the shore, maybe till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think one of the issues is the visibility right now as you're trying to drive around, and hopefully you're not. We've got visibility down to about a half mile in the city. 6, 7, 8 o'clock, you're hovering right above freezing with some snow showers coming down. At 10 o'clock, it's 34. At lunchtime, most of the snow showers are east of the city at that point and wrapping up. It's just cloudy at 4 o'clock, but the wind is still pretty strong, and it's 38 degrees. When we compare the two storms, back in January when we had that big storm, we had 2 inches ice on top, and that's what made it just never melt. It was a mess. It was below freezing for 7 days after that, and it took so long to melt. We broke records with that, so it was one for the history books. Now, no ice, just wet snow. We go above freezing today and barely tomorrow, but above freezing all this week, should melt by the end of the week. We even have some rain to help wash it it away. So it will not stick around like it did last time when it was so stubborn. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day. We have the alert today for that light snow and wind, and 38, 33 tomorrow. That morning commute could be a little rough with slick spots. Wednesday, some morning snow showers, 44. Thursday, late day rain and snow. Friday, 43. 54 though on Saturday, Matt. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel. We can see it. We just need to get there.
Bring it on. Yeah. Bring on the 50s, please, Karen. Good morning, everybody out here in University City. They just cleared our vehicle that was facing sideways along the Schuylkill eastbound by South Street. Towed them away, so everything's open, but it is slushy. It is slippery as you drive this morning. Live look in Delco at 95 by the Commodore Barrier. If you're coming southbound toward the state line, watch out. Down around Chichester, we have reports of a downed tree. Sounds like a lane is blocked. And some downed poles over in Evesham and here as well in portions of Cape May County and Cumberland County. Portions of Route 50 and Route 47 are closed because of downed trees and downed poles this morning. So going bananas a little bit on these roads on this National Banana Bread Day. We're eating Tootsie Rolls as well. Enjoy them today. And Feed Fido, it's Dog Biscuit Day. Hospitality Workers Appreciation Day. I used to be one, especially after staying at the hotel last night. We do appreciate them. It's Tile Day, Diesel Engine Day. World Peace and Understanding Day. We celebrate Pinocchio. Aww. It's Play Tennis Day. I don't know if it's the best day for that. And Curling is Cool Day. Have you been watching curling with the Olympics? It's a fascinating sport.
Years back, I did it at one of the clubs in Paoli in Chester.
Oh, really?
County. It's a lot of fun, and they have a bar.
Well, that helps every time. Fantastic.
But I was working, so.
Of course.
Thanks, Matt. All right, we're taking a live look from outside on Mobile 6 on West Avenue in Ocean City, New Jersey. You can barely see the roads and see what's happening here as those windshield wipers are trying to do some quick work. Meteorologist Karen Rogers will be back, and then Adam Joseph is going to be joining Karen Rogers. That's coming up at 6 a.m.
Our crew's been out all night to give you a better idea of the storm's far-reaching impact.
Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne live at Rittenhouse Square this morning. Hey, Cheyenne.
Matt and Aliana, believe it or not, there's been a good amount of people who started to come outside within like the last half an hour. You can see that there's some cars here on the road. And I also want people to know that if you do decide to come outside, there are a lot of people hard at work. Over here, you can see that there's a gentleman salting. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for your hard work. And then behind the Action News van, you also can see that there's a man that's plowing over here. You can see in Rittenhouse Square that snow is still coming down, and this has been the case since we've been out here at this point for a few hours. But that's the latest here in Rittenhouse Square. We'll make sure we keep you guys updated. We have another live shot coming up in just a moment. We're live in Rittenhouse Square. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6 Action News. Matt and Aliana.
All right, Cheyenne, thank you for that. It's 5:56 right now. There's still a lot more storm coverage still to come here on Action News.
And Live Sky 6 taking a look at Philadelphia City Hall. Meteorologist Adam Joseph joins Karen Rogers in the Weather Center to gather snow totals and track the storm's eventual exit.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program with Matt Pellman, Aliana Gomez, meteorologist Karen Rogers, and Matt O'Donnell.
Good morning, all. It's 6 o'clock on this Monday, February 23rd.
Hey, much of our viewing area is still seeing some winter weather, and we have team coverage for you this morning. Sky 6 taking a live look at the Jersey Shore, which was hit the hardest by this storm. I mean, just take a look at how strong those winds are. We have a live report from Atlantic City coming up.
Pretty miserable down there. People in Philadelphia are also battling these winter conditions as the snow has been falling and blowing all night.
Mobile 6 is out and about this morning, driving across the region to give you a first-hand look at the roads.
And then there were 3, or should I say 5 in the studio. Matt Pellman taking a look at the roads. And we have Adam Joseph joining us with Karen Rogers to handle the AccuWeather forecast. Good morning to you all.
Yeah, good morning to you guys as well. And I tell you, it's not 6 p.m. It is 6 a.m. in the morning. I like when the night meets the morning here.
I know.
And you know it's a good snowstorm when something like this happens.
And it has been a bear to forecast, hasn't it been? We've been around the clock on the phone,
I feel like it's been weeks and weeks and weeks, and finally it's unwinding.
Finally here it is, and we can talk some snowfall totals.
Do it.
I know people people are anxious to see that. So let's talk about some of the highlights here with this storm. It was officially a bomb cyclone here. The strength of a Category 1 hurricane because it dropped so quickly with that pressure overnight. We had thunder snow overnight in South Jersey, 61-mile-an-hour gusts in Atlantic City. For 15 hours straight, we have had visibility less than a mile. So it has been hard to see with the snow coming down. Let's look at these totals just in. Mount Holly, 16.2 inches. Atlantic City, 12.6 so far. Levittown, 15. East Nantmill, 9. Morton, Delaware County, 12.1. Mays Landing, 4 inches of snow. Storm Tracker 6 showing right now that it's a little bit less in Reading, in Allentown. You're pretty much done with this storm, but you see those more intense bands coming right through the city, and there you see those darker shades of purple where you're really still getting hit with this through Burlington County along those shore points, those places that already got over a foot. You're getting more snow coming in right now, but we are watching the snow beginning to back off. We're going to reduce, Adam, and in the intensity of this storm as it goes on, and that's something that people are anxious for. When can they get out? When does the storm system slowly exit?
Yeah, obviously the coast is going to be the last to see the effects because it is a coastal system. But between now and let's say the lunchtime hour, there'll be periods where you have some snow falling and then it kind of stops as the system unwinds. So that's why at 8 a.m. you see a little drop and then it goes back up. So you'll see the intensity vary through the next several hours, and then by the afternoon it really kind of says goodbye, I am out of here and I'm heading into New England. In fact, as we take a look at Future Tracker, as we get towards 10 o'clock in the morning, continues to just be cloudy north and west. Temperatures are still above freezing across much of the area, so we're not going to have that refreeze effect that we had after the last storm. Even started to break apart in interior South Jersey, just north of Trenton, 32 degrees. Still snowing pretty heavily by that hour along the coast, but give it till the middle part of the afternoon. That is when the last flakes will fall. And the other thing to note here is the winds will be switching more out of the northwest and decreasing as we go into the afternoon. So wind chills, they're still pretty harsh here between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. in the teens. Winds sustained between about 10 and 15 miles an hour. The best it feels this afternoon is right around 25 degrees. But as Karen has been talking about all morning, 50s are on the way after the storm. That's the good thing to talk about, guys, after this major storm has come through.
Adam, we are looking forward to that. I can tell you for sure. Thank you. This heavy snow has been falling overnight, making for treacherous conditions across the viewing area.
Action News has you covered from the shore to the city and all the suburbs in between. We have team coverage of reporters in Mobile 6 covering all angles of the storm this morning.
Yeah, we begin at the shore with tough as nails reporter Catherine Scott enduring some of the worst conditions we could find anywhere around here in Atlantic City.
Yeah, guys, thanks for sending me. I really appreciate it. No, you know what? It's pretty bad here. The winds have just been really strong. They've been whipping the snow around. And even Karen mentioned, and Adam, these winds have actually reduced from their peak, but they're still so strong here along the boardwalk. You can see the flags are just flying. The snow is whipping around, and that's going to continue for a little while longer. We've been driving around this morning. The roads have been plowed, and the boardwalk's been plowed. You can see actually a plow just came through. It's still snow covered because the snow's coming down really quickly, but the crews have been working all night long, and also, you know, with the shovels and snow blowers and trying to make the sidewalks passable as well. It's just going to take some time. There's so much snow. The conditions are harsh, so just be inside if you can. Use caution if you have to be outside. We're going to send it back to you.
All right. Oh, gosh, Catherine, this might be the worst shot that we've seen from you yet. It's just so, the visibility is so low. Oh, my goodness.
Low.
We're sorry for sending you, but thank you. All right, Catherine. Philadelphia is also under a blizzard warning until about now.
6 this evening, yeah, so 5 minutes ago. Action News reporter Corey Davis is live near the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia, watching the good men and women, all those crews going in and out.
Yep, they are taking a quick break right now because they have been working really hard. And I just spoke with a PennDOT official who told me that a plow train is now headed to Bucks County because she said that they're getting a lot of snow that's being blown around up there. So they're sending the plow train headed north towards Bucks County on 95. They're really trying to get ahead of any situations out there. So that's something to keep in mind. The plow train has been making its way around for sure. But where we are right here on Oregon Avenue is still fairly snow covered. Even even after they've made several passes, someone walking down there. I've noticed people have been walking in the street right here because the sidewalk is just, the snow is really deep on the sidewalk because it hasn't been shoveled just yet. So definitely that'll start happening as more and more people begin to wake up. But that's what it's looking like at the moment. The snow has tapered off for now where we are. It's been off and on, just like Adam and Karen have been saying. So we'll see how it all plays out. But once again, a plow train heading up toward Bucks County at the moment, a PennDOT official just told me. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, plow train, a sight to see. Thanks, Corey. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker declared a disaster emergency. The city is also under a snow emergency. The mayor says the declarations allowed the city to better fight the storm. It also means you must move your vehicle off the snow emergency route so they can be cleared. Trash and recycling is on a 2-day delay. The School District of Philadelphia and Archdiocesan schools in the city are shifting to virtual learning today. We have a full list of closures at the bottom of your screen and on 6abc.com.
All right, let's get you back outside right now. Mobile 6 is live out there on 202. I believe this is still in Chester County. It's pretty dangerous out on the roads. While we are seeing a little bit more clearing on this particular roadway, again, the plows are trying to make do with what they can. They're headed to Bucks County where they're having some issues there. Matt Pellman has a full traffic report next.
Mobile 6 taking a trip through the western suburbs. We're on 202 right now, kind of stationary on that roadway, and it's probably because the plow operators are up ahead. They're trying to clear off more snow. Maybe there's an accident. They're really asking people to stay off the roads this morning so it gives room for the plow operators to clear things off because Matt Pellman, it's been a process.
Oh man, it's been a mess out there. We have the I can't stay home checklist because we know some of you have to get to work this morning. So if you're going to try and head out, have that phone fully charged, the gas tank full, top off the windshield washer fluid. You're going to need it. Throw a shovel in the trunk, maybe some sand or kitty litter just in case you get stuck. Blanket, extra coat, a good idea. Some snacks, because who doesn't want some snacks while they're stuck in snow? And clean off the car, please, before you hit the roads. We have somebody stuck here. This is Bucks County, southbound side of Route 1 by Neshaminy. You can see him there in the snow. Police assisting. We had somebody facing sideways here on the Schuylkill in University City. That eastbound accident's gone. And here the road is looking mainly slushy at this point. We're seeing the blacktop, which is good. 95 by Cottman. Some headlights here coming southbound towards Center City. We're not expecting the typical morning crowd, but these folks that are trying to come south are doing okay. You just have to drop the speeds. In fact, 45 miles per hour is the max on most of these interstates this morning. Had a crash on this part of 95 northbound between 322 and the Barry. It's now cleared out. Snapshot of 95 by Newark, Delaware. This is about the best any of the roads have looked this morning. Here on 95 by Newark, you can see pretty much all the lanes. And over in South Jersey, we're still watching some downed poles along Route 70, Tuckerton Road, Taunton Lake Road eastbound. They're all blocked as we try and clean up from this major storm. Aliana?
All right, Matt, thank you. New Jersey has been getting pounded by heavy snow and strong winds, and a state of emergency remains in effect there. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live in Turnersville, New Jersey with the latest from there. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Aliana. And we are actually just with Chief Patrick Gersick from the Washington Township Police Department. He just pulled up and we said, all right, let's chat with you. He's monitoring the situation. We were just chatting. It's pretty quiet out here on the roads. What are you guys seeing?
Right, it's still very quiet out here in Washington Township. We're seeing a lot of storm-related calls. People stuck in the snow drifts. A lot of power lines are down. People without electricity. Typical snowstorm-related calls for service.
And you were saying before that this storm seems to be a little bit more manageable for clearing purposes than the last storm.
Yes, it looks like the county highways and the state highway in front of us here seems to be pretty good shape so far. They're out here plowing. I think the difference is like the last storm was mostly snow and ice, which made it difficult.
Well, good luck today. Thanks for stopping to chat with us. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks, Chief. So, yeah, it is pretty quiet out here. This is Route 42. We have not seen many cars driving by, but the snow is still coming down. This thing is not quite over just yet, so stay home if you can. We're live in Washington Township this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
Hang in there, Elizabeth. Thanks so much. All right, so Karen Rogers called up one of her friends, and he said, yeah, I'll come in with you.
She's like, I will give you this amount of money if you come in the morning
I said
show.
not that at all, actually.
Wait, you know, the other thing, too, is I didn't tell you guys yet, but I actually baked you guys.
You did!
You did?
I love a guy that that works this hard and
I was like, if
bakes
I'm going to
for
be
us,
up
too.
this early, we're going to get sugared up here, guys.
That's why we
Adam,
invited
feel free to
him
come
here.
back tomorrow. Come on back tomorrow, too.
Tomorrow, too. You come back every day if you're going to bake, Adam. What a day. Maybe you're at home trying to bake, trying to dig out through all of this. Let's show you the latest. We still have blizzard warnings and winter storm warnings until 6 o'clock this evening. Still covering through the region, even though the accumulating snow will be long gone by that point. Let's show you where we are right now. Storm Tracker 6 Live with our multi-sweep scan. You can see how it's a lot less as you look to the west. We've already dried out for the most part in Lancaster at our exclusive radar site there. We're seeing some lighter bands. In Reading, just a few snow flurries. In Allentown, mostly wrapped up. Even in the city, we're really not looking as intense. As we zoom in, we can kind of see some bands here near the city as well as they wrap around this low. But it's really through New Jersey where you see those darker shades of blue and purple where it's coming down in Egg Harbor City, trying to drive along Garden State Parkway. Hopefully you're off the roads because you can see they're still getting pounded with the snow right now. As we widen out, you can see the storm right there. You see the circulation right there with that area of low pressure. So we're going to watch it track and pull out of here. We're already seeing that decrease intensity to the west. We'll see that in the city itself shortly. Those last bands will wrap up along the coast. Visibility has been a big part of the issue, and you can see how it kind of mirrors the radar there. No problem seeing in Allentown and Lancaster, but down to 3/4 of a mile in Philadelphia. And the worst of it is along the coast where you're down to a half-mile visibility in Atlantic City. We didn't reach that 1/4 of a mile visibility for 3 hours, but we did get visibility problems because of the winds that are whipping around. Right now, we've got a 36-mile-an-hour gust in Atlantic City, 35 in Millville, 36 right now in the city as well. When I came in this morning, it was 61 miles an hour in Atlantic City. I mean, you had those winds blowing the snow everywhere. So even after you clear it, you've got the wind blowing it right back on the road. And I think that could be a problem for later, too. So right now, that temperature is around the freezing mark. The wind chill's 18. You have that fierce wind gusting. You're trying to shovel out there. It feels like 16 in Toms River and Pomona, 21 in Allentown. And those wind chills will be an issue with us all day long, Adam, as you know. Now, I know you're going to go through the day. People want to know when this wraps up, and you're here to help them with that. I mean, fortunately, we're already seeing the intensity back off as we forecast, and it's been pretty on track with the timing.
Yeah, and a highly impactful storm. You're talking Philadelphia, New York, Hartford, as well as Boston. I mean, it's hitting major cities along the East Coast. But for the rest of today, let's hone in region by region. Lehigh Valley, it stays cloudy throughout the day. Snow's pretty much done there, accumulating 36 degrees this afternoon. In the city of Philadelphia, we'll probably still see a little bit of a snow shower here through at least 10 o'clock in the morning. Then it shuts off, and this shore, it will last until at least 1 or 2 o'clock. Now, a lot of the accumulating snow over the next few hours will end as it really becomes light, but cloudy at 6 o'clock this evening at the Jersey Shore with temperatures at 36 degrees. So shoveling. This is a concern. You want to find that, young high schooler next door, maybe to help you out here. This is what we call heart attack snow. It was so warm on Saturday, so the ground surface was warm. Then you got the rain. Then you piled the snow on top of the wet surface. So underneath, it is just a thick, slushy layer. And then you had that heavy, dense snow on top of it. Extremely strenuous work. So you want to do it in little bits throughout the afternoon. Take your time. And again, hire someone if you can. All right, future tracker, 10 o'clock in the morning, nothing happening to the north and west. Notice you're starting to see some holes here on the radar near Clayton, Middletown, and over into Dover. And then later this afternoon, we'll continue to push those snow bands off the coast at 5 o'clock. Northwest winds setting in. Temperatures will be in the upper 30s. However, tonight, air temperatures will drop back well below freezing area wide. So anything that is slushy is going to harden up. So make sure you put it in a place that you're not going to have to walk on it or deal with it tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow afternoon, temperatures will break near freezing, but wind chills are going to stay extremely cold as we go into the afternoon. So the exclusive AccuWeather 7-day light snow windy that cranks down from west to east throughout the morning and early afternoon, 38. Partly sunny, but still rather blustery tomorrow, 33 degrees. A morning snow shower to sun on Wednesday, 44. Our next storm is on Thursday. This one could be one of those splits. Snow north and west, rain south and east at 41 degrees. Nothing to the size that we're dealing with at this point. But breezy, sun returns Friday, 43. And there you have it. How about a weekend in the 50s without a storm? We've had so many weekends this winter, Matt, where we've had either extreme cold, strong winds, or a storm to deal with. So We will take that.
The streak is over.
Yeah.
Finally.
Finally.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, yeah.
All right, well, it's a walk in the park when you go to Rittenhouse Square seeking peace and solitude. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne is live there to show us conditions now. Good morning, Cheyenne.
Matt, the next time you say a walk in the park and it looks like this outside, I'm going to get you. But yes, we are here in Rittenhouse Square, but it looks a lot different than normal. I cannot wait until those spring flowers are back. But since the day has been going on, we've been seeing more people come outside, some people walking their dogs and others going to work. You can see that the roads, they have been continuously plowed, but a light layer of snow is right now on the streets. But speaking of people who are working, I just ran into Charles. He was over here hard at work, salting the streets. What do you think about these conditions?
They're rough out here. We've been every couple hours salting, and we had the snowblower out for a minute. And it's looking pretty good on our side here, around my building here.
And you're here working with one of the local businesses, but it looks like your hard work is definitely working. We see that
the good here. Yeah, this is the Claridge here.
And what do you think about the roads when you're looking at it? Have you driven at all yet?
Well, no. I look like I might stay here for a minute. Yeah, but there's a tree down right here on Walnut Street. That's why the cars are going around.
Oh, we see over here.
This way. Yeah, there's a tree down in the middle of Walnut Street.
Are you able to zoom into that? Thank you, Charles. You can see right down here, there was one smaller tree that was down that we showed you earlier, but now you can see that a larger tree is down. It's actually blocking this entire roadway. I'm trying to look to see if there's cones up so that people know not to. Yes, I see some orange cones that are right down the street so that people know not to come this way. This is right over here near Rittenhouse Square. Make sure if you are coming towards this way, you are aware, and I'm sure that this is something that we are going to see all throughout our city. And actually, not too long ago, another woman pulled up and said that she also saw a down tree nearby, so definitely keep that in mind, as well as the slippery road conditions. But we're live in Rittenhouse Square. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
Yeah, Cheyenne, it doesn't take much to bring those trees down. All right, hopefully people are staying safe out there. Thank you. It's 6:21 right now. Sky 6 is showing a live look at Philadelphia International Airport, where we're again seeing very low visibility. Our winter storm coverage continues with an update on air travel next.
Taking a live look at the conditions at Philadelphia International Airport. Visibility getting slightly better, but still low. Travel disruptions continue with a wave of delays and cancellations from yesterday lingering into today. More than 600 flights have been canceled so far, with 82% of departures and 70% of arrivals impacted. Atlantic City International Airport announced it will remain closed until 7 a.m., about 35 minutes from now, while Wilmington Newcastle Airport is closed until 4 p.m.
It's 6:25 right now. Our live team coverage of the winter storm continues next. The Jersey Shore was hit with a double whammy overnight. First, the snow piled up, then the high tide came in and brought flooding. We've got a live report from Atlantic City. Now at 6:30, complete coverage of our latest winter storm. Sky 6 is taking a live look from our attheshore.com camera. Snow and wind has been pounding the coast for hours now and hasn't let up, and then came high tide and flooding overnight.
Mobile 6 is out in the suburbs in Upper Marion Township. That's Valley Forge Road. Still not completely cleared, only the tire tracks where you can see the road surface, so a lot of work still left to be done. You're urged to stay home if you can, so you can allow those crews to get to work.
Our Action News reporters are braving the elements this morning. We have live team coverage from Philadelphia to Atlantic City and the suburbs in between.
The storm is not exactly done yet. Much of it's still over South Jersey. AccuWeather is gathering snow totals and tracking when the final flakes will fall.
Oh, it can't come soon enough. Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, February 23rd. Matt Pellman is covering all the transit and traffic restrictions, and we begin with meteorologist Karen Rogers and Adam Joseph. Good morning.
Good morning to you all, and what a morning it is.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of kids happy that they don't have school. My kids have virtual school. Jacob, hi, sorry, you got to get on. He's watching right now. Hi, buddy. You got school today at home. But no, everyone is going to be digging out.
My teenager is sound asleep, but I'm going to call and try to wake him up and get him to help some people out.
That's what I was going to say, have him help some people
This is snow that's really hard to shovel, and we're worried about people trying to dig through it. So let's talk about how much, Adam. I know that's what a lot of people want to know, right? So let's start with those numbers. Snowfall totals so far, Mount Holly, 18.5 inches of snow. Our friends at the National Weather Service have been working so hard to update these here. Atlantic City over a foot, 12.6, 15 inches now in Levittown and Bucks County, East Nant Mill, Chester County 9, Morton, Delaware 12.1, and Mays Landing 14 inches of snow, even over a foot there just when you got rid of it. Now it's coming back at you. Pennsylvania snow so far up to the north and west, and Blandon 3.5, and East Nant Mill 9, Boothwyn 10, Willow Grove 11, Langhorne 14, and Levittown 15 inches of snow. Looking at Storm Tracker 6, we like that we can see that we're starting to break up the intensity north and west, already wrapping up in Lancaster, in Reading, and in Allentown. Still one snow band right there to the west. Even in the city, not as much going on. But the intensity right now is in Delaware and it's in New Jersey, where you see those darker shades of blue, really from Atlantic City up through north of Toms River. And that's the area where we really had been saying where we thought some of the highest totals will be. And you can see it's because it's still accumulating there even right now. We take a wider look and you can see the circulation of this storm. It's right offshore. You can see it pulling out here. It's going to pull the snow bands along with it. Let's give you the current conditions right now. 32 degrees, the snow coming down. Visibility is about a mile. Still hard to see. And that wind, 24 miles an hour, but we have seen gusts over 30. So Adam, it's that wind blowing the snow, reducing visibility. And I think people want to know, like, when does it all get out of here?
Well, when walking from the hotel,
yes.
Did you have the 80s hair? Is that wind was like kind of blowing it up everywhere?
Yes, and my face was freezing because the wind chill was cold.
It was. It's very cold, and it's going to stay that way really through the afternoon. So let's break this down for you. Between now and 9 o'clock in the morning, it's just flurries north and west. The accumulation is pretty much done there. Light snow for I-95 points down to the south and east. Between 9 and noon, it's drying up, but it stays cloudy in our northwestern suburbs. Snow showers near I-95 with still some light snow closer to the coast. And by noon to 3 p.m., it's drying out in the I-95 corridor, and snow showers to the south and east near the coastline. So future trackers showing here 10 o'clock in the morning. There are those flurries along I-95. Still seeing those bright colors. Atlantic City up through Toms River with those bands that continue to wrap around. A continuing deepening low off of Cape Cod. By 4 o'clock in the evening, there you have the clouds, temperatures above freezing area wide. But then as we go deeper into the night and early tomorrow morning, temperatures will drop below freezing, but those wind chills for the next 12 hours, winds sustained near 15, only in the teens to low 20s at best. All right, Aliana and Matt, I will be chatting in the full AccuWeather forecast about how hard it is to reach blizzard criteria and if we did or not in Atlantic City coming up.
Interesting. All right, we'll tune in. Thank you, Adam.
We begin our storm coverage in New Jersey, where there is a state of emergency in effect. Winds, rain, snow have all been battering the coast.
Officials in Atlantic City say they have not seen a storm like this along the coast since 2016. So we sent our snowcat, Action News reporter Catherine Scott, who else, live in AC to endure this morning. How's it going, Catherine?
Well, you know, it's still pretty miserable out here, to be honest. I mean, this wind has been going all night long. It was even stronger earlier, but it's still pretty strong right now. You can see the snow is just whipping around everywhere. And so it's still really treacherous out. A lot of the roads look like what this is right here. You can see the plows have been through, but the roads are snow covered still. They've been making their rounds, though. They've been doing a lot of work. A lot of snow has fallen really fast. But again, it's those winds that are affecting visibility, and it's just really making it difficult to be outside. It's very, very windy out here. But I want to show you another issue that the shore has been dealing with, and that's coastal flooding. We knew that was something to look out for, and you could see overnight some of the roads around Atlantic City did take on some water as the tide came in and the storm hit, and so there was flooding overnight, but there was also a lot of clearing, and plows have been coming through. We've seen people out with snow blowers and shovels trying to make the sidewalks passable, trying to make the roads passable. So just give them time. They are working. It's just there's a lot of snow coming down quickly, a lot of wind. It's going to take a little bit of time. There are a lot of snow drifts, so you might walk out. In some places it doesn't even look that deep, in other places very deep right now. We're going to send it back to you.
Yeah, it looks like you got to walk backwards into the wind so you don't get that piercing feeling on your face. Thank you, Catherine. Sky 6 taking a live look at Philadelphia City Hall. Also some sideways snow there. And you know what? Just when snow piles from January were nearly all melted away, here we go again. Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker has declared a disaster emergency for the city.
The mayor is promising to use every tool the city has to make the roads passable in a swift and efficient manner.
All vehicles should have already been removed from the designated snow emergency routes. Residents must also clear a 36-inch wide path on your sidewalks within 6 hours after the snowfall ends.
There is no trash or recycling pickup today or tomorrow. Philadelphia Public and Archdiocesan schools are operating on a virtual schedule. Action News reporter Corey Davis is live at the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia. Corey, it's looking a little better out there.
Yeah, it is looking better. No longer sideways snow like we've been seeing off and on, but the snowflakes are occasionally coming down. But look at the ground here. So we have some slush on the road right here where we are at Oregon Avenue. And then further out on the untreated surfaces, you can see there's some slight tire tracks going through, but there's some snow on the ground, of course. And then the sidewalk in comparison, a lot of snow on the sidewalk. So keep in mind that you're going to have a lot of work to do when it comes to trying to clear those sidewalks out all across the city. Take a look there at some video as well. The plows have been making their way around. A PennDOT official told me about 30 minutes ago or so that a plow train, a line of plows, will be making their way up to Bucks County along 95. She said that there is some snow that's being tossed around out there, so they're trying to get ahead of that. And we are under one of the overpasses for I-95, and I can hear the plows scraping on the pavement going by every so often. We spoke with one man who was out early walking his dog, like so many people will be doing pretty soon. Take a listen.
It was about almost 2 foot drifts.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad.
How long did it take, and how does it compare to the last storm when we had that ice?
It's a lot easier to move right now.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to move. It's just wet. It's just a pain.
Yeah, that heavy wet snow was what we were definitely expecting. So yeah, he was talking about how long it took to clear his car out just so that he could get to a spot to where he wanted to walk his dog under the I-95 overpass, trying to find somewhere not as wet and slippery. They succeeded in that, but definitely keep in mind that PennDOT officials are asking everyone to stay off of the roads as much as possible today so that they can have a lot of room out there to do their jobs and clear out a lot of the snow. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Thanks, Corey. And on that thought, Matt Pellman, are there people out there right now?
There are a few people out and about. Definitely the plow crews are working hard, and we've seen progress on a lot of these roads, but some of them still look a little bit rough, like this one, 309 in Springfield Township. No drivers out here at the moment, but we still see plenty of snow coverage both directions on 309 around Paper Mill. And over here on Route 1 in Bucks County, close to the Turnpike, there's still a lot of snow on the road, and a vehicle got stuck here on the southbound side. They're in the process of towing them out right now, but you can see we have a lane deficit at least here, with some of the lanes being plowed, some of them not being plowed yet. Comparatively speaking, the Schuylkill doesn't look too bad. Here by Route 1, the Boulevard, a couple cars there heading eastbound on a mainly wet road surface. We go to 95 in the work zone by the Walt Whitman Bridge. It's tough in these work zones because there isn't really a wide shoulder to plow the snow onto, so the lanes are a little narrower than normal, but you're getting by both directions okay. Still a lot of slush along 42 here by 295 this morning. And on 295, there's a disabled truck. Same on the Jersey Turnpike near Bordentown. Crash on 195 eastbound by the Turnpike. And on the transit front this morning, regional rails are still temporarily suspended as they do safety inspections, trying to determine if they can run this morning. Trolleys diverted to 40th and Market. No SEPTA buses are running, no NJT buses running either. NJT's River Line is also suspended, and the PATCO trains are running every 20 minutes on this snowy Monday morning. Aliana?
All right, Matt, thank you. Power problems are a concern with the heavy wet snow and high winds. You can see lights flashing and wires sparking outside a home in Berlin, New Jersey. PSE&G says it has 3,000 field crews on hand to support storm-related outages.
We have the numbers here. A number of power outages cropped up from the winter storm. AC Electric has nearly 45,000 customers in the dark, mostly in Atlantic and Cape May counties. That makes sense. It's the worst down there. Delmarva has more than 34,000 customers without power, mostly in Sussex County, also along the beach. PECO is reporting more than 6,000 outages, with the bulk of those in Delaware County, and PSE&G has just more than 2,000.
It's 6:40 right now. We're taking a live look from Mobile 6, driving along Route 9 in Upper Township, Cape May County, where the roads are still pretty covered. Full weather and traffic reports are coming up next as we stay on top of this winter storm. Well, you may just be waking up for the first time and that first look at all the snowfall outside your window.
Hey, everything's white. Our crews have been out all night to give you a better idea of the storm's far-reaching impact. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne is live for us in Rittenhouse Square. Good morning, Cheyenne.
Good morning, Matt and Aliana. You can't miss this huge tree that has fallen on the street here in Rittenhouse Square. This is on Walnut. Now, this first started with just one of these smaller trees, and it was covering half of the roadway. And then before we knew it, the entire road here was covered by this pretty large tree. You can see over here that it's literally ripped from the root. That just tells you how heavy this snow is. If you look at the trunk as well as the branches, you can see that they are completely covered in snow, and we heard that there's also some downed trees around the Rittenhouse Square area on some other streets, so we'll definitely be making sure that we check that out. But this situation definitely is dangerous. You can see that the roads are covered in snow. Fortunately, there are cones here blocking the area so that people know not to come this way, so we just have continuously been seeing cars approach, see these downed trees, see the cones, and then take another way. But this is exactly why officials are telling people that if you do not have to be outside, just stay at home, because again, this is just one location, but we know that there's other locations throughout the city that looks like this. I know that there's some people who have to get to work. We've been seeing people walk their dogs, but definitely try to stay off of the roads. The good thing is, though, since we've been out here, we have been seeing plows come through pretty often. We've also been seeing a lot of people salt the walkways here. You can see salt on the ground and see that it's clear, so at least it's safe for people who do have to walk. You can see a gentleman actually coming from behind me. We're live in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you two.
All right, Cheyenne, thank you. With a look there in Rittenhouse. Let's get the latest on the storm from meteorologists Karen Rogers and Adam Joseph.
Yeah, and I feel that these reporters, you got to love them for being out there in those. We were out walking just for briefly out there, coming from the hotel, and it's brutal out there.
One of the things I like is that they can share for everybody what it looks like, and I think we've been really trying to share all along with viewers, like the process of forecasting this, which has been a bit of a mess.
It was a nightmare of a storm to forecast.
Yeah, it really was, and I think we've shared that with them and get to watch it unfold together.
Absolutely.
And now we can talk about where we've landed, even though we still see some accumulations coming in. So let's talk about the storm highlights. This was a bomb cyclone equal to a Category 1 hurricane. That's the power we had with this storm, and that's why it pulled down that colder air aloft and just allowed those inches to accumulate. We had thunder snow in South Jersey overnight, a couple of lightning strikes, one report of it hitting a tree. 61-mile-an-hour gusts at Atlantic City, 61 miles an hour. When you had that blowing snow all around out there, and we have some power outages because of that. 15 hours with visibility less than a mile. So it has been difficult to see out there. Let's talk about some of the numbers so far in Lehigh Valley. So far, we've had a range of 4 to 8 inches of snow. I-95, 10 to 18 inches of snow thus far. Jersey Shore, 12 to 18 inches of snow. So that's how much we have received so far from the National Weather Service. As those numbers keep coming in, we keep sharing them with you. So we'll keep updating that. Storm tracker showing how the timing has really behaved as forecasted. I think through 6 o'clock this morning, we saw some of the most intense band. Now you can kind of see how it's starting to wrap up west of the city. Not as much happening there. Even in the city itself, it's lighter. But here in New Jersey and in parts of Delaware, we're still seeing those darker shades where you're still accumulating that snow through Burlington County, through Ocean County, really north of Atlantic City especially. And on the Garden State Parkway, it's still piling up and you're just below freezing there. There's the center of that storm. And you can see the intense storm that'll be slowly pulling away and kind of taking the snow with it from west to east. We look at the visibility and it also kind of mirrors that snow map where you really don't have a problem seeing north and west. In the city now, it's 1 mile, was a half mile not too long ago, still a half mile in Atlantic City in Toms River because of that snow really coming down strongly. And those winds gusting, not the 61 miles an hour we had overnight, but 36, 33 miles an hour. You've got that blowing snow. I know it was freezing when I took that walk in from the hotel. 19 degrees is the wind chill this morning. So Adam, even though that temperature around freezing, it's going to be hard for people shoveling it when it feels like 19.
And take it easy shoveling, given how heavy it is.
yeah.
And you want to shovel and get it done today because it drops below freezing overnight.
Good
So
point.
everything is going to be hardening up as we go deeper into the night. Okay, so many of us were under blizzard warnings from the city to the east. The criteria to match blizzard warnings and say this was a blizzard, it's all about visibility and it's all about the wind. So I'm going to break this apart for you. This is Atlantic City. So at midnight, the winds were gusting 46 miles an hour with 3/4 of a mile visibility. At 1 o'clock in the morning, 44 mile an hour wind gusts, half-mile visibility. At 2 a.m., 49 mile an hour wind gusts, half-mile visibility. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, 56 mile an hour wind gusts with 3/4 mile visibility. You need 3 consecutive hours in a row of winds gusting 35 miles an hour or greater. We did that. You need the visibility at 1/4 mile or less. We did not do that. So there was no location that met the blizzard criteria. And there it was, winds gusting 35 or greater, falling or blowing snow, and that 1/4 mile visibility of less. But blizzard or not, it was a big storm, and we're dealing with the impacts of it now. Speaking of impacts, it will be high through 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we start to improve things as we go deeper into the morning and early afternoon as the snow shuts off for everybody. Temperatures will stay above freezing throughout the day. There are 10 o'clock, the last flurries in the city, still light snow at the shore. By 4 o'clock, the snow ends at the coastline and it stays cloudy north and west with those temperatures in the upper 30s. But there you have it. First thing tomorrow morning, walking out the door, air temperatures in the 20s with wind chills much colder than that. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day 38 this afternoon, 33 for a high tomorrow, but it's still breezy, so it's going to feel like the 20s even in the afternoon. Quick rain or snow shower Wednesday morning, returning sun 44. Our next storm looks like a late day rain mixed snow event at 41 degrees. And there by the weekend, it is sunshine to start, guys. And Saturday, nice and mild with the temperature coming in at 54. Matt, how are the roads? Hey, look at Blacktop.
Blacktop. We're so thankful to see it out here near Downingtown, Adam. It's the 30 bypass by 340. And it looks like a winter wonderland. If you don't have to be out and about this morning, it really does look nice. The traffic's doing okay here on the eastbound side of 30 getting into Downingtown. That's not the case everywhere. We see some more slush here along 202 in King of Prussia. This is where the southbound lanes were supposed to close today for most of the rest of the year for sinkhole work. That work's been pushed back at least a couple days till the middle of the week. Out here in Bucks County, we still see a lot of snow on Route 1, the superhighway. We had a vehicle southbound that was stuck, now towed out of the way. But some roads look more like this, where you do still have a decent amount of snow and slush coverage. Here's 95 by Cottman, still a lot of slush here. Light volume, that's the good news. I fear that if anybody had to come to a stop, they'd go slipping and sliding. So it is still a little bit slick out there this morning. We get farther south, the Girard Point double-decker bridge. Just saw a plow train come through, trying to clear off some of the snow heading down toward the airport, which is good because you get that cold air moving underneath the bridge. That surface can freeze a little quicker than some others. And here's 95 by the Commodore Barry Bridge. Just south of here, there's a tree down blocking a lane close to the state line. But yeah, once again, we see some blacktop, which is definitely a sight for sore eyes. Matt and Aliana.
We love when you bring us closer to your world. Viewers have been giving us a glimpse of the conditions from their backyards. You can see the winds rustling the shrubs here in Mount Ephraim, Camden County overnight.
Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington's world has all been about sideways snow. She's live in Turnersville, Gloucester County.
Yeah, good morning, guys. That has been the story of my morning. It's not sideways snow flying into my face, but it seems to be lightening up a little bit. I mean, it's still coming down, and now that the sun is up, we are getting a better look at the winter wonderland. It is quite beautiful. It's just not really pleasant to be out here, but this is Route 42 here in Washington Township, and you can see a plow came through, I think it was about 25 minutes ago, and they did a pretty good job of clearing it, but then within a few minutes, it started being covered with snow again, but it's passable. We did drive here about 5 minutes down the road on Route 42, and we didn't have any major problems, but we do have a pretty good truck with four-wheel drive. I want to go to an interview. We talked to a woman a little bit earlier. She had to sleep overnight in her business because she got stuck here last night. Take a listen.
We got stuck here. It came so fast.
So you stayed here overnight?
Yeah, we couldn't go anywhere. And then I did finally move my car over there, and I don't even know how buried it is at this point.
Yeah, so the digging out begins now that people are waking up. We're getting deja vu, though. It feels like we just did this because we did just do this. We've got so close. We were all melted, and now we got another foot of snow here in South Jersey. We are live in Washington Township this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News.
Spring's got to come and eliminate these deja vu moments.
Please.
Please. We'll be right back.
We're back now with our top story, and you guessed it, it's the winter storm. It's slowing down, but as you can see from Mobile 6 here, there's still a lot of cleanup left to do. You're being asked to stay off the roads to give crews plenty of room to do their jobs.
Some roads look mainly wet at this point, Aliana, like this part of the Schuylkill by Montgomery Drive, but some still have a lot of snow and slush on them, like this part of 309. Regional rails are still suspended, trolleys diverted, buses not running, and the River Line also is not running this morning. Karen?
Well, it's still snowing. I mean, you can see from Storm Tracker it's not as intense, but we have some bands in Philadelphia. It's heaviest along the shore, and that's where that snow will linger a little longer.
Yeah, so for the next 12 hours here, temperatures will be above freezing throughout the afternoon. The snow will shut off in the city late this morning, and then the shore not until mid-afternoon, and cloudy through 8 o'clock tonight with temperatures still above freezing, but it's going to go below freezing, so everything will harden up overnight tonight.
It's a pleasure having a little evening vibes with us.
Yes, this is fun. Can I crash this party more?
And Good Morning America is next. Plus, we will continue our winter coverage on Action News Streaming. You know how to do the switch, so either way, be careful if you go out there.
We'll see you later. Well, actually, we're going to see you in another 30 seconds, so join us at 6abc.com.
Good morning, I'm Matt O'Donnell, 723 on this Monday, February 23rd. Karen Rogers, we've reached the point where things are not deteriorating, getting a tiny bit better, right?
They're getting a little better. That's right, Matt. As we look at Storm Tracker 6, we can still see one more band that's pretty intense wrapping around just north of Philadelphia. But for the most part, it's been along the coastline where the intense snow is right now. You're starting to see it break up a little bit north and west as we watch this snow taper off finally over the next 12 hours. We've got the snow. We've got some wind right now with temperatures right around or just under freezing. By lunchtime, only a few light snow showers, and that temperature is 36, and most of them will be east of the city at that point. Cloudy skies at 4. It's 38 degrees, but you can still have some reduced visibility if any of that snow is blowing around. At 8 o'clock, cloudy and 36 degrees, Matt. So a tough one today. Matt's back with traffic. We all have to stay tuned to see what these roads look like. That's next.
Well, all things considered, could be better, could be worse on these roads. We still have a lot of snow and slush here on 95 as you come southbound by Cottman, but volume's really light. 309 still doesn't look great. We just saw some plows come through heading northbound toward the turnpike, but there's still a lot of snow on the road. But then we go over to the Schuylkill Expressway here in the Conshohocken Curve. Looks mainly just wet here. We're really moving okay. Got to keep the speeds to 45 miles per hour or less, though. Not only do we have the snow on the road, we have down poles and down trees because of the wind. So over here in Evesham, portions of 70 Tuckerton Road and Taunton Lake Road are all closed. Matt?
Thanks, Matt. Philadelphia Public and Archdiocesan schools are going virtual today. The full list of school closures is on 6abc.com. Good morning, I'm Matt O'Donnell at 7:56 on this Monday, February 23rd. Meteorologist Karen Rogers is watching the storm as it tries to wind down for us,
yeah,
right, Karen?
We have seen it decrease in intensity, Matt, and you kind of can tell just by eyeballing this, right? You see how it's drier to the west. Doesn't mean we're done with it just yet. We've got a little bit of a heavier band that's cutting through Montgomery and Bucks, and heavier still along the coastline where that snow is still coming down. 38 degrees for your high today. It is in the process of winding down. It's going to wind down over the next few hours in the city, but take till the early afternoon if you're right at the shore points, but you'll be above freezing shortly. Partly sunny and breezy tomorrow, 33, but Matt, tomorrow morning's commute, big heads up. We drop to 25 overnight. It's not only cold, you're going to have slick spots because stuff is going to blow back on the roads even after you clear it.
Aaron, let's take a live look on Sky 6. The USS New Jersey along the Camden side of the Delaware River where visibility is pretty low. Let's turn now to Matt Pellman in traffic.
Oh, Matt, can this be it? Spring, please, please, please. Karen talked about that heavy band in Bucks County. It's tough to see, but we've got a vehicle stuck in the snow here. This is 95 northbound, just north of Street Road. PennDOT is out there assisting. There's still a lot of snow on the road here. We go southbound, still a lot of slush here by Cottman Avenue. Luckily, we don't have our typical morning crowd heading down towards Center City. Volume is still pretty light. It's not terrible over on the Schuylkill near the Conshohocken Curve. We can see both lanes both ways. They are mainly wet, but be careful on the ramps, of course. And here in West Whiteland, Chester County, northbound Route 100's blocked. This is an accident scene. I think I'd stay over on 202 instead. Not many trains running this morning except the subways. Regional rails are suspended, so is the River Line. Patco trains are running every 20 minutes. Matt?
Thanks, Matt. Take a look at some of the snow totals coming in for communities across the region on 6abc.com. Good morning. It's 8:14 on this Monday, February 23rd. We are back on the air to bring you the latest on a powerful winter storm that is starting to near its end point.
Yeah, much of our viewing area is still seeing some winter weather out there. We have team coverage for you this morning. Sky 6 has taken a live look at the Jersey Shore right now, which was pounded by this storm. We're going to have a live report from Atlantic City coming up.
People in Philadelphia are also battling wintry conditions. The snow had been falling and blowing all night, but it's starting to taper off there.
And Mobile 6 is out and about driving across the region to give you a first-hand look at the conditions on the roads.
Matt Pellman will take a look at those who are out there, the few of them at least. And Karen Rogers is joined once again by Adam Joseph. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. And now that the new report came in for the city, I just looked to calculate this. This is the 16th top snowstorm in Philadelphia's
16th,
history.
making the history books. And guess what? It's still snowing.
Make it stop.
Not heavily, but it's still snowing, right? A significant storm. Let's show you the latest numbers coming in as we look at this. Reading, 2.8 inches. Not as much north and west. What a huge difference, as we talked about. In Allentown, 5.2. In Conshohocken, you got 8.4. In Skippack Township, over a foot now, 12.8. Here's what Adam was talking about in Philadelphia, 13.7 inches of snow. Over a foot of snow in Philadelphia. Langhorne, 17.2. Looking at numbers through Delaware and South Jersey, Mount Holly, 19.2, almost 20 inches in Mount Holly. Toms River, over a foot. Pittman, 16. Washington Township, Gloucester County, 16. West Windsor, 15.5. In Wilmington, Delaware, 9.5 inches of snow. A significant storm that is still hitting us. It's not the same kind of intensity it was overnight, but nonetheless, we still have these snow bands wrapping through the area. Now, you've already shut things off with our exclusive radar site in Lancaster. You can see a lot less happening right here. As we look farther north and west, you're starting to dry out. We did another band that kind of came in right just north of Philadelphia, traveling right along the northeast extension through Upper Hanover in Allentown. It's lessened over the past 15 minutes, but you see those darker shades here. Still in Doylestown, still in Abington, certainly along the coast, and that's where you're really getting hammered here from Atlantic City on north. You're watching that snowfall continue, and you'll be the last to clear here. As this low pulls out, you're going to watch that snow still start to back off, but it'll take a little longer along the shore points to get out of here. How long will this snow stick around? This is such a different storm than the one we had in January. It was historic in that we had so much snow for so long. So 2 inches, a layer of ice laid on top of the snow, and that was part of the problem. It just would not melt. Then we had below freezing temperatures for 7 days afterwards. So it took so long to melt. We watched that day after day and even over a week. Now this is different. There was no ice. Those temperatures were marginal, right around freezing. What that means, it's a heavy, wet snow. It's not icy. It's not fluffy. It's a wet snow above freezing all this week. Even today, we go above freezing. So it should melt by the end of the week, especially as we forecast some rain towards the end of the week. But Adam, in storms like this, I think our community especially does a great job of coming together and help one another.
Yes.
And that's what we need now when we talk about the cleanup.
Yeah, and especially if you are elderly, if you have some respiratory issues or heart issues, you do not want to tackle this kind of snow.
Get those teenagers to work, people.
Yes.
Come on.
Give them a little extra cash and they'll be happy all about it. It's a win-win situation. So keep this in mind. This wet snow, extremely hard to shovel. The snowflakes, as they were generated up in the atmosphere, because it was right around 32 degrees, especially towards the ground, there's a lot of water content, so that makes it very heavy. Like the last storm that Karen was just talking about, had a lot of air in the snowflakes, so it was light and fluffy. So as you are out and about today, watch for some down branches and lines. We've seen trees down from the city across the board, some power outages. I know in Lewis, Delaware, someone was just telling me 17 inches of snow, no power or water there. Clear off your cars, your driveways, the sidewalks, your steps slowly here throughout the day, and you're going to want to do that because anything that is standing on your driveways or your cars is going to pretty much freeze up rock solid tonight as those temperatures really drop off. Wind chills the next 12 hours. You got to bundle up, especially the kiddos if they're done with virtual school. I know my kids are watching and they have virtual school, so be good, kids. This afternoon, when you're done with the school, we're going to be feeling like the low 20s at best with those winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. So we still have that bitter feel on exposed skin with those winds. Tonight, we'll be clearing the sky, 25 degrees for a low temperature. Wind chills will be in the teens. So in the city, 25, but the suburbs will be in the low 20s. The next 6 days, we do see some improvement here. Notice it's a little chilly tomorrow at 33 degrees, but it's bright and sunny. A morning snow shower Wednesday, returning sun 44. Our next storm is Thursday, 41 degrees. That looks to be rain with mixed wet snow. But by the time we get towards the weekend, Aliana and Matt, we're heading into the mid-50s with sunshine on Saturday. So unlike the last storm, we do not have a freeze up pushing forward in the next 7 days.
Yeah,
Bring on spring.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not going to see that snow linger,
Thankfully.
like it did last time. Thank goodness. Now, the heavy snow that fell overnight made for treacherous conditions across the viewing area.
Action News has you covered from the shore to the city, the suburbs, and everywhere in between. We have team coverage and reporters fanned out all morning long to give us the angles.
And let's start now with Action News reporter Corey Davis, who is live for us with some of the PennDOT trucks.
Hey, yeah, good morning. So PennDOT trucks, they're making their way around as they have been overnight and into the morning as well. Now people are starting to wake up too and reach a moment where they're able to start clearing out these sidewalks. They've been shoveling over here. The snow has been so deep on this part of the sidewalk. There's a guy up here on the ramp as well trying to clear snow. So there's a lot of efforts going around just in this area where we are at Oregon Avenue by the PennDOT salt yard. Also, this guy right here on the ATV with the plow in the front of it, he has been going up and down this sidewalk, making some pretty good progress too over the last 30 minutes or so. But yeah, there's some work left to be done, of course, with the snow still coming down, but not nearly as hard as it was earlier. One of the big plows is coming through, pushing snow aside here on Oregon Ave, right underneath I-95 where we are right now. This, I don't think this is a PennDOT truck, but they've all been working together. These plow trucks have been private contractors with the city, with PennDOT, all making their rounds, trying to get as much of the roadway clear as possible. And we're starting to see more people too driving on the roads too. PennDOT officials are encouraging everyone to stay off the roads if you don't need to be out here today. They want to make sure the plow trucks just really have enough room to get as much work done as possible. So we would definitely stay on top of the progress that's being made. It's really a lot of progress. I'm impressed with what they've done with this sidewalk so far because the snow was really deep down there. But take a listen to a man we spoke with earlier about efforts to clear snow from his car, and he compared it with this storm compared to the storm that we had a few weeks ago.
It was about almost 2 foot drifts.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad.
How long did it take, and how does it compare to the last storm when we had that ice?
It's a lot easier to move right now.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to move. It's just wet. It's just a pain.
Just the pain. Yeah, we knew it was going to be that heavy, wet snow compared to the snow that people had to deal with a few weeks ago. So be sure you take your time out there because it really is heavy. So give yourself more time to clear that snow. Even enlist other people to help if possible. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, make some new friends out there who love to shovel the heavy stuff. Thanks, Corey. Now, we just learned Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker will update the city on this storm at 1 p.m. She has declared a disaster emergency. The city is also under a snow emergency. The mayor says the declarations allow the city to better fight the storm, get people out of the way. It also means you must move your vehicle off the snow emergency routes so they can be cleared. Trash and recycling is on a 2-day delay, and I'm sure you know this by now. The School District of Philadelphia and Archdiocesan schools in the city are shifting to virtual learning today. They're probably on their first period right now, maybe second, I don't know. We have the full list of closures running at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, Mobile 6 is out and about live right now in Springfield Township, Pennsylvania. We're seeing some blacktop there on one side of the road, but still a little bit of snow coverage coverage on the other side in Delaware County, but they're out there getting things done. Let's head over to Matt Pellman now.
Still a ways to go. I like the guy in Corey's piece, Aliana, who said it's just a pain.
Yeah,
it is. It's just a pain. But we're trying to see it as beautiful, too, as you head out early this morning. Driving is still not the greatest. We have somebody stuck in the snow here on 95 northbound in Bucks County, just beyond the ramp from Street Road to go up toward the Scudder Falls Bridge. Traffic's getting by, but watch out for that disabled vehicle stuck in the snow. Elsewhere in Bucks, this is Route 1, the superhighway. We're seeing a little more blacktop now than we were an hour or so ago here by Neshaminy, and we're not seeing any cars out and about. So that is good news this morning. If you have to be out and about, 45 miles per hour is the max on most of these highways. Live look at the Pennsylvania Turnpike by Fort Washington. We're still seeing some flurries flying here, but the main lanes of the Turnpike are pretty much just wet. So traffic's moving at a pretty decent clip. You're going to get a lot of spray coming up off those vehicles, so make sure your windshield washer fluid is topped off before you head out. It's been looking pretty decent on the Schuylkill, too. Now, getting there is a different story. Coming out of the neighborhood, using the ramps, they're still going to be slushy and even snow-covered. But the main lanes of 76 here in the Conjock Curve, not too bad, but snow keeps falling. Had a live look at Route 100 in West Whiteland. We had a northbound crash that was shutting it down heading up toward Exton, but it's gone now, so you're getting by okay. And luckily, Matt, there's nobody out here at the moment.
That's a good sight to see. Thank you, Matt. Let's head to Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne, who is live for us in Rittenhouse Square. And Cheyenne, look out from above, right?
You have to look out. I just cannot believe that it has not stopped snowing for not even 1 second here in Rittenhouse, but I'm hoping it does soon because these poor trees cannot handle anymore. You can just see the weight of that snow on this tree right here, and unfortunately you see that some of them have already fallen to the ground, creating this really dangerous situation. It started with just this small branch that actually only filled up half of the road, but then you can see this larger tree fell to the ground, just showing you how strong and heavy this snow is. It's really, really wet. The base and root of the tree actually came from the ground, and you can see that snow here along the trunk of the tree. But this snow here on the ground, it's really a slushy mess here. On one side of the road, you can see that the sidewalk has been cleaned off. We saw some people shoveling, but on the other side over here, it's a completely different story. So we've been seeing people instead try to stay over here on this side, people who have to walk their dogs. We've spoken to some people who have to get to work this morning. But you see over here that there's cars. This is actually a plow truck approaching this area. These cones have blocked off this road so that people know not to come this way. We've just seeing them kind of try to navigate this area. But again, a very dangerous situation. And we know that this is only one of the locations throughout our city that have downed trees. We've heard from people that there's other places. So if you are coming out, we're asking people stay at home, but definitely make sure that you are careful. We're live in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6, Action News. Back to you.
And Cheyenne, it just shows you how heavy that snow is. Thank you. Let's take a live look at the conditions at Philadelphia International Airport. Visibility so-so. Travel disruptions continue with a wave of delays and cancellations from yesterday lingering into today. More than 600 flights have been canceled so far, with 83% of departures and 71% of arrivals impacted. Atlantic City International Airport just opened, well, not just, it was about an hour and a half ago, 7 a.m., while Wilmington Newcastle Airport is closed until 4 p.m.
It's been a mess for drivers out there, especially overnight in the snow. Mobile 6 pulled up on this scene in South Jersey. You can see the box truck stuck along Roosevelt Boulevard in Marmora, which is part of Upper Township in Cape May County. There were also a few vehicles stuck as well.
Now, you've been sending your pictures and videos of you and your pets and all sorts of other things out in the snow. This is from Mantua, Gloucester County. You see the snow piled up along the front walkway there. Michelle Sorbello took this video just before 7 this morning, so it's pretty recent, from Millville, Cumberland County, showing the snow piled up on her front lawn.
And in Haddon Heights, Camden County, you can see how heavy the snow is from this shot taken by Carol Gaskell. It looks really pretty out there. The wet snow, though, weighing down all these tree branches.
And how about this? Let's get a little arty here. Action News photographer Bill Clark took this great shot of the snow falling on the Rocky statue. The triumphant vibe from Rocky is maybe how Team USA is feeling. You see that? their Olympic gold medal win, the men over Canada's hockey team yesterday. So both the men and women's hockey teams for Team USA win gold in Milan, Italy. Let's take a live look outside. Mobile 6 is out and about. It's still snow covered here as we travel through this area. So if you don't have to go out, just stay at home. We'll have complete coverage for you right here on Action News, and we'll be right back.
All right, we're back now, and we're getting a live look at the winter storm's impact. We're looking down at City Hall in Philadelphia. At least we're seeing some blacktop out there, but everything's still pretty snow covered.
Still seeing some snowflakes out there, so it's not done just yet. Let's turn now to meteorologists, Karen Rogers and Adam Joseph.
Like salt into an open wound, still seeing those flakes fall, but at least we're starting to see some blacktop in
Doesn't
spots.
look nearly like it did a few hours ago, right? So that we are seeing improvement, but it is slow improvement for areas that got over a foot of snow.
Yeah, a lot.
I mean, we have a ton of snow, and Adam talked about this, our historical snowstorm as of 7 o'clock this morning. We had 13.7 inches in Philadelphia, ranks as the 17th biggest storm we have had, one for the history books. The greatest snowfall since 22.4 inches in January of 2016. So it's a major storm that we're digging out there, and it's still coming down. Let's look at some of the other regions that we have. The snowfall so far, Lehigh Valley, 4 inches to 8 inches, a range. We had talked about the sinking air and that we would see less north and west, and that's really what is verified. Along I-95, 10 to 20 as you drive from Wilmington up towards Trenton. So over that range, you had more to the north, but a significant amount of snow. In South Jersey, a foot to 20 inches of snow. Just when you were finally starting to see the grass and you thought, okay, spring's not that far, now we get all of this to deal with. Let's show you what's happening right now. Storm Tracker 6, and you can kind of see how, all right, it's a lot less to the west. It's breaking apart already. We're pretty dry in Lancaster. A couple light snow showers now in Reading and Allentown. Even Wilmington, you're kind of wrapping up. We're going to watch these bands as they continue to cycle around this low pressure. So right now, one of the heavier bands is north of the city. We see it in Abington. Still driving on the northeast extension, but more so towards Doylestown right now. You see those darker shades stretching in Mercer County near Trenton. And then we look along the coast, and that's where you continue to get hit. Really north of Atlantic City, up towards Toms River, you see those darker shades, and you're going to be holding on to the snow a little longer there. We watch this area of low pressure here. You can see that spin as it continues to pull out of here, but those bands are wrapping around it, and that's why we've got that snowfall that's going to kind of shift out of here from west to east. Still looking at only a mile visibility. It actually went down in the last half hour in the city itself. Half a mile in Atlantic City, only a quarter of a mile as you go to the north and up near New York City. So let's look at the winds. 61 miles an hour was our peak wind gust with this. It was fierce. I was here in the morning looking at that number thinking, really, 61 miles an hour in Atlantic City? That was overnight. Now we're at 37. So, okay, they've backed off, but it's still windy, almost 30-mile-an-hour winds in the city. So you have it blowing all over. And that's the trouble, too. Even if you've cleared the road or sidewalk, the wind's blowing a little bit more right back onto it. And wind chill, 20 degrees in the city, but only 16 in Toms River with those fierce winds, 17 in the Poconos. We're sitting right at the freezing mark right now in the city, Adam.
Yeah.
And because of that, because the temperature didn't dip as low as the last big storm we had, it's wetter, heavier snow.
Yeah, and you think about it, last night we had that rain first before it went over, so you had all that water. Then you get that wet snow to accumulate on the water, so it's a complete slushy mess for the first almost half an inch underneath everything. So that is why we have shoveling concerns. We've been talking about this the last couple of days, that we call it heart attack snow, and there's a reason for that, because it's heavy, it's wet, it's dense. You really need to take it slow, removing that snow, because it's extremely strenuous work on the human body, especially the heart. So just take your time, and if you can, maybe hire a neighbor or someone who's younger and also willing to remove it for you, and then you give them a couple extra bucks. It's a win-win. All right, snow chances for today. The next few hours in Philadelphia near 70%, but it's very light as it falls. And there you can see it really starts to drop down by the afternoon hours, where it just stays cloudy and the snow will stop falling. So future tracker, we show it to you on map form at lunchtime. Done to the north and west with just clouds in the mid to upper 30s. Couple of leftover flurries at lunchtime in Philadelphia at 36. Still some bands of light snow along the shore, above freezing there. And as we progress through the late afternoon hours at 5 o'clock, it's off the coast with respect to any sort of snow falling from the sky. Temperatures in the upper 30s, and then those temperatures really drop off here tomorrow morning. 23 Allentown, 27 Philadelphia, 25 in Millville. So everything will freeze solid because there's a lot of water content in that snow. And even in the afternoon tomorrow, barely getting to freezing with wind chills in the 20s even tomorrow afternoon. So looking ahead, what's up next here for the week? Wednesday, there'll be a snow shower as a front comes through, but returning sun in the afternoon, highs in the 40s. Our next storm will be on Thursday. Right now, could be some wet snow in the farther northwestern suburbs with that storm, and rain near the city points to the south and east, but we'll continue to follow the track of that. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, we continue the alert. Light snow eventually transitioning to just clouds from west to east. 38. Tomorrow, it's bright, it's sunny, a few clouds, 33 degrees. It is still very cold. Back to the 40s on Wednesday with returning sun. That rain and mixed wet snow on Thursday, 41 degrees, so at least we are in the 40s still. Breezy, sun returns Friday, and then by the time we step into your upcoming weekend, look at that, 50s are returning. So, Leon, it's not a repeat from the last big storm at the end of January with temperatures below freezing day and night after the storm. We will see melting this week.
Thankfully, that is the upside to this storm, Adam. All right, thank you. Let's take a look outside as we get you out on the roads. Again, Mobile 6 is live in Swarthmore in Delaware County. We're seeing a lot of clearing here on the road, so the plow trucks made some good work out there. But again, it looks like that snow is still coming down right now. So let's head over to Matt Pellman to see what's going on the major roadways. Matt?
We've got more plow trucks for you, Aliana. They're here waiting in the wings to do their next go-round on the Schuylkill Expressway. But they've been working hard this morning, doing a great job. Check out the Schuylkill. We can see all 3 lanes in both directions. So they've made good progress, and the Schuylkill at this point is mainly just wet. That can't be said of all the roads. You can see we're pretty much just wet here on 422, but really wet. We need the windshield wipers going, and I would watch it on the ramps. Certainly the secondary roads like Trooper Road, some side streets still have a lot of snow coverage early this morning. Live look at the Northeast Extension. Again, really wet, a little bit slushy here by Lansdale. Volume remains light, so we're moving okay in both directions. If you head out on these highways, keep in mind 45 miles per hour is still the max, so speed restrictions remain in effect pretty much across the board this morning. This is 309 in Springfield Township. We see more slush, a little more snow coverage on the road here by Paper Mill. See a few vehicles heading northbound toward the Turnpike. Moving along okay despite the slippery conditions. Have a crash we're watching in Mercer County. This is the northbound side of 295. Approaching Route 33, a couple lanes are blocked there, so it could be slow. And on the southbound Turnpike, there are a bunch of downed trees in New Jersey. One near exit 5, one near exit 4, one near exit 3. In each case, a lane is blocked. Aliana?
Yeah, it is ugly out there, Matt. All right, thank you. Well, New Jersey was hit really hard by this storm, and a state of emergency remains in effect there. So let's see how things are looking with Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington live in Washington Township, trying to take cover from all the snow that's hitting you. So Elizabeth, you have been out there for a little over 4.5 hours at this point. Compared to the last storm, how many layers do you have on right now?
Oh, I have the same amount of layers on. I have a system, the system on lock. I know what to do in this situation, and I will say the cold really isn't bothering me. I am layered up, but that snow hitting you right in the face is just brutal, and it is not letting up. It has just been ongoing for hours and hours, and it does not feel like it is stopping anytime soon, but hopefully it is. So this is Route 42. It is passable right now here in Washington Township, but we did talk to the Washington Township police chief around 6 o'clock this morning, and he did say that they have received several snow-related calls already early in the morning. People getting stuck. You do not want that to be you. So the side streets probably are not as good as a major roadway like this one that takes priority. The plow truck drivers have been hard at work. We talked to one of them a little bit earlier. He was plowing parking lots around the area, and he said that he started at 7 o'clock last night. He was still going, and he had no plans to stop anytime soon.
Middle of the night, it was bad. You couldn't even see. It was a total whiteout. It's getting better now, but it's just never ending.
Never ending is the theme of the day. It's the theme of this winter. This winter feels like it's never ending, and so does this storm. We have so much snow here in Washington Township. I believe I heard Karen say it was about 16 inches. That definitely tracks for what we're seeing here this morning. We're live in Washington Township. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much. And let's get a look at the conditions in Kent County, Delaware. Governor Matt Meyer declared a state of emergency and has activated the Emergency Management Agency.
DelDOT officials tell us their plow operators are working nonstop to keep the roads as clear as possible. It is heavier as it is in New Jersey along the coastline in Delaware, so along Sussex County. The action cam was out in the Lehigh Valley where several inches of snow fell. We found plows out and about in Bethlehem overnight where the ground was coated, but it appeared to be manageable. Police were also out towing vehicles that were left on snow emergency routes.
A boil water advisory is now in effect for parts of Camden following a water main break at the intersection of 9th and Jefferson Streets. City officials and American Water say the advisory is a precaution while water quality testing is underway. Impacted areas include properties south of Ferry Avenue through Collins Avenue, Fairview, Morgan Village, Centerville, and a small portion of Waterfront South.
How about a look at the Keystone Cam live on Sky 6, the American flag blowing, Team USA winning hockey in both the men's and the women's, and we're dealing with a winter storm. We'll be right back.
We're back now with a look at the winter storm's impact, taking a live look outside at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. The action cam is out there. You can see some people looking like they're trying to sled down the art museum steps again. We know how much fun they had the last time. They got some good covering for it today, too.
See if we can get this guy going. You ready?
See.
Give him a push.
Come
Someone.
on.
Come on.
He
1,
needs a friend.
2, 3.
Ooh, it's
All
a little
right.
bit of a bumpy ride.
Yeah. Might need to grease up that thing a little bit to get that going down the steps, but might see more people out there as the day progresses there on the Philadelphia Art Museum steps. Now let's take a live look at the Battleship New Jersey on the Camden waterfront. The camera kind of looks like it's shaded a little bit, but I think that's just because of the camera itself. But there is low visibility, and that's causing issues at Philadelphia International Airport. And looks like it's still snowing there along the Delaware River.
Looks like one of those old-timey photos that you get down the Jersey Shore.
Sepia.
It just looks like black and white out there. All right, here's a look down the shore in Cape May. We're seeing whiteout conditions here. Lots of snow, still very low visibility, and it looks like the snow is still coming down a little bit.
Yeah, remember that scene when it's the heat of the middle of the summer, and you can't stand that either, right? Now let's take a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. There are more than 600 cancellations today. The first departures are scheduled for the 2 p.m. hour, so we'll see how things go. It looked like they still have a little bit of cleanup left, but again, 2 p.m. is when they're going to start sending out flights again. Now let's head outside. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne, who's in Rittenhouse Square, and man, all the trees that you've seen come down, it's pretty impressive and scary too.
It really is. That's why we've been continuously telling people about this situation. I'm standing in the middle of the street, but I'm safe because this road, which is Walnut, is closed because of those down trees you see there. There's cones blocking the way, so people have been coming towards this direction and just turning the other way. So if you do have to come out, which I hope you don't have to in this weather, make sure you are aware of this area. But I just met a new friend. His name is PJ. He was walking here in Rittenhouse, and I just had to ask him, what is bringing you out in this snow today?
I just like walking around in the snow, honestly. It's nice. Rittenhouse is really nice right now. It's snowy, but yeah, it's nice.
It's beautiful. What do you think about the sidewalks and the road conditions?
I've been walking in the middle of the road mostly, against one-ways coming this way to see cars, but like it's manageable in the street. The sidewalks in neighborhoods aren't great. I guess around here it's fine.
And did you know that there were some downed trees in the area?
I didn't. No, I just saw that. That's I'm gonna avoid that.
Do you live in the area
No,
close
I'm going
by?
to Fishtown. I gotta go on the L.
Okay, so you're about to take public transportation. That's probably your best bet in this weather. Do you drive or do you not drive? Or you're just always taking public transportation?
I do, but when I'm going around the city, I always take public transportation.
You're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. Nice to meet you, PJ. I hope that you are very, very safe today. Take your time. But you just heard him say that the conditions aren't that bad. You see here on this sidewalk that it's completely clear, but then on the other side, you see that this portion of the sidewalk also is clear, but then when you look closer to those downed trees, it looks like those have barely been touched. We've been seeing a lot of employees at these different shops come out and shovel the property right outside of their stores. But again, several down trees here in this area. There's a little branch right there, and then you see a larger tree that's just blocking this entire roadway. Again, we are in Rittenhouse. This is on Walnut. There's cones blocking the street, so try to stay away from this area as much as you can. You can see also that there's some snow falling from that tree down there. It just shows you how heavy this snow is, and it's also really wet, so I'm hoping the snow here and whoa, I don't know what that's coming from. I'm not sure if you guys were able to see that big kind of pile of snow that just fell from the ground. But like I was saying, that's why I'm hoping the snow here stops, because these trees are really starting to get heavy with that snowfall. But we're live here in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Karen, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you two.
Yes, Cheyenne, a good reminder. Don't stand under any trees or hanging branches.
No.
Thank you. Well, Philadelphia is, of course, still getting pummeled with snow right now. As we take a live look again at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. There goes Rocky sitting at the top of the steps, arms raised because, well, that's just how it is. But we were seeing some people sledding down the steps this morning, trying to have a little fun out there. Oh, it's still looking pretty bad out there in Philadelphia right now.
It's like all the potential sledders have hit the snooze button. Maybe they'll be out there this afternoon. Let's turn now to Action News reporter Corey Davis, who's been live for us throughout the morning in South Philadelphia, seeing the good men and women who are going out there to clear all this stuff for us.
Yep, they are waiting patiently for the snow to stop, but every now and then it starts up again here in South Philadelphia and across the region. Taking a look out here at the road, so they have made a lot of progress when it comes to clearing out the snow. You can see some of the blacktop here on Oregon Avenue. That's a big change from what we've been seeing even an hour or 2 hours ago. We have this minivan that's coming through. We have been seeing a few people making their way out over the course of the morning. Further down Oregon Ave, you can still see some of the blacktop as well. So that's a good sign as far as the progress they're making. The sidewalks, some guys were out here shoveling for quite some time, clearing several inches of snow, and they've made some really good progress. It looks like they've taken a break so far, but it is at least passable for someone who is walking and taking their time, being very careful. The plow trucks earlier, they have been going in and out of the salt yard where we are right now, headed out to various areas across the region. I-95 has been a big focus, those primary roads. A PennDOT official told me earlier that primary roads are the top priority, then the secondary roads when they can get to them. So, of course, they are working alongside the streets department on the city level, but PennDOT is spread throughout several counties in our region, trying to stay on top of everything, waiting patiently for the snow to stop so those plow truck drivers can really make some progress, because once they clear out a lot of the snow, it's replaced over time as the snow continues to fall. So we will stay on top of the progress that they're making, but it's at least a good sign that we can see some blacktop down here in the areas where the plows have been going through. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
I'll tell you, Corey, those crews are the hardest workers in the business. This is go time for them. Thanks, Corey. Counties surrounding Philadelphia also saw a significant amount of snowfall through the late night and early morning. Visibility continued to decline in King of Prussia, sending most people, well, indoors.
Those still out were making those last-minute runs to stock up before hunkering down for the storm, while others were already thinking ahead to clean up.
We have a snowblower, so my husband is ready for that. Yeah, and I'll be sitting inside making soup.
We'll see what it does, and maybe Tuesday we'll think about digging out.
Or maybe later on today. The Action Cam also spotted road crews out treating streets as conditions worsened.
The impact of this storm is being felt all across the Delaware Valley, especially down the shore. Rita sent us this photo from Longport, where you see a downed utility pole hanging very dangerously on some wires there. And in the city's Point Breeze section, Lucy tells us she woke up for her virtual school day, and this is why she measured nearly a foot of snow on her back patio table.
How about this? Let's do a moment of zen. All right, just soak this in. All right, this is Chestnut Hill in Philadelphia. Jennifer took a picture of a tranquil scene of her lights and her furniture. One day, not soon, but one day, she'll be out there enjoying her back porch in some sunshine. And in Berks County, in Mertztown, A patriotic shot of a flag covered in snow. This is from Jim sending us this one. And a live look at Route 9 in Linwood, New Jersey. Mobile 6 is out there. We've been telling you the Jersey Shore got slammed by this storm. Most of the snow fell down there, and so road crews are going to need even more time to try and catch up. Route 9 still covered in slush, maybe some icy conditions there. Mobile 6 taking it slow for us, and we'll be right back. Well, we don't call her Snowcat for nothing. Right. She was down there as the Jersey Shore got slammed this morning.
Yeah, and we begin at the shore. Catherine Scott. You know, Catherine, you were telling us about how thick the snow was coming down, how heavy it was, your little journey and trying to get through the snow and a little tumble. How's it looking on the roads now that you're in a more calmer space?
Well, it really is improving here. That's the good news. And I want to show you the roads as we're looking at them right now in Atlantic City. You can see the plows have been coming through. There's actually a plow that's right up ahead that took a turn into a parking lot. But we have been seeing equipment, and the roads are covered. But with all the snow, I mean, you can see that they've been really making a lot of progress. But the winds are still gusting. And I don't know if you're able to see from your camera, but I can see it with my naked eye here. I mean, just the snow still blowing sideways across the street because it's still coming down. These wind gusts are something that we've been dealing with all night long. They're not quite as strong as they were overnight, but they are still coming down. Obviously, people are staying off the roads. That is a good thing because crews are out and about doing their work. We did see some coastal flooding overnight. That was another concern here at the shore. I see one guy really far up ahead walking in the middle of the street. Looks like the sidewalks are covered here where we are, but there have been crews out plowing and shoveling the sidewalks. They have their snow blowers out, just trying to make things better because we got dumped on overnight here, and the wind gusts have also just made things harsher to be outside. So of course we're going to continue to keep an eye on conditions here in Atlantic City, and we're going to send it back to you now.
Nice and warm and starting.
Yes.
Or not to Karen Rogers.
We talked about the storm bombing out and being as intense as a hurricane. Look at this satellite image, and you can almost see the eye of this storm as it sits and swirls. It is going to be more of New England's problem than ours right now. We're still getting snow, but it's much lighter. It's not accumulating at the same rate. It's already winding down to the west. Still have some light snow bands through the city, but more so in South Jersey and especially along the coastline. So we continue to watch that, Adam. They're not done with it just yet along the shore. Going to take a little bit.
It's going to take a little time for it to unwind as you go east of Philadelphia. But as I break apart the regions for you, we're going to see lots of clouds in the Lehigh Valley. The snow is done accumulating there at 37 degrees. Snow at least up to the lunchtime hour in flurry form for the city, 37 there. And at the shore, it's not till the middle of the afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock, that will start to shut some of that snow off there. But temperatures there also in the upper 30s, so staying above freezing. Now, you want to slowly get rid of that snow as we go through the overnight hours, because those temperatures are going to be dropping back to the low teens for wind chills tonight, below freezing. So everything is going to harden up, and tomorrow the sunshine is back, just a few clouds, but 33 degrees. So a cold day to follow the snow. Take it easy as you remove it. It is very wet and heavy, Matt.
You got to take it easy if you're going to try and head out. Some roads are fine this morning, Adam. Some roads not so much. This is one of the not so much ones. 309 here by Springhouse. We just had another accident on the northbound side. You can see all the slush and snow that remain. We need to get the windshield wipers going here. It is very wet and in many cases very slushy if you're trying to drive. Here's 95 by Street Road. We had a disabled vehicle stuck in the snow here on the northbound side. It's cleared out, but there's still a decent amount of snow coverage on the roadway here. Get a little farther south, there's just a little bit of slush. It's really not so bad. Over in South Jersey, they've extended the travel restrictions until noon today. So all non-essential vehicles are not supposed to be on the roads. See, it's slushy here on 42, but the few cars that have to be out are doing all right. Matt and Aliana?
All right, thanks so much, Matt, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage of this winter storm as it winds down. We'll continue to keep you updated on ABC.com and on the free 6ABC app.
And of course, our coverage continues at 10 a.m. with Tamala Edwards, Alicia Vitarelli, and Nydia Hahn. We hope you have a great morning. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you soon.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program, with meteorologist Karen Rogers, Nydia Hahn, Tamala Edwards, and Alicia Vitarelli.
Good morning. It is Monday, February 23rd. We all made it in.
Yes,
we did. The big story this morning is this powerful winter storm that's left our area buried under snow.
Yeah, let's take a live look from Mobile 6 of the conditions right now in Media, Delaware County. It looks like they're doing a nice job with the roads there. You know, I think a lot of people, though, just taking a snow day. Yeah. Not us.
No.
But if you're home watching us, we thank you for spending this time with us.
Yes, the three of us have been texting all morning, all night long, making sure that we could all get in. The Jersey Shore has been one of the hardest hit spots. Folks there have been battered by Mother Nature for hours and hours, and we will take you there live.
We have this team of reporters covering every angle from the shore to Philadelphia, but we're going to get going with meteorologists Karen Rogers and Adam Joseph. You guys have been doing a great job. We're glad to be here with you, both in the Weather Center.
Thanks so much. This was a very difficult storm to forecast.
Honest.
Some areas overperformed, some performed right, some underperformed.
Was it just me, or did you feel sick when you looked at models?
I didn't sleep last night because I literally woke up every hour going, okay, what's happening?
What's happening? But it's been that kind of storm, and we've been trying to share that with everybody throughout the whole process, so you get the idea of what it's like trying to forecast a storm of this magnitude. Speaking of which, we've been talking about the storm bombing out. I mean, it was the strength of a Category 1 hurricane, and as you look at this visible satellite, you can see what looks like a hurricane, almost the center of the storm right here. That's how fierce this storm is, and it is battering New England. For us, it is loosening its grip by a long shot. So let's look at these pictures. Oh, this was from Washington Township, showing that heavy snow through the area, and you can see it right there from Gloucester County. One of our friends sending that in and showing the snow that's draping everywhere. Storm Tracker 6 showing it's winding down to the west. We really don't have much of anything. Couple of flurries near Lancaster County, Allentown. You're basically dry. Even in the city, maybe a stray flurry. That's it. But you look to South Jersey, and there you can really see those darker shades that are still hitting you. But I have to say, it's not accumulating very much at this point, even in New Jersey, where those temperatures are still holding just below freezing. So here's what you can expect. This is a historical storm. 13.7 inches in Philadelphia, ranks as the 17th biggest storm we have ever had. The greatest snowfall since we had 22.4 inches back in January of 2016, a decade ago. So significant amount of snow, over a foot's hard to get in the city. Yeah, Punxsutawney Phil tweeted this out. He said, yeah, I said 6 more weeks of winter. I didn't say I was going to be there with you. So he's having a good time. Okay. I would like to go with him in Punta Cana and hang out.
Yeah, can someone either poison his drink or get a or get a warrant for his arrest?
Maybe the arrest situation.
That's just cruel. That is just cruel. All right. Snowfall so far. Lehigh Valley picking up 4 to 8 inches of snow. The I-95 metro area, a big range, 10 inches near Wilmington, that 13.7 in the city, 20 inches as you get up towards Trenton, and parts of South Jersey between 12 and 20 inches of snow out of this storm. Future tracker just after lunch, again, cloudy north and west. We have a couple of lingering flurries and light snow showers. The city, Cape May over to Millville. Temperatures are going to stay in the mid to upper 30s above freezing throughout the afternoon. 5 o'clock, any last flurry is off the coastline. 36 in Exton, 37 Millville, Allentown at 36 degrees. However, with all that being said, it doesn't feel like it's going to be above freezing. At best, we get towards 24, 25 degrees in the mid and latter part of the afternoon. But notice the winds backing down quite a bit once we get past 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. However, the forecast for tonight, the low temperatures are going to drop well below freezing. 22 Allentown, 25 the city, Wilmington, 26 in Wildwood. So even though it turns clear, any of that slush out there is going to freeze rock solid given how much water content is in that snow. That is why it is so dense and heavy. So try to remove it little by little this afternoon before it ices over. We'll have that full AccuWeather 7-day timeline coming up in just a little bit.
All right, thanks, Adam. So let's take you to the Jersey Shore, which, as you heard, has been the hardest hit by this storm. You're taking a look at some new video from Sea Isle City, not the summer scene we're used to seeing down there. Cars, roads, sidewalks, and boardwalks have been left buried under tons of snow. So let's get a live report and go on over to Action News reporter Catherine Scott, who's got the latest from Atlantic City. What a wallop, Catherine.
Yeah, you know what? I'm smiling right now because I think this is the first time all day I haven't been pelted in the face with snow. So there's definitely been an improvement here in Atlantic City, but the snow is still coming down. There's still wind, but that's died down as well. So I really haven't been using my Action News yardstick today because of the wind. It sort of moves the snow around. But this area right here on the corner seems somewhat protected. So I'm just going to give an idea of what we've been seeing. So right here we're seeing about a foot. I've seen 14 inches, just a little bit, in this rough area. So because it's on the boardwalk, there has been plowing, there has been clearing. That's a rough estimate, but obviously quite a bit of snow has fallen here. And I want to go to video from earlier because you can see those early morning wind gusts just swirling the snow around the boardwalk. The wind was just whipping, and it was just affecting conditions. It was very harsh outside. The plows have been out throughout the night. They've been making the rounds on the roads. We have seen people out clearing sidewalks, and there's been snow blowers out. So people are trying to do this, but the snow was coming down so quickly that you just sort of couldn't keep up. But now in the last, hour or so, we've started to see the snow lighten up a little bit, still falling, but not quite as quickly. And so I think we are moving in the right direction here, but still a ways to go, everybody. We're live in Atlantic City this morning. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
Catherine, it is great to see you smiling again, and things are getting better. Thank you. And here's an example of how dangerous the conditions have been on the roads at the Jersey Shore. The action cam captured vehicles stuck along Roosevelt Boulevard in Memorial, Cape May County. A truck and several cars had to be pushed to get free and finally get moving again.
Let's turn now to Philadelphia, where crews have been working nonstop to clear the roads and the sidewalks. Philadelphia Public and Archdiocesan schools are operating on a virtual schedule today. There's no trash or recycling pickup today or tomorrow. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne live in Rittenhouse Square with the cleanup already underway. And Cheyenne, how's the city looking?
Good morning, and speaking of cleanup, I want to show you that we've been showing you this tree that has been on the middle of the road all morning. You can see that it's now on the sidewalk here. Actually, just before you came to me, there were some guys from Center City District, and they were using a saw trying to break this branch off that you can see right here because it was still in the roadway. Now, you can see that there are still some cones blocking off part of this road. By the way, this is Walnut, but it is, again, open to traffic here, which is a good thing because there's actually been a good amount of cars here coming through the area, and also a lot of people walking, definitely enjoying the snow because it's beautiful out here. But I want to show you just how this tree fell. You can see right here that it came from the root, and that just shows you just how heavy and wet this snow is here in Philadelphia. You can also see it on these branches, and some of the trees that are still standing, you can just see the snow weighing them down. So I'm hoping that this snowfall stops as soon as possible because these poor trees, I don't think that they can handle anymore. But really quickly, I also want to show you the sidewalks here. They look really great. We've been seeing people from all of these different businesses come out here and shovel and salt. The other side of the walkway, which we have been showing you, it had a lot of snow and it was covered earlier. That's now open to traffic. You can see someone walking by. So, if you're going outside, make sure that you are safe. Again, officials are asking people to stay off of the roads, but it doesn't seem like this storm is stopping people from doing what they have to do. You can see that there's a little doggy over here walking through. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. But we are live in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Corinne, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
Well, Cheyenne, it's a husky. This is its natural habitat. It loves all this. The rest of us, not so much.
You're right.
Thank you. This storm has disrupted travel across the country. Let's take a live look at Philadelphia International, where the snow is still falling a bit. There have been 604 flights canceled there so far today. That accounts for 82% of outgoing flights. I mean, that means you have only maybe a 20% chance of your flight getting out at the moment, and 67% of incoming flights. Across the country today, there have been more than 5,700 flights canceled because of the storm. So be sure to check with your airline before you head to the airport, not only today, but also tomorrow, since there are often residual effects from a disruption of this magnitude. Now to give you a closer look at the conditions out there on the roads, we have a little bit of help.
Yeah, we've just learned that mandatory travel restrictions have been extended until at least noon today in New Jersey, so heads up if you're driving in Jersey.
Yeah, that means you're not allowed to drive unless you're in an emergency vehicle or have some other exemption. Traffic anchor Matt Pellman joining us now with more. Matt, how's it looking out there now?
Only the essentials out on the roads in New Jersey today, ladies. And the good news is it's looking pretty quiet. So people are heeding those restrictions. Just seeing a few cars out here on 42 in Belmar. And overall, we see some slush left over on the road, but it doesn't look too bad. It's mostly just wet at this point both ways by 295. Let's cross the river. 95 in Bucks County. We see a little more slush and snow coverage here, but not a lot of traffic here either. Had a crash here earlier with a vehicle that got stuck in the snow. That's cleared out. Here's 95 if you're heading down toward the airport on the Girard Point double-decker bridge. Don't think I'd head to the airport at this point with those 600 plus flights canceled. But the road looks pretty decent here, mainly just wet on this stretch of 95. There's some ice hanging off the side of the bridge, but they did a good job of clearing the snow from 95 and from the Schuylkill Expressway. Have a plow waiting in the wings in case it needs to do some more work, but most of the main lanes here are just wet at this point on the Schuylkill by Montgomery Drive and Fairmount Park. Here's the Northeast Extension, Plymouth Township. As you head southbound, there is a crash just up ahead approaching the Mid-County tolls, knocking out the left lane, but overall it's not terrible. Still really wet and a little bit slushy here along 309 by Springhouse. Had a crash here earlier that's cleared out of the way. And on the transit front, regional rails remain suspended, as are all SEPTA and NJT buses. The River Line also not running. Patco's running about every 20 minutes. Ladies?
All right. Well, we'll get there. Thank you.
Eventually.
Matt, thank you. Now let's take you to South Jersey, which has seen some of the highest snow totals. This is new video from Cherry Hill. You can see one man hard at work clearing a sidewalk, but there is a lot of work left to be done. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live in Washington Township with the very latest. Elizabeth, the storm is wrapping up, but the cleanup is just beginning.
Yeah, good morning, Nydia. And we have seen quite a few plow drivers out all morning long. I spoke to one man who said he got out here at 7 o'clock last night, and he was still working when I talked to him around 7 o'clock this morning. And he said he had no plans to go home anytime soon. So the cleanup has begun. It's still snowing, though. It's definitely a lot lighter than it was earlier, but the snow is still coming down. The good news, though, check out Route 42. Look at how good that looks right now. Like I said, the plows have been hard at work. Now, of course, this is a major roadway, so this takes priority above the side streets, but still, that is looking pretty good for how much snow we've seen today and how rapidly it's been falling. I think about 2 inches an hour at some point. So they had their work cut out for them in terms of keeping up with it, but they did a really good job so far. I want to show you how deep the snow is here. I'm going to move over to this part that's untouched. So when I stop my boot in there, I am still not even touching the pavement. I would have to really dig myself down to get all the way down here. And then it's up to about maybe the middle of my thigh, or the middle of my calf, not the middle of my thigh. That'd be crazy. But still, a lot of snow out here in Washington Township. If you are heading out today at some point, good luck with the shoveling, especially getting it all off your vehicle. You're going to have your work cut out for you today. This is some heavy, densely packed snow here in Washington Township. We're live in Washington Township this morning. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News.
All right. Good advice out there to give yourself some time, take breaks in there. Well, this is a look at the snowy conditions in Kent County, Delaware, where a driving ban does remain in effect. Governor Matt Meyer declared a state of emergency and has activated the Emergency Management Agency. DelDOT officials tell us their plow operators are working nonstop to keep the roads as clear as possible. And the sound of shovels scraping and snowblower engines roaring. It's not a fun sound. Filled the air in Delaware this morning. The action cam was in Claymont's Ashburn Hills neighborhood, where people were getting an early start on clearing the snow, even as it was still falling. Residents noticed a big difference between this snow and the snow from our last storm.
It's just as heavy, but more pushable, since it felt like it was more wet than last time, I would say.
It's heavy compared to the last one where it was the ice and you were chipping away at it. It's just so heavy with that dense layer of wet underneath. It's not going to be an easy day of shoveling, that is for sure.
Either way you look at it, it doesn't sound fun. Again, this type of heavy and wet snow can be dangerous to shovel, so you'll want to take it easy if you're out there shoveling this morning.
You know, it's just the soundtrack of our lives right now. Exactly 4 weeks after the last storm, and on Saturday we got the first breath of fresh air where we saw grass and sidewalks.
Maybe we should play like 5 minutes of Jimmy Buffett. Everybody, that could be our moment of zen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And you know, listen, just to keep up with everything, be sure to have the 6ABC app to track the latest on the storm. You know that our team of meteorologists are working so hard for you. They've got the latest on the forecast for this week. And of course, we'll talk about the snow cleanup efforts and the traffic across our area. We've got you covered.
And I know we're so tired of the sound of snow shovels and snow blowers, but you know what sound I love and I find so satisfying is the crunch of that fresh snow under your snow boots. I took a video of that this morning. I just think it sounds so nice.
And when I took a video of that, that wasn't my reaction. So I like that you're a bright sider on this one.
Two sides of the same.
There it is. Still ahead on Action News at 10 a.m. We've got more coverage of the winter storm and, of course, the cleanup underway.
Action News reporter Corey Davis has more on the work out there to clear the roads.
Yeah, look right over here. We can see blacktop and plow trucks. That's what people love to see at this hour, especially during this point in the beginning of the cleanup for the storm. We'll have more on how the progress is coming along.
All night and all morning long, PennDOT crews have been out working hard to keep the roads clear.
The Pennsylvania Turnpike has lifted all travel restrictions, but there's still quite a mess on some roads, side streets, and sidewalks.
Action News reporter Corey Davis is live near the PennDOT Salt Yard in South Philadelphia with the latest, and that salt yard's been working hard this season, Corey.
They have been so busy around the clock going in and out of the salt yard, making their rounds, prioritizing on the interstates and then the secondary roads as well. So we do know that from PennDOT officials. They say that is a major concern for them when it comes to trying to clear out the roads ahead or after all of this with the storm today. So we can see the blacktop here in Oregon Ave right now, and then the sidewalk looks way better than it did earlier as well. Some guys came out there, they were shoveling. They spent about an hour clearing several inches of snow, and back over to the road, and a plow truck is coming through again. So they're making their rounds, the roads that PennDOT takes care of, and then of course the streets department taking care of those local Philadelphia roads as well. We've been speaking with people who have been getting an early start over the course of the morning, trying to maneuver through all of this. Some of the sidewalks aren't clear because a lot of people have to clear their own sidewalks, and as you saw there, the roads are looking better.
I'm seeing it's a real mess. My dog doesn't like it.
Nobody has to work except for not like me.
But yeah, you got to get to where you need to go,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So far, I walked 12 blocks, and to be quite honest with you, I'm very surprised. She's doing a great job.
Okay.
She did a real good job so far today.
She as in?
As the mayor.
The mayor, okay.
Yes, Miss Parker.
All right, yeah, I've heard from a number of people who seem to be happier this go around with the response to the storm. I did hear one person complain about the conditions of the road when the snow was coming down really heavily, so that was a little unreasonable. But right now, there is definitely a chance to catch up when it comes to cleanup, and clearly, at least in this area, crews are doing that. Reporting live here in South Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, it looks like they're working really hard, Corey. Thank you.
You know, we have had some practice this season.
Yes.
Let's get another check of the forecast. Look at how much snow is piling up. You know, everyone wanting to know, how much should we get in our area?
Well, the numbers are really impressive.
Yeah, but it varies, right?
It does. The shore, very different than up in the Lehigh Valley. Let's go on over
Historic even in some spots. Okay, let's break it down. I have a ton to show you because I know everybody likes to know. How about where I lived? How about where I live? All right, let's look at Pennsylvania first. Allentown 5.2. We talked about the sinking air, how you would have less north and west, and that's what verified. Percy 8.5, Lansdale 8.8, Warminster 13.5, Philadelphia International 13.7 inches of snow, the largest storm in a decade. In Langhorne, 22 inches of snow. How about for New Jersey? Mount Holly, 20 inches. Glassboro, 17. Medford, 16.8. Bridgeton, 16.1. Lacey Township, 17. Summers Point, 16 inches of snow. How about Delaware? In Lewis, Delaware, down near Rehoboth, 18 inches. In Dover, 16. Clayton, 10. Hockessin, 10. Wilmington, 9.5. Holiday Hills, 8.5, a significant amount of snow, a lot to clean up from. And here's a wide look at the storm right now. There's a strong storm that is pulling out of here, but we still have snow showers through the region. It's not as intense as it was, and certainly you see north and west, what a difference. You're breaking up. East of the city, you still have some heavy bands. So if you're driving around and you're in Upper Euclid Township, just a few flurries in Reading, you're dry in Allentown, Upper Dublin, you have some snow coming down and near the city, but there's that darker shade. That's what's still accumulating right now. When you see those darker shades, these are those bands whipping around that area of low pressure. So all through Burlington County and Ocean County in Atlantic City, it's still coming down. It's not as heavy as before, but it's coming down, and you're still going to get another inch or two under that. That temperature really varies depending on the places I showed you. You're dry in Reading, it's 36, and it's snowing pretty good, and the shoreline, and it's about 30 degrees. So temperatures still below freezing where you've got that heavier snow bands through New Jersey. We're above freezing now in the city. The wind at one point was 61 miles an hour in Atlantic City. Crazy wind, right? Now it's 45, 32 in the city. Makes it feel right now like it's just in the 20s, so it is cold this afternoon. Now by 1 o'clock we're above freezing. You see those snow bands maybe hugging the coastline still at 1, and those final flurries exiting at 3 or 4 o'clock, but certainly not accumulating at that point. You look at your hour by hour forecast, we're starting in the low 30s. At 3 o'clock it's 38 degrees, and you have a lot of clouds here. At 7 o'clock it's 36. The winds are with us through the afternoon, but nothing like they were early this morning, that's for sure. So they continue to die off. Now tonight, if anything looks wet, it's going to be frozen. So make sure you clear everything out. Don't wait till tomorrow morning, because tonight you look at that temperature, drops down to 22 in Allentown, 25 in the city, 26 in Wildwood. It is a cold start, could be a little slick. And, you know, Corey mentioned something so interesting, that people are comparing storms. Well, people are doing a better job cleaning up this storm than last time. Two totally different storms. So back in January, we had 2-inch layer of ice on top. We were below freezing for 7 days. It was so hard to remove that, and it stuck around forever. Now, no ice, just wet snow. It's above freezing all this week, should be gone by the end of the week, even though we have a lot to get through. 38 degrees for your high today, with some snow showers still, especially east of the city. Tomorrow, partly sunny and breezy, 33, 44 on Wednesday. Watch that morning commute, few snow showers around. Some late day rain and snow showers on Thursday, 41, 43 on Friday. Breezy and the sun returns Saturday, the light at the end of the tunnel. 54 with actual sunshine, which we haven't seen in a while. 52 on Sunday, lots of clouds. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back. We want to give you another live look at the roads as we continue to track the impacts of the winter storm. Mobile 6 is currently in Willistown in Chester County. Things look pretty clear here. You can see the blacktop. It looks like a winter wonderland. You do want to stay off the roads, though, if you can. Strong winds and blowing snow will continue to be a concern throughout the day, creating dangerous driving conditions in certain moments. So even if things look okay right now, again, stay off the roads if you can.
And there's something that I know so many of us will be doing today. That's shoveling. We're going to talk about that. But let's just take a pretty look here. Sky 6, the conditions in Margate. There's something really just pretty when you look at the ocean, you know, kind of frozen as it's been.
As you stand inside your house or apartment in your pajamas, all snuggled up.
If you're watching that from the couch, it does look nice,
it does look great.
But then you have to get outside and do some shoveling today because as the storm starts to settle down, people are getting into cleanup mode. And of course, you want to be careful when you get out there with those shovels.
Yeah, shoveling can lead to injuries and other health risks if you don't do it safely. Health experts say they typically see an uptick in back and shoulder injuries following a storm.
Shoveling can also be a big strain on the heart, putting some people at the risk of a heart attack. Doctors suggest that you take it slow. Plan to go out a number of times to clear those walkways versus waiting to go out there and do it all in one big go. And if possible, push the snow rather than lifting it.
And look, if you do lift it, use a small shovel or only partially fill the shovel that you are using. Lift with your legs, not your back. Anyone who has done that knows the hard way. Oof, it can really lead to back injuries.
Yeah, and don't be overly ambitious, right? We don't need to be overachievers with the snow. Doctors say do not work to the point of exhaustion, but instead make sure you take a lot of breaks. There is much more ahead when Action News continues at 10:30. We'll be right back.
Live from the Action News studios in Philadelphia, this is Philadelphia's leading news program.
Welcome back. Action News at 10:30 begins with the latest on our winter storm and the efforts underway to dig out across our area. The Jersey Shore in South Jersey saw some of the highest snow totals.
Taking a live look from Sky 6 at the conditions right there at the National Constitution Center. You can see the flag really whipping in the wind. You know, this has kind of been a two-part thing. Of course, the snow coming down, but also those winds just like moving it sideways all night and into today.
Yeah, blowing snow is continuing to be a problem today, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done across our area to clean up, and Action News has every angle covered. We have a team of reporters along the Jersey Shore and in South Jersey and Philadelphia, but we began with meteorologists Adam Joseph and Karen Rogers with the very latest on your forecast. Adam.
Yeah, and I tell you, every 10 years, with ending with the 6, we've had a big storm, it seems. 1996, the blizzard, where we had 30.7 inches of snow, the top snowstorm in Philadelphia's history. 10 years later, in 06, we had a 12-inch storm in February. 10 years later, in 16, we had an almost 2-foot snowstorm at the end of January. And today, in 26, we've so far picked up 13.7 inches of snow, this making it the 17th top snowstorm in Philadelphia's history. I'm showing you some of the jackpot totals across the area. Langhorne, 22 inches. There was a huge spread. Southern Bucks County with nearly 20 inches of snow. Northern Bucks County, it was more than half of that. Mount Holly, 20 inches. Whiting, 20 inches. Lewis, Delaware, 18 inches. Croydon, 1.5 feet of snow. And Mays Landing closing in close to 18 inches of snow. The center of the storm right here, southeast of Cape Cod and the islands, almost taking on an eye effect. In fact, the pressure has dropped to a level that you see in a Category 1 hurricane, and that's why it lashed our coastline. It is drying out to the west. We're still dealing with some light snow falling in parts of Burlington and Ocean County. Give it a few more hours, and here too, it will start to unwind. All right. Karen has been a trooper all morning, working tirelessly, and then we throw her outside in the snow.
But I've made snowballs. Also, I want to say this is the quickest I've ever been dressed. Now that my husband knows I can get in a completely different outfit in 5 minutes flat, I'm in serious trouble for the rest of my life. I made a good snowball. Oh, you ready, Adam? Oh, did make it to you. Okay.
Ouch.
You know, we've been saying it's good snow to compact, not good snow to shovel. So you got to be careful out there. Let's talk about the rest of the day. When we're kicking this snow out of here, region by region in the Lehigh Valley, you're already really wrapped up. Maybe you have a stray flurry, but dry the rest of the afternoon. So lots of clouds, temperatures at 1 about 34. You reach around 37 late this afternoon. At 9 o'clock tonight, you've got cloudy skies and 34. Along I-95, still some snow showers going on now. I'm in them right now. It's not really heavy, but nonetheless, we still have that light snow shower coming down. And at 1 o'clock, the last of the flurries. Then you're dry after that with temperatures reaching the upper 30s, and you keep the clouds the rest of the day. Along the Jersey Shore, it's kind of heavy out there in some spots along the shore. And you're still dealing with that, still some accumulation. I think at 1 o'clock, you've got a good snow shower coming down. It might last to 2 or 3, kind of hugging the coastline. But by 5, you're dry. But the winds are still pretty strong there. It takes a little longer to ease by there. And as we look at the shoveling concerns, this is what they call heart attack snow. It's heavy, it's wet, it's dense. Make sure you use a lot of caution. Maybe hire someone to help you if you can, because you might need to do that through the region. Tonight, I do want to point out those overnight lows, getting down to the 20s. So guys, if it seems wet out there, it's going to be, frozen, and you're going to have to be careful on that drive in. But it is kind of fun to play in. Not fun to shovel, but fun to play in. So come on out, we'll make a snow angels, girls. But make it quick, because I'm going to go home.
All right, quick change, Karen. We'll be out in just a little bit. Thank you. Now let's take you back to the hardest hit area, which is the Jersey Shore. Winds, rain, and snow have been battering the coast, and a state of emergency remains in effect. Action News reporter Catherine Scott is live in Atlantic City with a look at the latest conditions. Catherine, you have been out all morning long helping our viewers understand how the situation is evolving. How do things look right now?
Well, we have watched this storm progress throughout the morning. When we came out in the middle of the night, it was very cold. The wind gusts were very strong. Of course, the snow was just swirling down, going sideways. And really, there's been an improvement. Like, the gusts are still coming. You can see the snow swirling, but it's not quite as bad as there was earlier. But we walked up off the boardwalk a little bit because we wanted to show you this. The Atlantic City beach completely covered in snow. We will see Sand, once again, just not today. You can see the water is just churning. The beach completely covered after all of the snow that dumped onto our area overnight. It started yesterday afternoon, raining, and then that rain turned to snow around 2:15, and it's basically been snowing ever since then. So we've gotten quite a bit. The crews have been out overnight around the roads, trying to get the sidewalks and everything. A lot of the main roads look covered, but much improved, but there's still a ways to go. And if you look at the boardwalk, you can see it's pretty empty this morning, as you can imagine. We have run into a couple people here and there. They have been plowing the boardwalk as well, and so you can walk it if you can get here, but obviously the preference is at this point to stay home. The conditions are still treacherous. We're not out of the woods just yet, so stay home so plows can continue to do the work. We are live in Atlantic City this morning. Catherine Scott, Channel 6 Action News.
And you know what, Catherine? The entire scene behind you, I think, tells us exactly what's happening there. Stay in if you can. And thank you so much for your great reporting all morning. South Jersey also hit very hard by the storm in other parts as well. Some areas seeing up to 18 inches as of now, and the cleanup is well underway in many neighborhoods. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live in Washington Township with the very latest. And ooh, those winds are still whipping there, Elizabeth.
Yeah, good morning. And there are still flakes falling. Of course, it is much lighter than what we saw earlier this morning. It was a very long morning here in South Jersey with just a consistent, fast falling snow for hours. Plow trucks made their way down Route 42 in Washington Township before the sun came up Monday morning. Driver Frank McGinley says he started working last night around 7 p.m. and had no plans to stop anytime soon.
Middle of the night, it was bad. You couldn't even see. It was a total whiteout. It's getting better now, but it's just never ending.
The seemingly never-ending snow kept the police department busy all morning long, too.
We're seeing a lot of storm-related calls. People stuck in the snow drifts. A lot of power lines are down, people without electricity.
Some decided to get a head start on shoveling, even if they didn't have a shovel handy and had to improvise. How's it working?
Not bad. Yeah, that's the trick. It's getting harder up here because it's cold and frozen, but back there is nice and soft. It was all right.
This is like a lot more like heavy snow, looks wet.
Yeah.
And it just looks like it's going to be a lot more harder to deal with compared to last time.
Yeah. Yeah, so the plow crews did have their work cut out for them, but I want to show you a really beautiful sight. Look at Route 42 here in Washington Township. It is completely clear of snow right now. The plow crews did an amazing job keeping up with this rapidly falling snow over the course of the morning. Of course, this is a major roadway, so it's obviously going to take priority over some of the side streets. So, again, officials in New Jersey are asking people to stay off the roads. But if you do have to go out on a major roadway, they are doing a really fine job here in New Jersey this morning. We're live in Washington Township. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you, ladies.
And we are grateful for that. Thank you, Elizabeth. Now let's take you into the city of Philadelphia, where the cleanup has been underway for hours. Mayor Sherrell Parker is promising to use every tool the city has to get the roads to a passable state in a swift and efficient manner. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne is live in Rittenhouse Square for us with a look at conditions. Cheyenne, there were a lot of complaints about the last storm and cleanup. How does it look comparatively? We see a plow truck going, a fleet of them going by you right now.
Yes, and this is what we have been seeing all morning, and you can tell by these roads, they look pretty good. And we actually spoke to one gentleman earlier today, and he even applauded the city, saying that he definitely notices a difference this time around. But we have been seeing a lot of people out here enjoying this snow day because, look, you can actually see the sidewalk, and that's really, really fortunate. All day today, we have been seeing people plow, salt, and shovel, trying to navigate yet another Philly snowstorm.
I just like walking around in the snow.
This morning, people braced the snowy streets of Rittenhouse, navigating heavy wind, slushy roads, and downed trees.
Like, it's manageable in the street. The sidewalks in neighborhoods aren't great. I guess around here it's fine.
Throughout the morning, plows could be seen moving through the streets. Others got to work shoveling and salting sidewalks, allowing people and dogs to get their morning walks in.
It's really heavy. It's like all slush. So you just gotta take it easy.
These two have been shoveling for hours as the snow continues to fall.
It's just been plows the whole night, and I'm going to say the city's doing a much better job of just keeping this stuff clear.
Meanwhile, this mother and son are visiting from the Netherlands, experiencing their first snowfall in the city of brotherly love.
We actually took a bunch of pictures of the park because now it looks very beautiful.
It's a bit slippery, but we didn't bring the right shoes.
Just take it slow and walk carefully because I don't want to slip.
We don't want to fall and break something.
Yes, definitely take your time, but I am glad that mother and son are enjoying their first snowfall here in Philadelphia. But you see here, this is Walnut. We were showing you all day that this road was closed because of those downed trees. Well, those downed trees have now been moved to the side of the road, so you can see traffic moving through. I actually can finally see the Walnut Street sign that shows you that this snow is melting, because all day I have not been able to see any of these street signs as well as the street lights. So you can see that conditions are really shaping up here in Rittenhouse. We're live in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Correa, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
And we see another plow behind you. One just went by. Like, really, they are on it this time.
As if on cue.
All over.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Still to come on Action News at 10:30. Viewers have been sending us their pictures and videos of the snowstorm.
Christy Aleno will join us to take a look at the scenes coming in from across our area.
And then in Big Talkers, turning your winter frustration around. Can I do it?
No.
Oh, well, I'm going to try. A psychologist has some advice on how we can channel our snow angst into appreciation.
Okay.
Let's give you another live look at the roads as we continue to track the impacts of this massive winter storm. Mobile 6 is currently in Westchester. Oh, it looks so pretty, doesn't it?
It really
With
does.
all of the snow on the trees and moving along just fine right here. But of course, again, if you don't have to be on the roads, PennDOT and city crews are really asking that you stay off the roads. It makes their jobs so much easier.
Pretty picture there. We've been getting tons of videos and photos from viewers all across this tri-state area. You know, we love it when they contribute to our storytelling.
Absolutely. Backpack journalist, our Christy Aleno is here with a look at some of the best ones, Christy.
Yeah, they are our eyes and ears of what's happening in their neighborhoods, and viewers from Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey have been sharing their snow shots all morning long. So let's get to some. This impact right here of this storm is being felt all across the Delaware Valley, especially down at the shore. Rita sent us this photo from Longport, where you see a downed utility pole hanging dangerously on some wires there. So hopefully they'll be able to clean that one up. Then this shot right here is from Mantua, Gloucester County. You see the snow piled up along the front walkway there, really picturesque. And then Michelle Sorbello took this video right here just before 7 o'clock this morning from Millville, Cumberland County. You can see the untouched snow blanketing her front lawn. I feel like that's the best time to be there. You know, just see the snow before everybody starts to walk in it and it gets a little dirty. And then in Hampton Heights, Camden County, you can see just how heavy the snow is from this shot taken by Carol Gaskill. The wet snow weighing down those tree branches. That's really been the story all around the area. And then in the city's Point Breeze section, Lucy tells us that she woke up from her virtual school day and here's what's on mine. She measured nearly a foot of snow on her back patio table. I feel like that's probably the scene at my house too in the city. And then in Chestnut Hill, Jennifer sent us this tranquil shot of the snow on her lawn furniture with the trees, twinkling lights. This scene has us dreaming of warmer weather. I just feel like we need to get rid of the snow, maybe get like some sunshine, a beach, water, and some sand.
Sit on that lounge chair.
Sit on that lounge chair with a cocktail maybe.
Right now, some hot cocktails.
And then in Mertztown, Berks County, a patriotic shot of the flag covered in snow thanks to our Jim from sending this in the scene. We love that. Well, we love seeing your pictures and your videos, so send them to us at 6abc.com/share. You might just see them right back here on Action News, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm already trying to find bathing suits and like flip-flops.
You're ready.
I'm over this. I need to like get to warmer weather.
Punxsutawney Phil, he's already in.
I'm over that rodent.
Drinking a pina colada. Christy, thank you.
All right, well, we'll be right back with another check of your forecast. All right, time now for another look at your AccuWeather forecast.
Things are starting to wrap up, but the flakes are still falling out there. Most of our live shot reporters are showing us that right now, Adam.
Yeah,
The
but
wind.
It's the wind. The wind continues to whip around, but thankfully the snow that is falling now really not accumulating a whole lot. If you are near the city, points to the west, even in New Jersey, now that the sun is up well over the horizon, that solar radiation coming through, so it's harder to accumulate the snow with temperatures above freezing this time of year. As of 7 a.m., a historical snowstorm for Philadelphia, closing in close to 14 inches, ranking as the 17th biggest snowstorm in Philadelphia's history. The greatest snowstorm we've seen in 10 years, from 2016, when we picked up nearly 2 feet of snow from that storm. There you can see the dry slot coming in from the west, so everything has ended here. Maybe a couple of flurries in parts of eastern Chester, western Delaware County. Down to Dover, a couple of flurries in the air. Same thing for lower parts of Bucks County into Trenton, where we're still dealing with some persistent light snow showers. This area got hit extremely hard around lower Bucks as well as Mercer County, parts of Burlington County and Ocean County. And speaking of the ocean, we're still seeing some of these bands that are wrapping in around that departing low. So every now and then you get a hit of some heavier rainfall along the snowfall along the Garden State Parkway just west of Atlantic City and Brigantine. A wider picture here, storm winding up just southeast of Cape Cod. My dad's been sending me videos. He plows this time of year for a living, and he's right here where they're getting whacked, and he says it is absolutely a whiteout down in southeastern Massachusetts, where some locations there will pick up more than 2 feet of snow out of this storm. Wind gusts, it's still cranking in Atlantic City, 45 miles an hour. Philadelphia, 33 miles an hour. The same in Allentown. Lancaster, gusting to 30 miles an hour. Not getting much blowing of the snow just because of the heavy consistency, but the wind chills, if you are trying to tackle the snow this afternoon to clear it, it only feels like the 20s across much of our area. In fact, 18 in Pomona, 18 degrees in Toms River. So by 4 o'clock, those flurries, they're off the coast here. Temperatures are above freezing, so there will be some melting and compaction of that heavy wet snow going into the afternoon. So goodbye to this winter storm. Tomorrow, the sun returns finally bright. If you remember and recall last week, it was just so cloudy and dreary the whole week. So we'll take the sun, but not going to do very much to warm us. Only 33 degrees with wind chills in the 20s tomorrow afternoon. Warm front swings through with a morning snow shower Wednesday, returning sun in the afternoon, and some afternoon melting with a high temperature in the mid-40s for the middle of the week. So looking ahead, morning snow shower Wednesday with a warm front, then sun returns in the afternoon with highs in the 40s. Thursday is our next storm threat. This one not as big and looks more rain than it does snow. Any snow would be wet snow, and that would be farther to the north and west. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, 38, with that AccuWeather alert continuing here this afternoon. Bright but breezy Tuesday, 33, feeling a whole lot colder. Morning snow showers to sun Wednesday, 44, 41 on Thursday, a late day rain snow system coming through. We'll have more on that later this evening. And then Friday, breezy as the sun returns at 43, and ooh, you're looking pretty good there Saturday. Whoa. 54 with some sunshine, and mostly cloudy Sunday at 52 degrees. So unlike the last storm.
Right, Saturday, we're whistling at you.
We'll do snow angels with a bathing suit on.
I'll be looking for that.
Okay. So come on Instagram.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll be right back.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program with John Paul and Sarah Bloomquist.
Afternoon, and it is Monday afternoon, and the big story on Action News at noon is a major winter storm that brought more than a foot of snow to some communities in our area.
Yeah, thousands of customers still without power from blizzard-like conditions overnight, and just as the snow from our last winter storm began to melt, well, we were walloped by another powerful system.
The Jersey Shore was hit hardest by this round of winter weather. The action cam was in Sea Isle City today. Look at this. More than a foot of snow fell in several shore communities. Cars were left buried, and snowplow drivers have their work cut out for them.
Neighbors in Delaware hard at work clearing all the snow from their driveways and their sidewalks. This was the scene in Claymont this morning. Neighbors here tell Action News they had plenty of practice during this last several storms.
Yeah, it's just really a good idea to stay off the roads if you don't have anywhere to go. go today. Most schools and businesses are closed. Mobile 6 is giving us a live look at conditions on Southampton Road in northeast Philadelphia. You can see it has been plowed, it looks like, but it is still snow covered in some parts. But traffic moving along fairly well. I'm impressed by that.
Yeah, they've done a good job keeping up on the roads. Going outside here, Sky 6 taking a live look at the snow-covered Independence Mall from our Keystone camera. A snow emergency does remain in effect for the city of Philadelphia, and students in the school district of Philadelphia have a virtual learning day from home today.
Still windy out there if you check out the flag. We have a team of reporters and meteorologists covering this storm for us all across the region, including areas hit hardest by the snow and strong winds. First, let's begin with meteorologist Adam Joseph in the Weather Center with the latest update. Adam.
Yeah, and we're wrapping up this latest storm here. The winds continue, some snow east of the city still falling, but historical snow for Philadelphia as of 7 a.m. We'll get an update a little after 1 o'clock if the number goes up a bit, but ranking as the 17th biggest storm in Philadelphia's history with just under 14 inches, the greatest snowfall we've seen since January of 2016, 10 years ago, when we had close to 2 feet of snow. Here's some numbers. In Allentown, 5.2 inches. Percy, Bucks County, 8.5. Lansdale, central parts of Montgomery County, 8.8 inches. But then as you head into southern parts of Montgomery, Bucks County near Philadelphia, the number is almost double. They got whacked in southern parts of not only Bucks County, Mercer County, over into Burlington County, Langhorne, 22 inches. When it was only 8 inches in the northern part of that same county. Mount Holly, 20 inches. Glassboro, 17, near 17 in Medford. Lacey Township, 17. Summers Point, just inland from the shore, 16 inches of snow. And in Delaware, Woodside, that is in Kent County, 20.5 inches. Lewis, Delaware, a lot of power outages there. Chatting with people on social media, 18 inches, 16 in Dover. And then as you head towards Wilmington, again, notice the big difference from north to south in that state. 9.5 inches. All right, the storm is continuing to wind up to the east, and you can see the circulation almost like an eye of a hurricane. The pressure of the storm was that of a Category 1 hurricane, and that is why we had such fierce winds with this, gusting over 60 miles an hour at the height of the storm at the shore. Storm Tracker 6 Live cleaning it up west of the city here. We are done. The state of Delaware pretty much done, but we are still seeing some bands set up here along the Garden State Parkway in eastern parts of Ocean County, and also another little band east of Mullica, Hamilton, down west of Atlantic City. Give it a few more hours and it will dry up there as well. So what to expect into tonight? The snow exits the coast by the middle part of the afternoon. Some melting with temperatures in the upper 30s. That will also start to compress the snow as well. That snow and slush will freeze solid tonight. So it's going to take a lot of time for you to remove it, but do it little by little before the sun sets, and a lot of slick spots early tomorrow morning. We are tracking another system towards the end of the week. We will chat about that. Don't even say that. Is that rude to say?
I think it is rude to say.
Mean.
But it's
hold off.
It's good. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I'll tell you why.
It's going to be okay.
Reassure us.
Hold our hand. Okay.
Thanks, Adam. This storm has disrupted travel up and down the East Coast as Sky 6 is taking a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. You can see one of the front-end loaders there pushing things out of the way. Now, according to FlightAware, more than 600 flights in and out of the airport have been canceled so far today. Nationwide, more than 10,000 flights have been canceled through tomorrow.
As you know, a blizzard warning had been issued for the entire state of New Jersey for the first time in 30 years.
Let's go to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas live in Atlantic City. The shore community was just pummeled by that storm, Taronda.
It absolutely was. We were here last night, and the snow has not let up from last night into this morning, and it's pushed on by these whipping winds that kick up at times, then slow down, but they never really stop. I want to give you a look at the biggest road that we've been on so far. This is Atlantic Avenue, and if you look at Atlantic Avenue, you can see it's like almost deserted. There's a police officer here. We see a couple cars here and there, and some people walking in the road. We'll explain that later, but really Atlantic City getting pummeled with this snow as they try to survive the blizzard of 2026.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't think Atlantic City's had a snowstorm like this in a long time.
The streets of Atlantic City look more like the frozen tundra, snow-covered, iced over, and empty, save for a few brave and well-covered souls.
Layer up. That's it. Layer up. That's all you can do. have some hand warmers, body warmers, and just get through it.
But even in this blizzard, first responders still rove the streets. The traffic lights so snow-covered, it's hard to tell if they're red or green. Atlantic City officials say they haven't seen a storm this dangerous since 2016. Plows have been out all night, doing their best to keep up with the snow. The roads better than the shoulder and sidewalks, which crews have been working hard to clear.
Because somebody got to be out here and doing it. Somebody got to do it.
Somebody got to do it.
Absolutely. That's why I appreciate these trucks. I appreciate the city coming out here, you feel me, doing their big one.
Put your hood on, you put your shovel on the ground, and you keep pushing it.
Exactly.
Because if you don't, it's over.
The wild card here is the wind, swirling snow in all directions with no signs of slowing down.
Stay inside. Unless you coming out with a shovel, stay inside.
Yeah, that's some good advice. So looking at the street, you probably were wondering, why were people walking in the street? Well, because this is what the sidewalk looks like. Snow covered, at least a foot of snow here. And you see a difference that shoveling makes. Those guys were talking about they've been working all day, all night shoveling. Well, they made a big difference because we've got pavement right here, but this is scarce out here on Atlantic Avenue. And this is where the snow goes when it's pushed over by those snow plows, those shovels, and it's accumulating more and more. So it'll only keep growing as the snow keeps falling. Atlantic City has made it through the first part of this storm, but we'll see how much longer we have to go. We are live in Atlantic City. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
I like that those guys said, if you don't have a shovel, don't come outside. Stay where you are.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Totally true.
As the snow continues to fall there. Taronda, thank you. Chester County didn't see as much snow as the Jersey Shore, but plenty of cleanup there. This is Schuylkill Township, filled with the sound of shovels scraping the sidewalks today.
Neighbors in Philadelphia find themselves in a too familiar predicament. Back roads covered in snow and ice.
Action News reporter Leland Pinder live for us in Roxborough, a neighborhood that's often hard to get around in a storm after something like this. Leland?
Yeah, John and Sarah. Today, though, things are looking pretty good. Let me show you Green Lane here between Manayunk and Roxborough, and you can see cars are able to get through just fine. Plenty of blacktop. Of course, you get toward the side of the street there, we got some cars that are plowed in, and then we look at the actual side streets, and we can also see that they're passable as well, but clearly they need a little bit extra work. Now, the good news is we're not seeing a lot of traffic, vehicles out here, but folks are out on foot, and thankfully there is a lot of this snow, but it is fairly easy to navigate. Light snow continues to fall this afternoon in Manayunk, but it did stop some local businesses from opening their doors on Main Street.
We're not here for long. We may have short hours, but there were people walking out in the middle of the street, so you might as well open. Why not?
Cass says shoveling the snow outside her vape shop this storm has been more manageable than the last.
It didn't stick much, honestly. It's a lot of snow, but I've been able to move it. It's not super heavy. It's not like it iced or anything like that, so it's not bad.
Matt Gambone, who owns an iPhone repair shop next door, says the city has handled main roads well. Smaller areas are still a work in progress.
The city did a great job of clearing Main Street, but the parking spaces, that's kind of up to whoever does it, residents, business owners, you name it.
Here's a look driving up Green Lane toward Ridge Avenue. We spotted several people out across Manayunk and Roxborough digging out their cars. We also saw contractors out taking on side streets. In Rittenhouse Square, the weight of the snow, too much for this tree. Even as the storm is ongoing, some people are already anticipating it melting away.
It's not ideal. I think we're all over it, but it's a lot easier than last time.
Yeah, I think his feelings kind of sum up how a lot of people feel, but nonetheless, here it is. We have to deal with it. Again, the road's looking good. Some of that slush is kind of getting, I guess, compacted and making some areas a little bit tougher to drive through. But all in all, things do look good, at least where I am right now. Also want to point out a lot of these sidewalks looking good as well as folks dig out their cars. They're also treating those sidewalks. That's, of course, a city requirement. And again, when it comes to those side streets, these contractors, the smaller trucks, they'll be out for several more hours. One guy told me he's been out since 4 p.m. yesterday. But for now, we're live here in Roxborough. Leland Pinder, Channel 6 Action News. John and Sarah.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm glad we can see the roads. That's the important part here. Leland, thank you.
Thanks, Leland. A number of back roads in the Winfield section of Philadelphia are still covered in snow and slush. A large tree branch also cracked under the weight of the snow and came down right on top of this parked car. Because of the strong wind gusts, some street signs lines are also covered up by the snow.
All right, let's go now to New Jersey. Correspondent Trish Hartman live in Mount Holly, which saw nearly 20 inches of snow there. Trish, it's a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, measuring a little more than 19 inches of snow in parts of Mount Holly. I want to show you here. We're at the side of the road here along High Street, but I learned from Catherine Scott this morning there is a curb right here that was not visible, but I almost face planted and I didn't, so I was proud of myself. So be careful when you're walking. I know it's tempting to walk in the snow because there's so much of it, but just be careful. So let's take you out to High Street here. It's actually looking pretty good. You can see pretty much all of it right there, and people are moving right along, zipping right along. This is not the case for all of the roads that we have been on here in New Jersey this morning. We saw a lot of roads, even highways, where there was only 1 lane clear, 1.5 lanes clear, and then you had to drive over the snow-covered lane to get to your exit. So a little bit of precarious driving this morning, but the crews are working on it. We haven't even had a chance to check out the side streets yet, but we are told from drivers that we have talked to that they are snow-covered and waiting for those crews to come around. So it really depends on where you are. Around the corner from where we are here on High Street on the Mount Holly bypass, there was a tree that was at least partially down, and so crews had that shut down as they worked on removing that tree. So a lot of work to be done here in Mount Holly and the surrounding area. Burlington County officials said as of earlier today, I believe as of 8 a.m., there were 10,000 customers, homes and businesses that were without power. So those utility companies will be out in full force trying to get those people back online as well. We are live in Mount Holly, New Jersey. Trish Hartman, Channel 6 Action News. John, Sarah.
Yeah, Trish, it's such a heavy snow, and those wind gusts have been not good at all. I would account for those power outages. Yep. Thank you. Make sure you have the 6ABC app nearby for the latest updates on this winter storm. There you'll find the latest forecasts from our team of meteorologists and more on the snow cleanup efforts and traffic conditions all across the region.
And our coverage of this major winter storm continues after a quick break.
We'll be right back.
We continue to follow the impact of the latest major winter storm. Take a look at this here. Mobile 6 is monitoring the conditions right now on Endicott Street in Northeast Philadelphia. A lot of people out. You got the snow blowers, you got the shovels. They're trying to dig out from all the snow that they saw there. And the street looks like it probably could use a little bit of help as well. And you notice the cars on the side with inches and inches of snow sitting on top. It's going to be a while before they can dig out from this one.
Yeah, people hard at work there. Let's go now to Action News reporter Chad Perdelli, live in Pendle, Bucks County, with an update on conditions there. Parts of Bucks County, Chad, got hit really hard.
That's right, Sarah. Yeah, we're here in Pendle. We're on Robbins Avenue. This area, I would say, got about 18 inches of snow, so a good amount. Now the side streets are starting to get hit. You can see the Bobcat here making its way here into this apartment complex. They got a nice little system in place. This road has been clear for the better part of an hour. Now people are digging out their cars, throwing the snow into the roadway. This Bobcat will come by, pick it up, take it down the road, and dump it off. I'm going to show you a state road. Now, for most of the morning, I drove here around 8 in the morning. The state roads were in really good shape. The highways, PennDOT did a heck of a job. This is Durham Road right here. It is a state road, and it's been clear pretty much the entire morning since we've been here around 8:30 this morning. You can see it's in really good shape. The side roads, they need a lot of work, but over the past hour and a half, we've seen the plows beginning to make their way down roads like you see right here. Like if you can take up to the left here, Rich. Remember we were here just a short time ago. That was 18 inches of snow, but now the plows are getting to some of these secondary streets, making sure they're getting cleared, and it's going to be a lot of work. And we were talking to people who were shoveling. This is a heavy snow, much different than that last storm, which was really icy, and that was difficult just trying to break it up. This snow is easy to shovel, but it's heavy, so you got to take a lot of work. Many people around here have snow blowers. That's made it a lot easier to get the driveways and walkways cleared. So talking to people, they're ready for this to end, but I think the cleanup is going to take about another day or two. For now, live in Pendle, Chad Perdelli, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
It's a lot of work to move that heavy snow for sure, but it looks like they're making some good work of it there, Chad. Thank you. Our latest major winter storm is on the way out after dumping more than a foot of snow in some areas. The storm really slammed the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, and parts of Bucks County, as we just saw, too. Sky 6 taking a live look at the Battleship New Jersey here in Camden. Meteorologist Adam Joseph with your 7-day forecast from AccuWeather. I think he used the word sun. Wouldn't that be nice? We'll hear about it coming up next. Right, it is moving out. The roads are looking good. I'm feeling good about this.
On the other side, but some of those snow totals are just eye-popping when you look at those.
When you look at it, it ranged from 4 inches to almost 24 inches. In our viewing area. That's how complex this storm is, and it's all about that vigorous uplifting air at the frontogenesis and then the sinking air around it. More on that in a second, but first, Sky 6 Live at theshore.com camera in Margate. Notice the waves there just kind of battering some of the pilings there for the pier, and you see all the snow that has piled up as well, and what some breakers there as a nearly hurricane force storm was off of our coast. Storm Tracker 6 Live cleaning it up in the city to the west. The clouds will hold strong through the afternoon, but still painting a snowy picture here the deeper you go into New Jersey, with some bright blues here from Waretown down to Surf City, Long Beach Island to Brigantine, where we're still piling up some of the snow here. It's not as accumulating as quickly because, number one, we've got that solar radiation coming through the clouds. That sun angle's higher, and also temperatures are above freezing, so it's easier to stick snow in circumstances like we have right now at night versus the day. Winds, they are coming down, but it's still rather blustery. Wind speed 25 miles an hour in Atlantic City. These are constant winds. 21 Philadelphia, 18 in Reading, 17 miles an hour in Allentown. So it is brutally cold if you are trying to tackle any sort of cleanup. 23 in Allentown, feels like 26 in Lancaster, 25 in Philadelphia, and just 19 degrees in Pomona. So as we progress forward here through the rest of the day, the next 6 hours, with respect to those wind chills, it's going to feel like the 20s the entire afternoon. At best 28 or so degrees in the city from 3 o'clock through 6 o'clock in the evening, and notice it does stay cloudy at least through 7, 8 o'clock, and then we will return to clear skies overnight. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there's the last flakes in Ocean County. The rest of the region drying out, starting to see some holes in the clouds farther outside of our region to the north and west, and then we clear it out overnight. Tomorrow morning, we wake up cold. Everywhere will be below freezing in the 20s, so anything that is wet or slushy and is not treated, it will be rock solid ice by tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, not much melting. We will have a good amount of sunshine. Temperatures are going to stay near or below freezing. Wind chills will be in the 20s tomorrow afternoon. So if anything tomorrow, the snow will continue to compact. Because it's so heavy, it'll just kind of slowly condense on itself. And then as we wake up on Wednesday morning, 6 or so a.m., there's a warm front that's coming through. There could be a quick band of flurries or snow showers on Wednesday morning, but notice temperatures near or above freezing for most locations. So looking ahead, that morning snow shower Wednesday, but then the sun quickly returns, melting ongoing Wednesday afternoon with highs in the 40s. And then the next storm threat here will be on Thursday. Wet snow possible in the northwestern suburbs. Rain near the city points to the south and east. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, snow ending today, but that cold wind continues. Sun returns, but brisk and cold Tuesday, 33. Morning snow showers to sunshine on Wednesday, mid-40s. And then we're back into the 30s on Thursday. Rain or wet snow arrives depending on location and the track of that system. And then Friday, it's drier, brighter, 43 degrees. And the last day of February. We like you. We really do. 54 degrees, turning the corner to March on Sunday, that is. Let's just say it's like a lamb coming in at 50 degrees.
Well, I hope, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Right? Seriously. Let's just hope March does not repeat the end of January and the end of February with these two big storms.
This winter is just something
It's been one for the books, and something we haven't seen for more than 6 or 7 years.
I think. Adam, thanks.
All right.
We'll be right back. Well, while many of us are tired of dealing with yet another winter storm, other neighbors in our area just embracing it.
Phil Sachs and Marisa Nocito from Atco, New Jersey, shared this video of their backyard turned into a winter wonderland. Look at their dog. He loves it.
Hopping around
Skipping around in the fluffy white snow, having fun with it.
Yeah, another dog is treating all of this snow as its own personal Moment of zen there. Carly Brinkman shared the video of her dog just sitting in the winter weather, just kind of taking it all in. You can see the husky is just enjoying the snow.
Yeah, huskies.
They love it, right?
This is my place.
Yep.
3 little dogs in Mantua, New Jersey were chomping at the bit to get outside the snow, into the snow. Kevin Bregler sent us this video of himself letting his dogs outside for the first time this morning.
How deep that is.
They're having so much fun. You can share your snow photos and videos with us by going to 6abc.com/share.
I can get lost in that stuff. There's still much more ahead in the next half hour of Action News when we come right back.
Live from the Action News studios in Philadelphia, this is Philadelphia's leading news program.
It is 12:30 and we continue our coverage of the winter storm. More than a foot of snow fell in many parts of the Philadelphia region. It came just as the snow from the last storm finally melted.
Snow totals even topped 20 inches in spots as a nor'easter struck the region last night and lingered well into today. Officials declared emergencies all along the East Coast, including Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. And thousands of flights have been canceled nationwide, including more than 600 at Philadelphia International Airport.
Switching over to Sky 6 showing us Independence Mall. The good news here, the main roads, you can see they are clear right there. A lot of the side streets still covered in that heavy snow.
We have our team of reporters covering the region as we have since last evening. We'll check in with New Jersey correspondent Trish Hartman and reporter Chad Pradelli in just a few minutes.
First, let's go to meteorologist Adam Joseph in the Action News Weather Center with a look at the snow totals and what we could expect the rest of the day. Are we done with this yet?
Parts of the area. In Delaware, in Pennsylvania, we are done. New Jersey, still some flakes falling in spots. Sky 6, Camden, New Jersey, just cloudy above here. Maybe a flake or two falling, but you see the waterfront covered in the snow there. And this was all ice covered not long ago, so the water back to its normal look with no icebergs or ice chunks. 36 degrees the temperature right now near the city. Wind chill is just 25 degrees. And in fact, every single decade with a 6 at the end seemed to have a big storm around here. So 1996, that was the blizzard, the top storm ever for the city, near 31 inches. 10 years later, 06, we had a foot of snow out of that storm in February. Next 10 years, in 16, we had nearly 2 feet of snow. And then this year, not only do we have one, we had one a month ago, but this one bigger in 26, so far closing in close to 14 inches of snow. Just kind of a rare and unique look. Every decade, something big comes through here. These are your jackpot totals out of the storm. Langhorne, Lower Bucks County, 22 inches. Mount Holly, western parts of Burlington County, 20 inches. Whiting, 20 inches. Lewis, Delaware, Sussex County, 18 inches. A foot and a half in Croydon and Mays Landing, near 18 inches of snowfall. You see some snow here on the docks in the back bays of Atlantic City, live on our AtTheShow.com camera. 31, but that wind chill just 22 with sustained winds at 25 miles an hour. Blizzard definition, it was 3 consecutive hours or more of winds gusting to 35 with visibilities less than a quarter of a mile. And as we look at the observations for Atlantic City here, if you go hour by hour, here we can see between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, we did verify the winds where they were near 45 to 50 miles an hour every hour, but we did not get to the quarter-mile visibility. So for us locally, we can't call it a blizzard, but still a major storm. Guys, one other thing here. This was on Twitter. Punta Cana, Punxsutawney Phil saying, you know, I did predict more winter, but I didn't say I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Is that where
Warrant for his arrest. Find him.
There were,
please.
In our news last night, there were a lot of people who had some choice words for Punxsutawney.
And this is what he tweets out today, where he is.
How about that?
It's not fair.
Can't blame him.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Adam.
Yes. It's funny. Let's head out to New Jersey now, where we've seen some of the highest snow totals.
Yeah, New Jersey correspondent Trish Hartman live for us in Mount Holly and Burlington County. Trish, so much cleanup going on there right now.
Lots of snow, lots of cleanup, and the snow, as you can probably see, is still coming down lightly, but it has not stopped just yet. So we're still going here in Mount Holly. We're here along High Street, and you can see I found the curb here and the big pile of snow, so I'm going to step over it instead of trip on it. But lots of snow piles. High Street, though, looks really good, and plenty of people have been driving along and making their way just fine. That is not the case for all the roads in this area, though, so you really want to take your time. That travel ban in New Jersey that the governor had issued has now been lifted. But I want to show you one of the an example of one of the issues that I encountered this morning as I was driving around. I'm going to have photographer Bill Long zoom in on those traffic lights. The snow was blowing around in all directions, and many of the traffic signals have snow in them, and it is hard to tell at times whether it's green or red. So that was an obstacle that I was not expecting this morning. I want to show you another obstacle, show you some video from earlier this morning that we saw around the corner from here along the Mount Holly bypass right near High Street. There was a tree down, a large mass of tree branches that had come down across the road, and when we passed by it, crews were there trying to remove that to get the road back open because this snow has been so heavy. There's been a lot of tree branches leaning down. Now, slush was covering many of the roads this morning as we made our way around. We've seen people cleaning off their cars. A travel ban was in effect until noon because of that poor visibility and the slick conditions. We talked to some drivers who were out this morning. Take a listen. Okay. What was it like at 7 when you left?
They were completely covered when I left. A couple inches on every road I went on.
38's pretty clean. Side roads like this are always going to be last, but I got four-wheel drive, so I really can't complain that much. Stay in, let the guys that are clearing the roads clear the roads. If you don't have to be out on the roads, stay in, but if you have to, then you're going to have to.
It's kind of dangerous, especially for people that don't know how to drive. You got people that's doing 3 miles an hour, making more of a problem than they help.
Now, county officials said at the height of the storm, more than 10,000 customers in Burlington County were without power, so crews are working on getting those folks back online because of the heavy snow. Just before you came to us, pieces of ice where we could hear them falling from the branches and the wires up there. So really a lot of cleanup yet to be done. We talked to one gentleman this morning who said just yesterday, I saw the patches of grass here along the side of the road. I could see the grass. And once again, it is gone. So we are all looking forward to warmer conditions. We're live in Mount Holly, New Jersey. Trish Hartman, Channel 6, Action News. John, Sarah.
So he was probably saying like golly gee, just trying to work in an old-timey word. Trish, does that work?
Gosh, golly gee, I wish the snow was gone.
That's right. Follow Trish on Instagram. You'll understand.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trish. Let's head out live here. Mobile 6 is live in Northeast Philadelphia. This is Tremont Avenue, and you can see this doesn't look like it's really been touched all that much. A lot of snow here piled up on the roads, and we're seeing that on these back roads that just haven't been touched yet. There's so many roads that do look good, but then you have stuff like this. It'll take you some extra time as that guys give us a little wave.
Yeah, nice wave from the neighbor. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker will update the city on the storm at 1 p.m. We'll bring you that to you live. The mayor declared a disaster emergency, which allows the crews to better fight the storm.
It means that you must move your vehicle off the snow emergency routes so they can be cleared off. Also important to note here, trash and recycling is on a 2-day delay.
And you know this by now, but the school district of Philadelphia and archdiocesan schools in the city are doing virtual learning today. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne spent the morning on the city streets and shows us what the storm has been like for city residents.
There have been a lot of people out in Rittenhouse today, and fortunately they're able to do so because take a look at the ground. You can actually see the sidewalk all day. We have been seeing people shovel, plow, and salt, navigating yet another Philadelphia snowstorm.
I just like walking around in the snow.
This morning, people braced the snowy streets of Rittenhouse, navigating heavy wind, slushy roads, and downed trees.
Like, it's manageable in the street. The sidewalks in neighborhoods aren't great. I guess around here it's fine.
Throughout the morning, plows could be seen moving through the streets. Others got to work shoveling and salting sidewalks, allowing people and dogs to get their morning walks in.
It's really heavy. It's like all slush. So just got to take it easy.
These two have been shoveling for hours as the snow continues to fall.
It's just been plows the whole night, and I'm going to say the city's doing a much better job of just keeping this stuff clear.
Meanwhile, this mother and son are visiting from the Netherlands, experiencing their first snowfall in the city of brotherly love.
We actually took a bunch of pictures of the park because now it looks very beautiful.
It's a bit slippery, but we didn't bring the right shoes.
Just take it slow and walk carefully because I don't want to slip.
You don't want to fall and break something.
And we've been telling you all day how there were downed trees here in Rittenhouse blocking off Walnut Street. Well, we have good news for you because you can see that this road is back open to traffic. We're in Rittenhouse. Cheyenne Karen, Channel 6 Action News.
Well, people who live in Bucks County are also digging out from several inches of snow there.
Action News reporter Chad Perdelli is live in Pendel with the latest on the conditions. What are you seeing, Chad?
Well, we're seeing a lot of snow. That's what we're seeing, you know, about 18 inches. So a lot of people here with sore backs and arms as they try to get out of this storm and dig out. I want to show you this. This is Robbins Avenue right here. When we arrived a couple hours ago, it still had snow. Obviously, the plows have made their way through. This apartment complex, they have a bobcat. They're coming through. And, you know, the key is, where do you put the snow, especially after we had that huge storm and all these ice piles that didn't melt even with the warmer weather. So they're taking the bobcat and they're dumping it and creating a bigger mountain of snow. But all around the area, people are working hard to clean up.
The big dig is underway in Pendel and Bucks County. This area appears to have received upwards of 18 inches of snow. For those trying to clear walkways and driveways, yet again, life is a bit easier with a snowblower.
Snowblower is only a pusher, so it's at my effort, but at least it throws everything out.
On Monroe Street, it's a tag team affair for retired couple John and Don Schaefer.
With the snowblower, it's been great, but she's had the hard part. She's running the shovel. So
how do you get stuck with the shovel?
Because my husband runs a snowblower. I don't want any parts of that. No, thank you. I'll just do my little shoveling and.
You're doing a heck of a job.
Thank you, thank you. You should see the backyard.
The highways and main state roads appear to be in pretty good shape around here, like Durham Road. Residential roads still need a lot of work, and it's clear this snow cleanup will drag on.
They've been at it like since last night.
So you've been seeing the PennDOT trucks coming through quite a bit.
Oh, you can hear them because they actually have the blades to the road, so they're not like saving them for something else.
And right here, you're looking live at Durham Road. And again, this is a state road, and it's been clear since I arrived here around 8:30 this morning. You know, I drove all the way to Bucks County from Delaware County, and I'll tell you, the highways were in fantastic shape earlier this morning. The PennDOT really did a heck of a job, and shout out to all the drivers that are taking care of the plows and trucks all across the region. A real shout out to them. For now, live in Pendel, Chad Perdelli, Channel 6.
Yeah, Chad, thank you. The storm has also left behind some damage. The strong winds and heavy snow knocked down trees and a utility pole here in Whitpain Township, Montgomery County.
This happened along Morris Road. Part of the street has been shut down between Mount Pleasant Avenue and Betsy Lane. This is so crews can clear that scene. Also in Montgomery County, drivers had to find their way around this massive tree. This fell on City Avenue, came down near Trent Road in Penwyn, and you can see the tree snapped in a number of different places under the weight of all that heavy snow. We'll be right back.
Jared Smith sent in this time-lapse video of the storm from Newtown, Bucks County.
Yeah, really cool. You can see the snow build up throughout the night. Look at it go. Really incredible just to see the sidewalks, the grass just disappear. The cars, trees, everything there covered in inches of snow. Delaware was hit hard by the nor'easter. Many areas seeing over a foot of snow there.
Action News reporter Walter Perez is live in Hockessin. Walter, it's now time for people to clean up.
That's right, Sarah and John. We got about 10 inches of snow here in Hockessin. And driving down, it really struck you to see all the beauty of the snow and the trees. But at the same time, it gives you pause because you realize that's a lot of weight pulling down those trees. We didn't see anything in the way of toppled trees. We've heard reports of that, but we didn't see it ourselves. But it gives you pause, makes you nervous when you see those big giant trees leaning over close to the roadways. But the big deal here is that it seems it's a lot warmer, quote unquote, than it was after that last storm. You remember, after that last storm, it was brutally cold for such a long period of time. But this time it seems because it's closer to the freezing mark, it was a lot easier for the plow trucks to put the snow down, or put the salt down, I should say, and plow the roads away. We're here on Route 41 in Hockessin. It's a clear go. I wouldn't even say it's slushy. At this point, it just seems wet all across this region. And as you mentioned, we spoke with people who are snow blowing and plowing outside their houses, and they say, yeah, that storm was pretty nasty last night, but we got this.
Most of the neighbors did the pre-work of like shoveling last night. The snowstorm, though there's more snow, not as bad as the last one, because I felt like we were more prepared, so that's good at least, but man, I'm tired of it.
And I think that's the sentiment for a lot of people. So once again, about 10 inches of snow here in Hockessin. The crews did a fantastic job clearing the way. This is Route 41 in Hockessin, but most of the roads, any place across this region in the Delaware Valley in general, where the plows hit and the salt was put down, it's a pretty clear go. Reporting live from Hockessin, Delaware, Walter Perez, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
Those are the words we want to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Walter. Still ahead on Action News, we get another check on the forecast. What's ahead for us?
Yeah, meteorologist Adam Joseph here now with the preview.
It's all about the cleanup here this afternoon into the day tomorrow. Now, get it done before sunset because things will refreeze overnight and it'll be a little bit of a slippery commute tomorrow morning. Right now, they're live on Sky 6. One other place that always gets interrupted with big storms like this. Not only us locally here, but everywhere along the I-95 corridor into southern New England, Philadelphia International Airport. That shake with the winds. We'll let you know about what's up next. Yes, we're tracking another system towards the end of the week when we come right back.
Let's get another check on the forecast now. The snowfall is wrapping up across the region, and the cleanup is now well underway.
Yeah, meteorologist Adam Joseph in the Action News Weather Center with all the details. You guys nailed this forecast.
Yeah, in spots. I mean, there were some areas that overperformed, especially north and east of Philadelphia and just over the river there, where we got tremendous amount of energy that was lifted in the atmosphere to push those snowfall rates 2 to 3 inches per hour. But what we're seeing is a lot of blacktop everywhere. So with respect to the plows, this was an easy storm to remove the snow. Not so much if you're using a shovel or a snowblower. A lot more strain on us humans trying to get rid of this as opposed to a big machine like that. So major roadways mainly wet. Temperatures reached 50s the day before. That helped with this storm. Road surfaces are still above freezing even at this hour, so that's helping it to melt and not sort of harden up right away. The storm timing also helped road crews where it was overnight. And we have to remember, March is next week, so the sun angle is very high. So even at the crack of dawn, moving throughout the day, the higher sun angle is penetrating some of that solar radiation through the clouds, and that's also helping to compact and melt the snow. Snowfall totals at this point, Lehigh Valley 4 to 8 inches, I-95 a huge range, near 10 inches in Wilmington, Philadelphia near that 13 inches, and then as you head towards Trenton, it was high as 20 inches, and in South Jersey, anywhere between 12 and 20 inches of snowfall. It has wrapped up to the west here. We just have a couple of flurries near the city. South and east, we're still seeing some bands of that snow right along Long Beach Island up through Surfside. And then to the west, it's nothing more than just some flurries there in Camden, Gloucester, and Atlantic County. Temps at this hour, 36 in the city, 37 in Reading, 34 up in Allentown, 33 in Millville, and at the boards, temperature at freezing. That's not the whole story. We're still dealing with a very strong wind out of the north-northwest, so it feels more like the 20s across the board, 19 degrees in Pomona. And in fact, at the rest of the afternoon here, wind chills will be around 26 degrees at 2 o'clock, 28 degrees 3 through 6 o'clock this evening. So pretty cold, and then once the sun sets, we're going to clear the sky out here tonight. Winds still remain 12 to 20 miles an hour, so it's going to feel like the teens overnight. But air temperatures will crash well below freezing across the board, so watch for that refreeze. Everything will harden back up, especially with all the water content in that dense snow. Finally bright tomorrow. We have not had many sunny days over the last 7 or so days, so we have that sunshine. Temperatures do stay cold, just barely barely above freezing tomorrow. And then Wednesday morning, a warm front comes through with a couple of snow showers. And then the sun returns Wednesday, melting with a high of 45 degrees. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, 38 this afternoon as that snow ends. Sunshine, brisk but cold still tomorrow, 33 for a high. There's that 45 on Wednesday. Thursday, that's our next storm. Rain from the majority as it's looking right now, but there could be some wet snow north and west. We'll watch the track of that storm. And then behind it, mixture of sunshine and clouds Friday, 43, and Saturday looking good to wrap up February, 54 degrees, and March like a little lamb, quiet but cloudy Sunday at 50 degrees. So that snow is not going to last long. Let's just keep that in the back of our brains here.
That's the silver lining in all this. All right, Adam, thanks.
South Jersey was also hit hard by the storm, with some areas seeing up to 18 inches of the snow. The cleanup is well underway in many neighborhoods.
Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington reports from Washington Township in Gloucester County.
It was a long morning here in South Jersey with snow falling steadily. At some points, it was falling at a rate of over 2 inches an hour. Plow trucks made their way down Route 42 in Washington Township before the sun came up Monday morning. Driver Frank McGinley says he started working last night around 7 p.m. and had no plans to stop anytime soon.
Middle of the night, it was bad. You couldn't even see. It was a total whiteout. It's getting better now, but it's just never ending.
The seemingly never ending snow kept the police department busy all morning long, too.
We're seeing a lot of storm related calls. People stuck in the snow drifts. A lot of power lines are down, people without electricity.
Some decided to get a head start on shoveling, even if they didn't have a shovel handy and had to improvise. How's it working?
Not bad. Yeah, that's the trick. It's getting harder up here because it's cold and frozen, but back there is nice and soft. It was all right.
This is like a lot more like heavy snow, looks wet.
Yeah.
And it just looks like it's going to be a lot more harder to deal with compared to last time.
Plow crews certainly had their work cut out for them this morning, but as you can see, Route 42 here in Washington Township looks really good at this point. So now the cleanup process begins for residents as they start to dig out once again. In Washington Township, Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News.
All right, now look at some of the photos and videos we're getting. I want to show you this one here from Karen Emmons in Warminster. Look at that. That's kind of a cool shot. She says her patio chair was turned into what she calls a polar chair. I like it. The snow piled up perfectly. Everything on her back porch there.
Betty and Lucy are really enjoying the snow. These cats belong to George from West Berlin, New Jersey. I didn't know cats would go out in the snow.
Mine wouldn't.
He says they got about 14 inches of snow at their home in Camden County.
That's really cool. And Melissa W. from Marlton, New Jersey says her 2 rescue dogs have turned into snow bunnies there. You see Maya and Lucas both love the snow. They would stay outside playing in it all day, she says, if they could. Thanks to you all for sending the photos and videos. We love getting them. You can also do the same by going to 6abc.com/share.
Now everybody needs a cat nap.
There you go. That's a really good way to put it.
Yeah.
That'll do it for Action News at noon. Don't forget to join us for Action News at 4, 5, and 6.
Now for meteorologist Adam Joseph, John Paul, and the entire Action News team, I'm Sarah Bloomquist. We're going to be coming right back after a quick break, continuing our coverage of the winter storm, including a live update on storm operations from Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker and her team. Stay tuned. It's Monday afternoon. I'm Sarah Bloomquist here along with Alicia Vittorelli, and we continue to follow the impact of our latest major winter storm.
Yeah, we got walloped. Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker is about to hold a news conference to give an update on the city's response to this storm. We'll carry that live here on 6ABC and 6abc.com once it begins.
But first, let's head over to meteorologist Adam Joseph in the Weather Center with the latest on the storm. Some of those totals really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we're closing in on 2 feet in parts of our area. The other part of the area in the farther northwestern suburbs, as low as 3 to 4 inches. Even parts of Lancaster County, only 2 inches. So a massive spread in the amount of snow depending on your location. Right in the middle of our region in Philadelphia as of 7 o'clock this morning. Now we will get an update just in the next hour or so from the National Weather Service if that number goes up anymore. But ranks as the 17th biggest snowstorm in Philadelphia's history, closing in close to 14 inches of snow, the greatest snowfall in 10 years. The last storm in 2016, that was close to 2 feet in the city of Philadelphia. Pennsylvania snowfall totals: Allentown coming in with 5.2 inches. Percy, northern parts of Bucks County, 8.5 inches. Lower parts of Bucks County like Langhorne, Levittown, nearly 20 inches. So a big range in even one county. 13.5 inches in Warminster and Roxborough coming in with 14 inches of snowfall. New Jersey, Mount Holly, 20 inches. Glassboro, 17, around 16 to 17 inches in Bridgeton, as well as Medford, Lacey Township, 17 inches. And just inland from the shore at Summers Point, coming in with 16 inches of snowfall. Delaware, Woodside, 20.5. That's lower parts of Kent County. Lewis, Delaware, 18 inches of snow. Dover, 16.5. And then as you lift in the northern part of Delaware, again, numbers almost cut in half in that state, with Wilmington coming in with 9.5 inches of snow. Storm Tracker 6 Live. We do have a few flurries still floating in the air and some light snow showers lower Bucks County up towards Trenton, drying up Philadelphia to the west, northern parts of Delaware. And then as we head deeper into New Jersey here, we still have some snow showers in parts of Atlantic County, Cumberland County, and then over into Ocean County. Still a good band falling here along Surf City up towards Old Barney, and then down towards Beach Haven on Long Beach Island. Even Brigantine seeing some light snow falling at this hour, but then it starts to break apart as you work off towards the west. So for the rest of the day and what to expect going into tonight, the snow exits the coast by the middle part of the afternoon. Some melting will happen as temperatures will be in the upper 30s, and we're getting some of that radiation from the sun to come through with a higher sun angle, and the road surfaces are above freezing. They're not below freezing, so that's helping with it. But any snow, water, or slush is going to freeze up tonight as temperatures drop below freezing area-wide. So do the job, remove it slowly this afternoon, get it to a place that it's going to stay, because it will be extremely difficult to remove tomorrow morning if you have to do it. But also tomorrow morning, there will be a lot of slick spots as you travel back out, possibly to work or to school, with anything that is untreated. All right, that is the latest with the winter storm here. And guys, tomorrow, at least the sunshine is back, but it's going to feel like the 20s even tomorrow afternoon.
And maybe if you can get it cleared and then get some salt down.
That would work perfectly.
Freeze. Yeah. Okay. Adam, thank you. A number of back roads here in the Winfield section of Philadelphia are still covered in snow and slush. A large tree branch also cracked under the weight of the snow and came down on top of this parked car. Because of the strong wind gusts, some street signs are also covered up by the snow.
As you can imagine, the storm has also disrupted travel up and down the East Coast. Sky 6 taking a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. According to FlightAware, more than 600 flights in and out of the airport have been canceled so far today. Nationwide, more than 10,000 flights have been canceled through tomorrow. So heads up on that.
Neighbors in Philadelphia find themselves in a familiar predicament. Back roads covered in snow and ice.
Yeah, it's a familiar scene. It's like rinse and repeat around here. Action News reporter Leland Pinder's live in Roxborough, a neighborhood that's often hard to get around, especially after a storm like this. But Leland, the roads looking pretty good this afternoon?
Yeah, they are, Alicia and Sarah. I know the last storm we had, there were a lot of complaints in this neighborhood about the conditions of the roads, and it's obviously very hilly, curvy, and windy. And it seems that the city may have been possibly paying more attention to this area because things are looking pretty good. This is Green Lane, right between Roxborough and Manayunk. You can see plenty of blacktop. It's easily passable. I heard Adam talking about some of that slush. You see that as well. And that could be a problem later. But for right now, it's soft, it's movable. People can drive right through it okay. Something else I want to bring to your attention. If you look up on top of this house here, you see where the snow has fallen on the roof. Now, of course, this house is set back off the road, but some of these porches and overhangs do hang over sidewalks and areas where people are walking. And we have seen some of that snow just fall right off the roof onto the sidewalk, so be careful when you're walking. Look up. We've seen the same thing, the snow falling off power lines as well. And we're going to keep on kind of moving to the left here. I want to show you one of those side roads. Now, this is, what is this? This is Mitchell Street right at Green Lane. And you can see it's passable. Someone's getting through toward the end there, but it's not as good a shape as Green Lane is, and does need some extra work. A lot more of that slush as well. Now, thankfully, if you want to come back to me, Jackie, we are seeing some people out walking. They got their dogs. Seen a couple of folks, went to the store. They had a case of beer, to be honest with you. And the snow is, hello, how are you? Okay, have a great one. Okay, thanks so much. Okay. We'll go ahead and send to the package. Take this. Light snow continues to fall this afternoon in Manayunk, but it did stop some local businesses from opening their doors on Main Street.
We're not here for long. We may have short hours, but there were people walking out in the middle of the street, so you might as well open. Why not?
Cass says shoveling the snow outside her vape shop this storm has been more manageable than the last.
It didn't stick much, honestly. It's a lot of snow, but I've been able to move it. It's not super heavy. It's not like it iced or anything like that, so it's not bad.
Matt Gambone, who owns an iPhone repair shop next door, says the city has handled main roads well. Smaller areas are still a work in progress.
The city did a great job of clearing Main Street, but the parking spaces, that's kind of up to whoever does it, residents, business owners, you name it.
Here's a look driving up Green Lane toward Ridge Avenue. We spotted several people out across Manayunk and Roxborough digging out their cars. We also saw contractors out taking on side streets. In Rittenhouse Square, the weight of the snow, too much for this tree. Even as the storm is ongoing, some people are already anticipating it melting away.
It's not ideal. I think we're all over it, but it's a lot easier than last time.
Yeah, so that's the good news here. This snowfall seems to be a little bit easier to manage, whether you're shoveling through it, possibly driving. Of course, officials keeping these roads clear for people that do have to be out, but it's really for police, fire, EMS, and those emergency crews that may need to be out for emergencies while this is happening. But for now, that's what things are looking like here in Roxborough. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Sarah and Alicia.
All right, Leland Pinder making friends in Roxborough this afternoon.
Yes.
What else are you going to do, right? Thank you, Leland. The Jersey Shore was hit hardest by this round of winter weather. The action cam was in Sea Isle City today. More than a foot of snow fell in several shore communities. Cars were left buried under the snow, and plow drivers certainly have their work cut out for them.
I'll tell you, it's been quite a scene at the shore. A blizzard warning was issued for the entire state of New Jersey for the first time in 30 years.
Let's go to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas live in Atlantic City. Hardest working reporter over the last 24 hours. That shore community was pummeled by the storm, and so were you, Taronda.
Oh man, last night, that wind hitting the face, that was not fun, but I can tell you the wind has slowed down some. The snow has continued. It's pretty steady, more than flurries, but at least the wind isn't as heavy. Here on the boardwalk, I've got the whole thing to myself in Atlantic City. Well, almost, because we're meeting a few people walking, and I've got to tell you, an Action News exclusive, I've met the person responsible for this storm. Come on over here. Let's see. Tell everybody, what's your name, sweetheart?
Her name is Winter Rose Eubing.
Her name is Winter. Winter, did you do this?
Yeah.
She brought the storm. What do you think about all this snow?
Good.
It's good because her name is Winter. Why would she not like it? Her big brother Mason and Mommy are here. What do you think about the snow, Mason?
I don't really like snow, but I do like the cold.
Okay, it's all right to be honest. Mommy, were you planning to be out here in a blizzard in Atlantic City?
I did. My birthday was yesterday, so this was already planned, but I always like the winter. I love the winter.
See, and hence your daughter's name.
Yes.
Okay, Winter. Well, you look like you're completely ready for the snow. So thank you for bringing this storm. So just to be clear, it was you and not Elsa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was Winter. She brought us this storm. Well, let's give you a look more at Atlantic City, the boardwalk, because if you were with us last night, you know that plows were working here throughout the night, and these plows have continued. So you can see some of the boardwalk. Now, that's made it a little bit slippery as the wind continues to pick back up. Here's what we've been looking at as an indicator of the wind. See the little the brush there on the dunes? When we see those moving a lot, we know those winds are kicking up, and it's been back and forth. Like I said, at times we have big gusts, at other times it's nice and calm, but the snowfall has remained consistent here in Atlantic City. Now, looking at what's piled up here, this is actually one of the smaller piles we've seen. The piles are bigger when you go in places like Atlantic Avenue, Pacific Avenue, because I gotta say, shout out to the crews because they've done a good job at keeping these streets as clear as they can. That doesn't mean they're perfect, but the snow is at least manageable for people who maybe have to go to work today, because we know there are a lot of first responders, a lot of people working out in these conditions. We talked to a couple guys who shovel snow, and they say it is definitely back-breaking work today because they've worked throughout the night, throughout the morning, just trying not to let it accumulate too much. So looking around here in Atlantic City, it's kind of like a tundra almost, because you've got that frozen boardwalk. The streets look very similar to this, but we have seen a few people outside. I should say the sidewalks are not as clear as the streets. So if you do have to walk somewhere in Atlantic City today, just know we've seen people walking in the streets for that reason. So we will send it back to the studio. We're live in Atlantic City. And Alicia and Sarah, how amazing is it that we actually met the person responsible for this storm, Little Miss Winter.
Yeah, Little Miss Winter. And Taronda, I'm wondering, like, we don't see people walking behind you. Are they all in the casinos right now? What's open?
I feel like the casinos are just about the only thing that are open. And I talked to a couple people last night who said, like, okay, this is where we're going to stay because there's covered parking. So that was a pretty smart move. Now, no guaranteed wins just because you're here in a blizzard. But wouldn't that be great to hit the jackpot in a blizzard?
I mean, just make sure you can pay the tolls to get home, right?
Okay, exactly.
All right, Taronda, too much fun. We love you. We'll see you next. We'll see you soon. All right, we're going to head out now to New Jersey correspondent Trish Hartman live in Mount Holly, which saw nearly 20 inches of snow. The storm really making its presence known there.
And it's heavy and causing some problems in South Jersey.
It sure is, and I have a bone to pick with Little Miss Winter, but we'll get to that later. So we're here in Mount Holly along High Street, and you can see how much snow has piled up here. If you're walking in it, it's a sizable amount. High Street, though, is looking pretty good. There were some treacherous roads earlier this morning, especially on the side roads and any ramps getting on and off of highways. But this stretch is looking really good. Lots of people are coming and going as that travel ban in New Jersey lifted around noon today. Keep in mind, though, while the snow removal crews have been working hard, this parking lot here, we're near the Acme and the Staples, looks pretty good. There's lots of snow piles, but plenty of parking. There are other lots across the street that have not been plowed yet. So if you decide to venture out today, keep in mind there may not be a clear parking lot for you to park in. So also the snow is causing issues because it's so heavy on tree branches and wires. I want to show you some video from this morning. As we passed by on the Mount Holly bypass, there were a large mass of branches that was down and blocking the road. So we passed a crew. They had the road blocked off and they were working on removing that. So situations like that happening around the county, thousands of people without power at the height of the storm, according to county officials. We talked to folks who were driving around earlier today. They said the roads were not great. Many of them were out because they were doing snow removal themselves. Take a listen. Okay. What was it like at 7 when you left?
They were completely covered when I left. A couple inches on every road I went on. 38's pretty clean. Side roads like this are always going to be last, but I got four-wheel drive, so I really can't complain that much. Stay in, let the guys that are clearing the roads clear the roads. If you don't have to be out on the roads, stay in. But if you have to, then you're going to have to.
It's kind of dangerous, especially for people that don't know how to drive. You got people that's doing 3 miles an hour, making more of a problem than they help.
So I just heard from a Burlington County spokesperson. Officials are expected to hop on a conference call with local emergency management officials around 2:30 this afternoon. So we hope to get an update on how things are around the county after that. The good news is, especially for the kids, this is really great packing snow. Very easy to make a snowball. My photographer, Bill Longnight, this was a true team effort, made a little snowman here. I will take full credit for the carrot, which is from my lunch. It was Bill's idea. He created the structure. It actually fell right before the live shot, but we managed to get it back up. So we have to think of a name for it. But in the meantime, we're here in Mount Holly. We will be here in the area all day giving the conditions as around 20 inches of snow has fallen here in this part of Burlington County. We're live in Mount Holly. Trish Hartman, Channel 6 Action News. I'm throwing this at Bill. Sorry.
All right. Trish, listen, we got that. I think your snowman needs an old-timey name, like Beauregard.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I was going to say Eugene, but I like Beauregard too.
Beauregard would be good.
Yeah, something old-timey and elegant.
Okay.
But this is something you're going to put on Instagram and let viewers give their suggestions, okay?
Oh, I like that too. Let's give an old-timey name to our old-timey snowman.
Yes.
Thanks for having me on the program.
He needs a top hat. Okay, anyway, we're going to go now. Trish, thank you so much. Mayor Sherelle Parker is now giving an update on the conditions here in the city of Philadelphia. Let's listen in.
Director Carlton Williams, who is the leader of Philadelphia's snow removal operations. Our Deputy Managing Director, Don Morales, who does an amazing job leading all of our emergency services. Sue Slauson, our Parks and Recreation Commissioner. Crystal Jacob Shipman, our Sanitation Commissioner, and Scott Sauer, our very valuable partner and leader at SEPTA. In addition to that, our Managing Director, Adam Teal, I saw him somewhere. He was giving me some instructions. Thank you. You know I like my country. I need you close by, right? Good afternoon, Philadelphia. A significant winter storm remains underway across our region. Blowing and drifting snow will remain a challenge throughout the day, even after the snowfall tapers off. And as I was traveling throughout the city in some areas, you can literally see that it is totally stopped. So travel is very difficult, and in some areas, it is nearly impossible this afternoon. So again, for those who do not have to travel and drive, we encourage you to stay inside. As of 7 a.m., the National Weather Service reported 13.7 inches of snow at the Philadelphia International Airport. At our Emergency Operations Center, we've recorded more than 11 inches. So this is a major snowstorm, and our One Philly response is fully activated. More than 1,000 personnel and over 800 trucks and pieces of equipment, they are mobilized across the city. What does that include? And I thank you, Director Williams, for making sure that I could put a piece of equipment with the name, so now I know what it is when I'm looking at it. Those pieces of equipment include the large triaxle plows, the sanitation trucks mounted with plows, the pickup trucks, and then smaller equipment for narrow streets. So we are using every tool. When people say, what does the One Philly response mean? It means that we use every tool available to keep Philadelphia moving forward. So we continue at this time to urge residents to avoid, and I really do mean this, when there are fewer cars on the street, we give our crews more flexibility to do the job that we are asking them to do. So please avoid unnecessary travel and give our crews the space they need to treat the more than 2,500 miles of roadway citywide. Director Williams is going to share with you more about those details shortly, including the technology that we're using to track progress and provide real-time transparency to residents, because instead of us communicating to you, we've been in this area, we've touched this street, Philadelphia, it's important to me that we empower the tool of transparency so that you have a vehicle to check and see whether or not the city has started a removal process in your neighborhood. So earlier today, I toured our snow fighting operations in Andorra, Roxborough, and Manayunk. So I had an opportunity to see the work firsthand. I was a navigator with Herb, so that was good. He was showing me the ropes, from our largest plows to our smaller pippins, clearing tight blocks, and those corners. Our teams are working around the clock, and I want them to know that we are grateful. If you have not seen a plow on your block, you will very soon. We are also monitoring the impacts of this storm, including strong wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour that may cause additional power outages and or tree damage. We, the city of Philadelphia proper, we have already responded to 47 unique tree emergencies, and that number continues to grow. Our Parks and Rec Commissioner, Sue Slauson, she will give further details shortly. But again, please stay home if you don't absolutely, need to travel today. Next, Philadelphia. Protecting vulnerable residents remains a core priority. Overnight, people have asked us this question: how many people have we had to ensure that they had, safe and warm shelter? More than 250 individuals stay in 5 city warming centers. And due to the storm's intensity, we have elevated to an enhanced code blue to expand staffing and to ensure that centers remain open with the ability to add additional sites if needed. So if anyone asks you, does the city of Philadelphia have capacity? Are we prepared? More than enough capacity, and we are prepared to add additional sites if they are necessary. And our Director of Emergency Management, Adam, is going to provide more details shortly. We are also monitoring other city services, including at our Philadelphia International Airport, where more than 600 flights have been canceled. I do want to state for the record that the city of Philadelphia proper does not determine whether or not flights are canceled. You don't have that power, and you don't make that decision. So we don't. It's more than 600 flights have been canceled. Make sure you continue to monitor the websites of the particular airlines that you are scheduled to travel with, because they are changing about a minute. While some departures have paused, we are proud to report that the airport itself remains open and operational. So departures are paused, but the airport itself, it is open and it is operational. Airlines are working to resume limited services around 2 p.m. Today, and passengers should again check directly with their airline before heading to the airport. Across our departments, we are actively working to ascertain the current conditions and determine when and if our snow emergency will end, and if normal city operations, schools, and other services will resume Tuesday. It is too early right now for us to make that determination. We will not be in a position to do that until later on this evening. So we want you to continue monitoring our city's website. We are aiming, and this is our goal, Philadelphia, we are aiming to update you via a press release that we will post on social media by 6 p.m. this evening. So remember, when we first made this announcement, we worked in our sort of one Philly capacity. We were able to tell you that the city of Philadelphia proper would be closed. School District of Philadelphia would be virtual. Our first judicial district, and we thank our partners there, they were closed today. We will give you that update. It is our intention to deliver that message at 6 p.m. Of this evening. And before I hand this over, I do want to say a special thank you to every city employee who is a part of this snow response effort, especially our streets and our sanitation crews, our Office of Homeless Services teams, our emergency operations staff, all of our first responders, and all of the departments. They are definitely embodying the One Philly approach, and that does include all of the contractors who we have on the street who are working to help us. We don't own all of this equipment. We do have to contract out some of those services, and that's what a One Philly approach means. We will use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that our city is safe and that you are able to travel by bus, by car, by walking. We're now taking a very close look at, and this is what Director Williams and I just saw with Herb as we were traveling down Ridge Avenue and through Andorra. It's very important that we monitor those crosswalks. So, you know, when you think about someone who is in a wheelchair, we need to ensure that those ADA ramps, that they are accessible. And as good as you are in that truck, in those vehicles, and now I'm talking about our workforce, I did visually see that there are some places and spaces where I don't think you can avoid the laborious part, like a machine can't do it. That is why we needed to make sure we had the workforce that could get out there and actually do the shoveling directly. But what I'm really pleased about, Philadelphia, and that is to inform you that as mayor of this city, our response is united, it is coordinated, and it is focused on public safety, and we are doing it in a way to ensure that every neighborhood in the priority response that the subject matter experts have deemed essential, we are getting there. So now I want to turn it over to Director Williams, and I want to say a special thank you. We started this morning. Our first briefing was with labor and all of our contractors. Next, we talked to all of our elected officials at the local, state, and federal level. Special thanks to Council President Kenyatta Johnson, all members of council. Our legislative leaders were there. Speaker McClinton, Jordan Harris, our appropriations chair in the Senate, Vincent Hughes. I also saw Senator Pecosi, and then all of our representatives at the federal level to make sure that we are all distributing the same information. During the last presser, a young lady asked me, don't forget I can't remember what network she was from, but she said, "What have you learned?" And one of the most valuable things that I've learned from the first storm is that the city of Philadelphia does not have the ability to counter immediately in real time any misinformation that is disseminated on social media. For example, and it looked real. It looked like this message was from the city of Philadelphia. And Diamond gave a list of all of these different corners that you could go to pick up salt. And it said we were giving away salt. And I'm saying I'm having a nightmare because they're telling me our barge is stuck, on a ship in the river, and they're saying that we're giving out free salt. So make sure you're getting your information directly from us, and our elected officials have been helping us to disseminate that information, and that's what a One Philly response looks like. I'm going to turn it over to our director, Carlton Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Always want to acknowledge your leadership and really enjoyed showing you the operation today and some of the challenges that we face. This is one of our more challenging sections of the city. Hill routes, tight streets, cars that are tightly parked on in near corners make it very difficult for our crews. And I do want to echo what Mayor Parker just stated. I want to special thanks to all of our hardworking men and women in the city of Philadelphia who has helped us throughout not only this storm, but the entire winter, which has been very challenging for the city of Philadelphia and across the country. I want to give you an update and also show you what the public also sees in terms of the progress that we've made so far. Some of the things I'll start with is the overnight operations. So we worked in a full deployment status starting yesterday at 1 p.m. Commissioner Del Rossi and her team, and along with Commissioner Shipman, has done an excellent job assembling our crews, getting ahead of the storm. That was very important to us because we were working in blizzard-like conditions. Each storm has its challenges, and I stated that before. The last storm, it was the temperatures. This storm was the blizzard conditions that we had to navigate through those streets, and they continued the progress that we've made. You're going to hear about that from Deputy Management Director Don Morales to talk about some of those conditions, but that was one of the challenges that we had to face last evening. To date, at this moment, we've treated approximately 65% of all streets throughout the city of Philadelphia. And what does that mean? Streets have been either plowed, salted, or lifted, or with different types of equipment and devices throughout the city. The latter part of the 30% represents the tighter, small, tertiary streets that we have to get to with that amount of equipment that Mayor Parker just highlighted, and ultimately that is a very comprehensive process. So it does take us time to move that much equipment, to grid that much areas. So the message for today, again, to our residents is patience. We're coming. We have not forgotten about you. We're still going to be able to address those areas, and we're doing a great job making the progress on those areas. I'll give you a demonstration after I complete the important messages that we want the public to hear, and to show you how you can track in real time where we are in terms of the progress of our program. And this is open to every resident in the city of Philadelphia who wants this information that you can see if their street has been plowed or not. And then the next steps we'll talk about reporting that information to 311 after the operation has conceded, so that we can make sure that any block that was missed, we will make sure that it is addressed ASAP. We use multiple pieces of equipment, and we were very innovative. Last storm, we used one melter. This time, we brought in 3. 2 of them are fully operational right now. 1 of them we're still getting up to par. They're located throughout the city of Philadelphia because, quite frankly, from the last storm, we are running out of places to place snow. So we needed to be able to put it in a location where it doesn't have to sit in somebody's neighborhood. It certainly doesn't have to sit in our parks. And I know Commissioner Slauson is happy to hear that, along with Deputy Commissioner Susan Buck. We want to make sure that we try to get rid of those spaces. But thank you for lending that opportunity in that emergency situation. I needed to acknowledge that as well. Just because our streets have been treated doesn't mean we're finished. We still have to continue the operation, so we're not done yet. The snow emergency is still in effect, and so a reminder, I know Commissioner Bethel will remind you as well, that parking along snow emergency routes, your car will be towed. We want to make sure that we push back snow as much as possible so that we can open up lanes for safety, especially from our EMS personnel, our police officers, and our firefighters, and all other emergency services that we provide. At the height of the storm, as Mayor Parker stated, we had over 800 pieces, and that number is still continuously growing because we want to make sure that we address those curb cuts and those ramps that Mayor talked about. That is the next phase of the operation to include all SEPTA transit stops, ADA ramps, places around schools, and I know our school district is here as well to support us. We've been working hard all night and coordinating with them as well in a governmental way to make sure that our school children, when they are scheduled to return back to work, have safe access to cross streets, not only around the school, but in the surrounding community and neighborhood. So we will be using emergency workforce personnel to be able to assist that. They are within our department, but we know we're going to need more. And so we will continue to use our community partners to be able to help in that operation. So our same-day work and pay program, who has done an excellent job removing ramps, clearing bike lanes, doing all of the things that we need to do, along with our future track and district residential cleaning programs, we will continue to focus on those areas so that all pedestrians and motorists will have safe and accessible walkways. I just want to send out a few reminders about other services that were impacted by our operation. Trash and recycling has been suspended for Monday and Tuesday. It's on a 2-day delay, and so Monday and Tuesday will be picked up Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday will be picked up Friday and Saturday, and Friday will be picked up on Sunday. a word of caution, as Commissioner Shipman will have me to remind you that the challenges that you face crossing these large piles with this amount of snow are the same challenges our sanitation workers have to deal with when trying to pick up your trash. Please give a little leniency. Please give a little courtesy, and certainly understand that we're doing the best job that we possibly can to get your trash up as quickly as possible. There will be no driveway collections. They are suspended for this week for obvious reasons. Those are not plowed locations, and we can't get our sanitation vehicles down there. They get stuck, trash is then belayed, and then we have to try to figure out how to continue to service that route. So please make sure that you bring your trash out front. You can hold it or you can take it to a drop-off center. So those are the three options that you can use as well. The last thing that I would like to remind people is just the reminders that we often give the public. We talked about the patients. We talked about we're still in a snow emergency, so if you don't have to leave out your home, please don't. If you do, drive very carefully, obey the speed limits that have been set to make sure that you and other people remain safe. Also, if you're digging out, as we saw so many people today, please don't throw it into the street because that slows down our operation. But we understand that, people are digging out today, so do it carefully and make sure you protect yourself as you're in those situations. You're reminded that after this snowstorm is concluded, that you must clear your walkway 36 inches pathway so that people can get through those areas. The city of Philadelphia does not do private sidewalks. We will assist with ADA ramps, but the private sidewalks are responsibilities of the property owner. Now, many people want to know when they can call 311. The operation is continuing. And the reason why we delay putting those responses in, because we're still treating areas around the city of Philadelphia. If we overload the 311 system with complaints that we would normally get to and haven't gotten to because of the operation, then we have to go back, and that makes us slow down and is inefficient. And so we hold off on those complaints until the operation is substantially completed. We will open up the call center, and we can ultimately begin to service those complaints where we have problematic locations. People also want to know about, when has my street been plowed and how often has it been plowed in certain locations. I'm about to give you a very quick demonstration of what the public utilizes. My Deputy Director of, there he is, Data and Support Services, Mike Matella, created this platform called Street Smart PHL. So Street Smart, and I'm going to continue to use the mic so that you can hear, and if I have the leverage to turn, because I do need to turn and talk about it, and forgive me in terms of the areas. So what you're looking at is a map of the entire city of Philadelphia and the routes that we service. The blue lines represent when a plow has gone through a specific neighborhood. There's a color legend to the left that shows when the last time a plow has touched a specific street in the community in the city of Philadelphia. So you'll see, if you zoom in closer, Mike, you'll see a dark blue lines, you'll see light blue lines, you'll see dotted lines. Those all have significant meanings because that tells you the last time a street has been touched, plowed, or actually haven't been going through that area at all. This data is very important to us. Obviously, we can redirect crews and resources to locations where we don't see that things have been touched, but ultimately we can go through the entire city of Philadelphia and see where our plows have been. So I'm going to ask Michael to turn on and click on a grid. So once you click on a specific location, the data is loading. Give us a second because these are a lot of data points that come up. It will load quickly, so give us 1 second. It'll show when you click on one of those areas. Here we go here. And click, there it is. So this is the information that you will receive when you actually click on your block. It tells you the date, the time, when it's been treated, and ultimately, remember I told you some of the blocks we needed to do multiple times. It will tell you the history of the times that we came through that area. So Mike, if you hit next, it'll tell you to see the times change. We was there 9:17 p.m., hitting another block, 11:49 a.m., and you hit it one more time, I think it was at the end. I'm sorry, that was the end. So this data is so important to us because it allows us to be able to track the progress that we're doing throughout the city of Philadelphia. We keep this on so that people can see the data and the work that we've done. Mayor Parker is very big on transparency. She wants the public to see where we are at all times and be able to have confidence in our ability to get the work done. So again, please be patient and thank all of the workers for all of their dedication. We'll continue throughout the storm. I'd like to now introduce Dominic Morales, our Deputy Managing Director for the Office of Emergency Management. Thank you. I'm sorry, I took one more sheet. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, I want to say first thank you for making sure that we've had every possible resource, and I want to continue the thanks to start off. We as a city are in at least day 5 of preparing and now responding to this storm because, of course, we started preparations, the teams mounting trucks, the teams checking supplies, scheduling, and all of the things that happened before a storm. So about day 5. And the folks who you've seen in front of the cameras are a part of that story. And so, you know, when we think about the full storm response, it's important that we call out facility managers from our Department of Public Property, correctional officers, firefighters, EMS professionals, 911 call takers and dispatchers, of course our police officers, but social workers and public health workers, our IT professionals who are making sure all of our systems work throughout around the clock, our communication staff who are updating websites and pushing out releases, and so many more. And in a special way, of course, I'd like to acknowledge the small but mighty team at the Office of Emergency Management who's been activating the Emergency Operations Center to make sure that all of this stays integrated. A little bit about the progress of the storm. Thankfully, we're starting to see that taper off. We've had 2 briefings so far today, both with the National Weather Service and also with our private contractor for meteorology. Excuse me. And we're seeing those storms start to taper off, the snowfall at least, but it's still windy. We can report, as Madam Mayor has said, really ranges of snow between that 10 to 15 inches across the city. Of course, at PHL, we heard early this morning it was at 13.7. We'll look for an update this afternoon. The city's EOC was just over 11. And my wife and kids in Northeast Philly were very excited to call me just before this to say 14 inches at home, ma'am.
Oh, 14?
14 at home, yes. So they're enjoying their snow day. But while the snow is largely ending, there's still the story of wind and the story of freezing temperatures tonight. And so by no means, you know, is the storm over. The response and really the recovery, the cleanup will continue. And some of those hazards remain as well, which we'll talk about in a second. But to reiterate, we are still in a snow emergency until you hear officially from the city of Philadelphia through Ready Philadelphia or through the city's website or through the social media accounts, we are in a snow emergency. The city's Emergency Operations Center remains activated. To give you a little bit of an insight as to what the EOC has been doing, by and large, you know, we talked about the heavy wet snow and we talked about the winds and we planned for, based off of that forecast, the possibility of things like down trees or tree emergencies, limbs, and down wires. And there has been significant coordination and response on the tree emergencies from our Parks and Recreation Department and on the tanglement of wires and communication lines through all of that, of course, with our partners at PICO, Comcast, and all of the other infrastructure partners that may own some of that. But it can get complicated pretty quickly to just get that off the side of the road. We've got the reports. Some of that, unfortunately, has come down on private vehicles, so we're responding to all of those things where we get access to and in a prioritized way. The other side of the work has been caring for the most vulnerable. As Madam Mayor has said, we were looking at a storm on Friday that was calling for 2 to 5 inches of snow. So we had one plan coming into this weekend. Saturday that changed. Sunday morning that changed. And with that forecast, the city pivoted to get those 5+ warming centers activated no later than 9 p.m. last night. You heard more than 250 people who were welcomed into that space, in addition to the increased shelter beds that are already made available during our winter time. And so those enhanced code blue operations were implemented on a limited scale and will continue tonight because we're not out of this yet. Given the ongoing snow response through at least Wednesday morning. Those sites will remain open 24/7 through the end of the current code blue. Two things to keep in mind. If you're looking for information, you want to inform somebody or you see somebody in need. First, our map is live We don't always talk about which site is open because it remains dynamic depending on conditions, depending on facility needs. And so www.phila.gov/getwarm. Whatever is on that website is what's activated with ours. It includes not only city sites, but a lot of our immense partners who do this work as well. Or if you see somebody who's on the street and in need, you can call 215-232-1984. So those, by and large, have been the two needs out of this storm that we continue to respond to. As I transition to close my remarks, I want to remind folks there are still some hazards. Please stay off those roads, and by and large, people are. And you can see, if you have to be out there like us, we're starting to actually see blacktop across the city. And that is, one, because of the incredible teams here, but it's two, because you are giving us the opportunity to get out and to do it curb to curb and everywhere in between. So please continue to stay off the roads. Was able to get out and shovel a little bit this morning early. It is heavy. It is wet. A lot of snow blowers getting clogged. So shovel safely, snow blow safely. Never put your arm or any extremity or anything into a running snow blower. We're seeing a lot of clogs. It's not something to investigate until that is completely shut off. So we're not coming out in an emergency medical fashion. So shovel safely. And the last hazard to keep in mind are those trees and limbs. Again, they're still heavy. There's still an opportunity, especially if the wind gives them a little bit of a knock, that they could come down. So those are something to keep in mind while you're out. But if you do see any of those things, especially if you see wires in them, you have to assume those are live power lines. Right. You are not safe driving over those. You are not safe touching those. You can call PECO's emergency line. You can call Parks and Recreation's emergency line. You can call 911. Any of those numbers will get you to the right folks, will get you a response. And we have almost as many phone numbers as we did inches of snow. And so I'll close out with this. Official ways to get the information.
Thank you.
www.phila.gov. There is a banner. It has every possible update as far as current city status and links for all of the phone numbers, all of the other resources, the maps that are out there. Also, sign up for those text messages, texting the word READYPHILA to 888-777. Last night, as service disruptions continue to evolve, we have staff sitting in the Emergency Operations Center. They hear it, they verify it, they send that text message out within minutes. Finally, I'd like to turn it over to one of the true hero departments, Commissioner Slauson with Parks and Recreation.
Oh, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, and here we are with another weather challenge. A weather challenge, something we have no control over. But what we do have control of is the response that the City of Philadelphia has been able to do and you're able to see. And Madam Mayor, I just want to say thank you for your consistency, notifying the citizens of Philadelphia of what we're doing, your transparency. And I must say, as I looked at that map, Director Williams, it is about transparency. But I need you all to know, too, it's about the mayor holding us accountable. It's not just about and it's accountable so that we meet the needs of the citizens of Philadelphia. So, Madam Mayor, thank you so much for that. And as the city faces the second major storm, I also want to acknowledge that everybody that's standing up here, we feel the same thing you feel. We live in this city. Our neighbors, our family members, our co-workers, our staff, we are getting through this with you. You're not alone in this. We're shoveling out to get to places too, and we're following the directions. Director Williams, we're following your directions, and Managing Director, we're following your directions to do that. This is truly what it is, Mayor. Your vision for One Philly, that's what you see here, One Philly, and that's why we're able to do what we're doing. And Madam Mayor, all of us standing here are committed. We're committed to your vision. We're committed to One Philly. And this emergency effort, I don't want to say we're getting used to it, but I can say we're getting good at it. Yeah. Okay? We're getting good at it. So, Philadelphia Parks and Recreation, my teams, they're mobilized to support the citywide snow removal, the warming center operations, the site cleanup throughout the city, and tree emergencies. Madam Mayor, you do this, and the gentleman that cleaned up and shoveled all around here today is here, Malachi. Come on, stick your head over here, buddy. Come on. Come on over here, Malachi. Because these are the people that are shoveling, that are using their backs, that are making sure our walkways are clear. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him because he shoveled all the way around here to make sure we could get here. Malachi, thank you. Appreciate it. He was talking about he was young and he had a strong back.
Don't leave.
Stay right here. Stay right here.
Everybody want to
Yeah. He said I'm young. I got a strong back. It's okay. You better put something on that strong back. And so let's talk about the downed trees. The storm, and this was about an hour ago. This number may have gone up because they're dropping quick. 87 trees across the city. The question is, what are we doing about it? We have 4 certified arborists that are actively inspecting reports of fallen trees to determine priority for clearance. Everything is not a priority. I want to say that again. Everything is not a priority. We have called in emergency contractors to work along with our arborists to assist, and we're getting the additional support we need to respond safely and quickly. You've heard this over and over. Philly, we need your patience. Some tree emergencies involve live wires and need coordination with utility partners or sit on private property. Safety must come first. This storm will have a lasting impact on our tree canopy. Heavy snow load stresses branches, root systems, and we may have additional damage in days and weeks and months to come. We 2 months from now, you all are not going to think about the trees. We will be, because this moisture, this snow, is going to continue to affect. So early on in the spring, we may continue to see trees come down. And it's a direct result of all the snow the storms that we've had, all the moisture. And we will continue to address and make sure those immediate hazards are dealt with. But be mindful, these are longer-term implications, and we'll continue to monitor them safely. Report a downed tree. How do you do that? If a tree falls during a storm and is blocking a road, or if it has fallen on a house, a car, or property, please call 911. Period. Call 911 immediately. A crew of arborists from Philadelphia Parks and Recreation is on call to respond to tree emergencies as well. They will come out to remove the hazard and any part of the tree that is an immediate risk to public safety. Other parts of the tree that don't pose an immediate risk, such as tree trunks, they don't pose an immediate risk. Stumps will be removed later, so our crews can focus on other safety hazards around the city during the extreme weather event. If a tree has fallen on an electrical wire, call PECO's emergency line. It's 800-841-4141. Again, that's 800-841-4141. For non-emergencies, such as maintenance for a tree that is not blocking a road or near a house, we need you to submit a 311 request. A non-emergency goes to 311. Our teams are clearing and treating sidewalks and walkways. We have 150 recreation centers and facilities across the city. We're also addressing snow removal, playgrounds, citywide, Martin Luther King Drive, all the drive, that's our responsibility as well. Love Park, Rittenhouse Square Park, those are parks and recreation. So we're asking for patience because we're a part of what's priority to the mayor are the streets. So we're going to get to these, so don't think that we're not doing anything. We have to get these streets first. We will get to the rec centers. We will get to the drive. We will get to those locations. What we're trying to do is make sure that you can get out of your blocks, that the roadways are clear, that you can walk off your street and it's not blocked. And so know that we're going to get to this. We need your patience. Warming centers. We were able to open up Samuel Recreation Center last night, and Palbino will be opening today. Madam Mayor, I need to thank Sue Buck. Where is she? Sue, where are you? Yes. Deputy Commissioner Rob Jackson, who made sure these warming centers were open on the spot last night. Sue Buck for making sure we have the numbers that we need to support this snow removal out there on the streets. You always say, you might see my face, but there's somebody that's out there actually doing the work. So I want to say publicly thank you so much to both of you for your hard work. So we're ensuring that our sites remain safe and accessible and fully staffed for our neighbors that are in need most. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your hard work and holding us accountable.
Now we're going to hear from our General Manager of SEPTA, Scott Sauer. And Scott, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it, as always. So SEPTA remains focused on recovery effort because we know that people have to get back to work, they got to get back to school, and other appointments that they have to travel. So the good news is we were able to keep our L and B open. They were the workhorse lines. They were operational throughout the duration of the storm as they were last time. We kept those essential trips moving. As of this moment, we've reopened our Center City Trolley Tunnel, so we've been able to restore that service. We restored service on over 20 of our bus routes, and we're committed to continuing working around the clock to restore all the remaining routes. As I said before, hand in hand with the Streets Department. As the streets get clear, we can run our buses. Regional rail service remains suspended, although we have inspection trains and inspectors along the lines now looking for any hazards. We're hoping to have some regional rail service restored later this afternoon, but I would caution we will not be on a regular schedule, so make sure you check our app for service updates. Access Paratransit, it will be restored at 3 p.m. We're confirming trips now with customers. We have an advantage with Access in that we know who our customers are. They are pre-registered. We also urge those customers to make sure they have curbs and sidewalks clear. It is a door-to-door operation, so we need a way to board safely. SEPTA has nearly 300 regional rail and metro stations, most with variety of platforms and infrastructure, stairs, walkways. So we are working to clear those in the best effort possible. We have both contractor staff and in-house forces working to clear. We have more than 700 personnel working now to respond, as well as our street transportation managers who are working with the Streets Department to inspect roadways to get our buses back in service. We have crews positioned throughout the 5-county service area. They're responding to down trees of our own, which also impact wires on our regional rail network and trolley networks. More than 30 track inspectors inspecting our infrastructure. All of our heavy equipment was out there as well, all of our augers and snow blowers, specialized trains to clear the system. We've also utilized many, many tons of rock salt to get and treat all of our areas. And as we clear East Station, because, Madam Mayor, imitation is the finest form of flattery, I took a page out of your book, and we now have a website that customers can go and check which stations have been treated and when they've been treated. And we will refine that as we go, because we did not have ours ready to go for the storm. But we did stand one up nonetheless, and riders can look on our alerts page to find that information. We've extended our customer service hours today with agents available until 7 p.m. Customers can call 215-580-7800 to find out what services are running and when. By being proactive and using all of our available resources, we've been able to stay ahead of the storm. We've pre-treated surfaces. We've had our command center activated. We've made service adjustments. And now it's back to restoration. But all the while keeping an eye on safety for both our customers and our employees. So I do want to take a moment to call out those employees. As the city has done with their own, we have employees and contractors that have been working tirelessly planning for this event, making sure our equipment was ready, and then fighting throughout the duration of the storm. So I want to make sure to call out all of the track inspectors and cleaners and operators who really did yeoman's work to keep our service running. And with that, Madam Mayor, I want to thank you, and I want to thank all your leaders here. They have been great for SEPTA to work with, and hopefully this will be the last one of the season, but we'll see.
Scott, I'm with you on that, but I did this when we came out and we looked at the forecast after hearing a briefing from Deputy Managing Director Dom and listening to Director Williams. Philadelphia, we also need to say thank you to Mother Nature, because what we don't have now that we did have previously, those sub-zero temperatures. And so let's just hope, Dom, when we're looking, we're seeing good numbers, you know, in the days to come. So we're very grateful for that. Now we want to just make sure we take any questions that you may have. Any questions? Yes.
There's so much information coming out. We know that the snow basically has stopped where we're at.
Yeah.
I guess just the obvious question is, what's your biggest concern now moving forward? Now, if the snow has stopped, there's obviously still concern. What's your biggest concern?
So for me, one is making sure that the crosswalks, all of our streets first. I mean, that's the basics, and that's what you heard Commissioner Slauson say. Get to our rec centers, our parks, our libraries, like the sidewalks. Right now, for me, I need every Philadelphia street to be passable, no matter the mode of transportation that you use. If you are walking, if you are driving, if you are riding a bike, if you are in a wheelchair, I need all Philadelphians to be able to travel freely. In addition to that, a lot of people, and I want to make sure I reinforce that, we have not affirmed schools, the opening of schools, the courts, or the city of Philadelphia right now, because we cannot make that determination. We go back to the headquarters and we get feedback from across the city. Carlton and his team, they take a look at these maps in real time. We talk with school district, police department, fire, and then we see whether or not our children can actually get to school. So that's not just the areas around the school, but that's also the blocks surrounding them. So if they can't walk, there's no clear crosswalk, and not just the path, but I'm talking about to get up on the sidewalk, then we have to make a determination placing their health and safety first. In addition to that, I want to say this. Philadelphia, early this morning, we were coming down for the briefing, so I'm on my way to City Hall. Now, Susan, I was thinking about this when you were speaking. Immediate for me, I'm on Lincoln Drive. And I'm looking at the trees, and the snow is fresh on all of the trees. I said, this is a Philadelphia postcard. Where's Rashid and the cop? They need to get a picture, of this. But immediately, maybe I'm talking about maybe a minute after I thought about that, I ran into exactly what you just described. A tree that had fallen down because of the wetness, and the weight of the snow. So we are nowhere near out of the eye of the storm until we ensure that those utility, those wires, the trees that are coming down, we've got to make sure we're safe, and we're not going to give a knee-jerk response to that. So that's my concern, Dom. And the weather. I want Mother Nature to be good with us, because I don't care how dynamic this amazing team is, and I want to tell you, I believe they're one of the best in the nation, if not the best. We can't beat Mother Nature with those sub-zero temperatures. How many days in a row would you say? I'm talking about in this first storm.
More than 25.
More than 25. Like, we can't compete with Mother Nature as it relates to those temperatures. So that's the temperatures. That's something also that's of extreme importance to me. Director Williams, Deputy Manager Director, anything you all would share that's keeping you up?
You hit on the key points, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
It's the trees, the down wires, the crosswalks. All of those things are what we do after we get the streets open, and people aren't really focusing on streets being plowed any longer. It's those small detailed things that still affect public safety is our biggest concerns.
Quick follow-up, since you guys are up there. I've spent 5 hours or so driving around Roxborough and Manio. The thing that hits me right away is I see pavement on almost all the streets. What's the difference this time? It seems like all the streets in Manio and Roxborough, you can see the pavement. So obviously it wasn't the case before. Was there a main difference that allows for that to happen maybe so quickly?
Good question.
Single degree temperatures.
Yes, that's it.
Right? That's a simple form. I mean, Commissioner Del Rossi, this whole team went extremely hard on that storm as well. The difference is that we have favorable temperatures. And so you're seeing the difference now when our operation goes into full effect. We still did a great job in that other storm, and I know people were frustrated with that. We were too. We were trying to do our best. But that ice just was very difficult to fight. Mother Nature was very difficult.
I just want to say I appreciate your question, because there are a lot of Philadelphians who felt the same and are thinking the same. And if you get out, when they're able to get out on the roads and see it, they're going to say, wow. You know, I said this to Director Williams and Herb when we were in the truck and we're going through, you see the slush, like, so you can tell when a plow has been up and one has come down and it's squashy in the street. And I said, well, you know, what is it? And Herb, Director Williams, they look over and they was like, listen, this is the temperatures along with the plowing operation. So I'm grateful, right? And everybody should be grateful for Mother Nature. Yes.
Director, just kind of along those lines, you are getting some good melting off. Still a lot of water on the roads. Are you concerned at all overnight when the sun goes down? Some icing?
That's why the operation, great question. The operation continues because we now are primarily treating those with salt. So we've gotten most of the snow and ice off the streets in most areas. We're still working on small tertiary streets, but the operation will now focus on making sure that we salt those areas so they don't freeze up overnight, causing slippery conditions for drivers who may be, unaware of a street condition and cause accidents. So we're focusing now on making sure that's why we're not out of the woods yet, because we still got some more work to do.
Just please give the example, because we saw it during the last storm. We need to give this example because we saw it during the last storm. I want to use your framing. The street looks like it's just all blacktop showing. And you say, okay, well, I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to drive. And you just think you can accelerate and you can drive. And you don't realize that it is black ice, there. And you don't see it. And the next thing you know, you created a hazardous situation. That is why we are still in the midst of the emergency, and it has not been lifted. And while Mother Nature, we're hoping for, and yes, the temperature is a little higher. When I came in, Dom, I think it said we were at 35 degrees. I also know that were it not for the efficiency of the operation that is in existence right now, Mother Nature is good, but she's not being that good to us. This is the operation and the folks who are making sure they're working in a very coordinated manner to make sure that we're removing this snow. I also just witnessed there's a snow removal operation, but then there's also the lifting operation, and those are two different strategies and two totally different operations, and then the melting, of it. So it's very complex, not as simple as it seems, and it takes a great deal of coordination, and I'm thankful for the leadership that you all have demonstrated.
One last question. Hearing done. All right.
So tonight, I want to just affirm how we've been communicating. The texting information that Dom just shared, all of the telephone numbers. We had a briefing with labor along with our contractors, a briefing with our elected officials, a briefing with community organizational leaders. I want to say a special thank you to all Anti Moore, Willie Singletary, and all of the members who are a part of our engagement roundtables, our NCACs. They have done an amazing job. We have locations in all 10 council districts across the city, and we work in partnership with all of our district council members. So everybody's fielding calls, all of the electeds, council members, state reps, state senators, our Congress members. This is a One Philly response, and each of us has a lane, and I'm grateful that we're all moving forward together. Thank you.
So you've been listening to city leaders updating us on all they're doing in the aftermath of this major winter storm. As you heard from the mayor, the city is expected to give an update on the school situation for tomorrow, as well as the state of emergency, which remains in effect at 6 o'clock. We will get that information, so you definitely want to tune in to Brian Taff at 6 o'clock tonight to get that update on both the schools and whether the state of emergency is going to stay in effect. One final note, all this information you can find on 6abc.com.
Yes, and of course you can join us on Action News at 4 for Sarah Bloomquist and meteorologist Adam Joseph. I'm Alicia Vitarelli. Thank you for tuning in, and we're going to head back now to Tamron Hall, already in progress. Have a good one.